Faking a Family by Tyla Walker. This is your chance to get your hands on the naughty scenes from this story and countless other Tyla Walker romances. Head to tylawalker.com to find the unabridged versions of all our audiobooks and get access to new ebooks that haven't become audiobooks yet. Use SAVE40 as your discount code to get 40% off on all digital products. Thank you for listening to Tyla Walker's Faking a Family.
Chapter 1. Relle. "Do you need me on the piano in the morning while Alan's out?" I ask Edgar, my boss, standing at the hostess station. "I have some new etudes I think the guests will like." He's rummaging through a large envelope. Distracted. "You're a marvelous pianist, Relle, and the patrons love that you take requests." He looks up at me with his tired, dark eyes. "But you're also a fabulous hostess, and I need you on podium duty." I frown. It's true. I have a mind for organization that helps keep things sorted and the waitstaff happy, but it isn't necessarily what brings me joy. I can find a dozen excellent musicians in a heartbeat. This is New York, for crying out loud, but finding a hostess with a head on her shoulders, a consummate professional, someone who can handle these crowds, that's hard. He shakes his head and smiles. "Thanks, Edgar. I should be grateful he values me, even if it's for something I'm not as enthusiastic about. Now go enjoy your afternoon." He hands me an envelope with the tips from this pay period with a smile and a nod. I glance into the envelope. It's more than I expected. Not a lot, but it means that I will actually have some left after paying rent this month. I smile and shake my head. It's a small victory, but it's still a positive step. Le Printemps, the flagship restaurant of L'Hôtel des Saisons, or the Seasons Hotel, is known for its incredible champagne brunch and stained glass windows that are almost 150 years old, imported straight from a village on the outskirts of France. It's a regal old place, and I try to appreciate the beauty in it as I walk to the back to get my things and clock out. It lifts my spirits a little bit to see the pools of color cast by the windows onto the wooden floors, but I'd hope for some piano time. But that's what busking in the park is for. Remember to count your blessings, Relle. I grab my bags and coat, and then I head out the back into the cool air of the city alley. The smell of the garbage cans and exhaust from an entire hotel's worth of heating and cooling fill the alley, and I quickly walk toward the fresher air of the street. It's a pretty day. Perfect for playing a little set in the park. Even if I'm just playing for the pigeons and old men dozing on park benches, I'll live for this. First, home. Then, my own personal recital for the city and the park. By the time I get to my place, I notice the smell outside my building's front steps is less horrible. As the street cleaners came this morning, the building elevator is even working. It may be just a tiny one-bedroom with a bathtub in the kitchen, but it's mine. I see them before they see me. 2 dirty blonde white kids in slightly shabby, enormous coats linger outside my door. The older boy is lecturing the younger girl about how to leave her card in the door so it won't fall out. "Relle?" They turn at my footsteps, and I'm struck by the startling hazel eyes they share. Their wide smiles are infectious as they hug my waist. "Hi, Sigourney." "Hi, Walken. I missed you too." I'm pleased to see them, but I wonder how long they've been roaming the halls alone. "We made things for you." Walken is older by 2 years and takes his status seriously. He holds up his little sister's wrist so I can see the card she is holding, which looks like a group of witches in pointy hats, but I can't tell from the dim light of the hallway. I have no idea when the bulbs were last changed, or if they're just filthy. Well, isn't that magnificent? I unlock the door and hold it open for them. "Come inside so I can see it better." The kids know the routine. They put their things on the table, then return to the door to hang up their coats, and in Sigourney's case, a red knit cap. I sit at the table and pick up the card. Figures in a rainbow of skin colors with long red and black dotted clothes are on the front. They have pointy hats, so I make a wild guess. "Are these witches?" Sigourney shakes her head. Wizards? She points at a stick figure in the corner. That's me. And are you a wizard too? I ask, noticing that she isn't wearing a robe like the others. Not yet, but they're about to give me my invitation to wizard school. She is about to go on, but Walken cuts her off. And I made this for you. He holds out a red clay mug with black dots. It's a ladybug. Wow, it's beautiful. I love it. Sigourney wanted her wizards to match the mug. That's why they have dots on their robes. This is so generous. Thank you. I wonder to myself if the mug will actually hold water, but even if it leaks like a sprinkler, I'll love it just as much. I feel like a queen. And a second after saying it, I realize that it's true. Both children smile. Where's Duplex? Sigourney asks, looking around for my cat, so named because of the orange and white colors that divide his fur almost in half. I discovered after moving here, serendipitously, that it's also the name of a legendary piano bar on Christopher Street. That reminds me. I rummage in my bag and pull out a key on a cat keychain. I want to ask you both something that's kind of serious. Both children turn their wide hazel eyes on me. Sometimes, I have to work late or I'm in the park playing. They nod. They know my routine. I can't always get to Duplex as early as he needs, so I want to give this to you, and you can come over here whenever you want. Maybe if I'm not here and you think Duplex is getting lonely, or even if I am here, whenever you'd like. Walken nods seriously, and I put the key in his hand. And I mean it. Anytime you two want, okay? I know how it feels to live in an apartment that feels too small to hold all of the chaos of the adults in your life. So many times. I'd wished for a place to escape to when the shouting started. I want them to have what I didn't. I want them to have a refuge. Promise not to lose the key? I ask. I know you kept the P.O. box key safe, so I'm sure you can. Walken's eyes light up. Oh, right. I also got your mail from the P.O. box. The mailman was there and gave it to me instead. He proudly pulls my mail from his backpack. My goodness, you are so helpful. Sigourney is dangling a teaser wand behind the couch, looking for Duplex. Okay. Who wants peanut butter and apple slices? I ask. Me? They both say in chorus. A half hour later, there's a knock at the door. I look out the peephole and see the same hazel eyes as the children, but on a rounder face. Caroline. I open the door. Come in. She looks exhausted and simply nods at me. They weren't too much trouble, I hope. Walken's doing homework at the table, and Sigourney is playing with the Duplex. Little angels as usual. This makes her smile, and she looks young and pretty rather than defeated. Ready, kiddos? Terrence brought a pizza. She looks at me. He's in a celebratory mood. All the mechanics got bonuses. I think of the machines in the factory he works at. Enormous things that chop, crush, and blanch nuts. It must be dangerous and exhausting work. Awesome, Walken says, barely looking up. He bought pepperoni, she says to the kids, without much enthusiasm. They look cautiously optimistic upon hearing this and begin to clean up their things. Relle gave us this, Walken says, holding up my key. The cat on the keychain is supposed to be Duplex, but it doesn't really look like him. To this place? Caroline looks at me. If that's okay, I told them to come over whenever they want. For a moment, I think Caroline might object. Better not lose that then, she says to Walken. And let's keep it a secret from everyone besides us in the room. Got it? Walken nods. Caroline looks at her daughter. Sigourney, we don't want anyone using it to steal Rochelle's things, right? She nods solemnly. I wonder what Terrence might be up to that inspires this sort of caution. It's not like I've got much. I smile reassuringly. Caroline doesn't smile back, but instead gestures at her kids. Let's go, kiddos. Pizza's getting cold. As they run out the door, she gives me a tired nod. Thanks, Relle. My pleasure. I go back in and push the chairs back under the table, a habit I picked up from my job. Duplex hops up on the table, and I stroke his fur while I flip through the mail. It's mostly advertisements for takeout and political mailers, but there on the bottom is a letter in scrawled handwriting with a return address in Texas. My stepfather's handwriting, my old home's address. I look at it a moment before slapping the rest of the mail back down on it. I'll deal with it later.
Chapter 2. Frederick. And that's when I knew I should have gone to St. Moritz instead of Aspen, Melanie says. She executes the perfect fairy tale princess laugh and tosses her beautiful dark hair. Half of the men in the restaurant glance in our direction. We should have known most of Hollywood would be there hogging all the reservations given the time of year, she continues. It was so annoying. My heart goes out to you, I say with a laugh. I didn't want to come to this restaurant in the first place, and I definitely didn't plan on being on a date. It was another sneak attack by my mother and uncle. We can't make the dinner, but Melanie's great mom's ambush by text had said. I'm sure she never planned to be here. So, she says, leveling her eyes at me, I hear you're a lawyer. Newly minted, but yes. Thank God I passed. I'm officially Frederick Adams, Esquire. My brother says the bar is a bear of a test. He's not wrong. Just the fact that my uncle and mother engineered this date makes it almost impossible for me to want a second with her, let alone a relationship. She's a pretty enough white woman, and there's no glaring red flags, but there's also no real chemistry either. I wonder what kind of emergency I can fake to get out of the remainder of the lunch. I glance around for inspiration. And you're working for a judge? Yes, on the Second Circuit. It's grueling, but a rite of passage and all that. And it's fun to write court decisions. I admire that, she says. You're like my brother. So many of our friends live off their trust funds. I think it's important to make a difference. To work. I nod. Yes. I try not to cringe. I know she means well. The waiter refilling our water glasses has a perfectly neutral face, as I'm sure he's been conditioned to. Being useful and earning one's own way is important, but simply having the choice to work or not, that's a privilege that makes the decision feel tainted, as I'm sure our waiter would agree. And what do you do instead of living off the trust fund? I ask, smiling and sipping my water. I'm an influencer. Of course. And I'm creating my own line of cashmere loungewear. I can't wait to own a set, I say. She eyes my 6 1-inch frame and bats her eyelashes at me. I hadn't thought of a menswear collection, but if you'll wear them, I promise. Well, you're fit at least. You have that going for you, she says, taking a sip of her wine. I notice she's had quite a lot. Something suddenly clicks, and I wonder how she got roped into this lunch. Thank you, I think. And what do you mean by having that going for me exactly? She looks at her plate, then sighs. My mother likes to fix me up with people. Most of them are older. But you're actually smart and nice and look, well, you're pretty sexy, if you don't mind me saying so. Thank you. But let's rewind a sec. Are you saying I'm a match made by your mom? She actually blushes. I laugh and throw my napkin on the table. You won't believe this. I pull out the text to show her. Relief floods across her face. So I'm not the only one with a crazy family? I shake my head. Do they use your trust fund as leverage? I ask. She nods her head furiously. I actually was in love not too long ago, but I broke it off. If I married him, they said no trust fund, no cashmere loungewear business. His family were farmers from Indiana, and that's not what they pictured. Sure, I was in love, but maybe I wasn't that in love. Not enough to give up my life. Well, I'm glad you're doing well now. Yeah, mostly. Mainly just focusing on my business. I go on these dates, but I don't know. If I find the one, that's one thing, but I'm in no hurry. I couldn't have said it better myself. We finish up, ask for the check, and say goodbye with the understanding that we have no interest in seeing each other again. I got off easy this time, I think, as I walked through the park in the growing dusk. Those meals usually end so much worse. Even disasters, however, haven't stopped my family from trying to use the trust fund as a cudgel to enforce my behavior when it comes to who I date and what I do. But I won't let them. I pause to listen to the sounds of a busker playing an electric piano. I'm trying to develop independence. I recognize Chopin's Nocturne in C minor. Fitting for the evening, I think. And a thoughtful choice considering most musicians pick whatever will bring in the most cash. I want to see just who this person is who's choosing to play classical instead of top 40. She is beautiful. A young black woman with incredible eyes that appear green in the fading light when she glances up. She's got talent as well. I sit on a bench a short way off, not close enough to be uncomfortable, but close enough that I can watch her. For a few minutes I am blissfully free of the noise in my head and the stress of the day, absorbing the music and the beauty of the evening around me. When she finishes, a few other people sitting on benches clap. An elderly lady approaches to ask if she knows any Schumann. My eyebrows raise. It's quite the request. "Robert or Clara?" comes the response, and I do a double take. This person is a true musician. The older woman seems to agree with me. "Oh, Robert." The pianist nods and proceeds with the Etude Symphoniques, impressing the old woman, who nods in approval as she goes back to her seat. Who is this? I wonder, watching her play the keyboard as if it were a grand piano. Why can't I go out with someone like this, who's pretty and talented? I listen to the entire first movement. When it's over, I pull a 50 from my wallet and put it in her cup. Thank you. Her voice is soft but full of self-possession. She spares a quick glance and a smile, and I smile back as she continues playing. The music follows me down the path, my mind returning to the same old problems I've been rehashing for a while now. How can I convince my family to lay off? I thought going into the law was a career prestigious enough to convince them to leave me alone. But I had to attend Harvard Law School, like my mom's father, not Columbia, like I wanted. In the end, I went with my own choice, not hers. That isn't the worst of it. It always comes back to who I will marry, why I'm not dating, or who I could bring to the big events of the season, because not going is not an option, according to them. Only it is for me. I just don't go. My mother can bitch about it, but I'd rather live my own life than be a marionette under her hands. She thinks I give a damn about the inheritance, but I don't. Fine, cut me out of the will, is my usual line, and she's the one who starts crying from the threat. Her threat doesn't work as leverage when it doesn't make me budge. But it does get annoying. Maybe I can pay an actress. I realize there is an entire industry that escorts people, but my family would likely see right through that in a moment unless they're extremely high-end. And for that price, I could hire an actual thespian. But paying a woman to pose as my wife? Maybe with a prenup and an actual ceremony and all that? I start thinking through the actual logistics of finding someone. If not an actress, maybe a friend of a friend. Or a public interest lawyer who needs to pay off her loans. I find myself turning onto a walking path under the branches of old-growth oaks. It's one of those places where Mom told me not to go after dark, back when Central Park was actually dangerous. I find my way out. Hey, I say with a nod to the man entering the path in a dirty jeans and a brown hoodie. There's something menacing about his expression. Hey, can you help me? He calls out. I look behind me. Okay. What do you need help with? I don't want to spend any extra time with this guy who gives me the creeps. He walks slowly toward me and I'm walking slowly away. I'm trying to get directions. I see the metal glint of a knife before I'm thrown into a chokehold. Give me your wallet. I can tell you have money. I try my best to break free, but he's strong. After some strenuous effort, I manage to drop my shoulder and rear back, punching him in the jaw. Startled, he lets go and falls to the ground. I turn to walk away, assuming I've made my point. I'm very wrong. arms reach around me again, stopping me from leaving. He punches my ribs. I kick him in the gut and manage to land a good punch to the face when he reels back. He lunges forward with the knife. I just barely dodge the blow. God, if my mother hears about this after all the time she told me not to come here at night, I'm never going to hear the end of it. Maybe I'd be better off letting this asshat kill me after all.
Chapter 3. Rochelle. I had only intended to be here an hour or so, but before I know it, the sun is going down. The Chopin Nocturne matches the beauty of the evening, and more people than usual stop and listen. There are a few elderly people of various ethnicities, a young Hispanic couple holding hands, and a ridiculously good-looking white guy who looks a little stressed. He sits on one of the benches and smiles at me, his fingers moving over his knee. He must play too. I don't think much when I play. I am blissfully focused. That and the comforting knowledge that Walk and Aunt Sigourney now have a key to my place is enough to make the thought of my stepfather's letter go away. When I'm done, an older Asian woman requests Schumann, not my favorite composer of all time, but fortunately I have a few pieces in my repertoire. The symphonic etude isn't easy. My digital piano shakes and rocks under my hands. About halfway through the piece, I'm vaguely aware of the hot, sandy-haired guy passing by and putting a tip in the jar. I glance up to say thanks, and he's gone. The lady who requested the piece applauds loudly as I finish and puts a 5 in my jar. "Oh," she says, taking a second look at my cash. That good-looking gentleman was generous. I look at what she's pulling out, shocked to realize it's a $50 bill she's holding up. Looks like I better step it up. She digs out her wallet again and I laugh, holding up a hand. No. You're very generous. I usually get people's unwanted pennies and dimes, so anything that's paper makes my day. She smiles and adds $2 more. You deserve it. Thank you. Better quit while I'm ahead. The lady nods. I've never had a problem in this park, but be safe heading home. Stay on the lit paths. Thank you, I say, genuinely touched. And you too. As she walks away and I begin to pack up, my thoughts lose the meditative, relaxed quality the music had induced. I want to push my stepfather's letter out of my mind, but it's too hard. Steve has demanded my physical address, and I refuse to share that information. So now he's demanded I come to the house in person to collect the items that are, by all rights, mine. He is selling the house, my mother's house. The thought infuriates me and breaks my heart. The letter harped on, chastising me over the detail that I didn't stay to watch the internment of my mother's ashes, as if that changes anything. As if it really proves I'm such a bad daughter. He has a right to ignore my mother's own will, which I know he's hoping he'll convince somebody is the truth. I zip everything into the carrier bag and hoist it up over my shoulder. My music and tip money separated in my satchel. I'm still thinking about Steve as I walk toward the street, not paying as much attention to my surroundings as I should. An unexpected movement on my left makes me jump and scream a little. There's a scuffling noise from behind some bushes. I stop, unsure if it's a drunk or someone who's been hurt. "Hello?" I ask with trepidation. "Are you okay?" An obscenity comes from the darkness, and I get out my phone, about to call 911. "Mostly fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." I move closer, hoping that it's not a trap. Enough people are near enough so I can scream bloody murder if something happens. The source of the noise steps out onto the path toward me at the same time. It's the hot white guy who gave me a large tip. I don't believe this, but then I freeze, looking at his face. He didn't look like this a few minutes ago. One eye is horribly swollen. His nose is bleeding, and a cut over his cheek looks red and angry. Should I call an ambulance? I feel a little guilty about noticing his chiseled face before taking inventory of the cuts on it. He winces. I don't think I need them. I mean, I can move everything. I don't know what happened to the other guy. I kicked his ass, and he ended up running off, but he did a real job on me first. Jumped me from behind and everything like a real creep. He looks at me and tries to smile despite a swelling lip. Hey, it's Schumann girl. Fancy seeing you here. I smile back. That's me. Thanks for the tip, by the way. You didn't have to do that. Well, good thing it bought me some help, right? I'd have done that for free, but the service will be exceptional now. I take his arm, half joking and half not, as though I'm helping support his weight. He's far too tall for that to really be possible, but he does seem to relax a little against me anyway. I can't help noticing that he smells like an orange grove, despite being covered in dirt. I wish I could say, "You should see the other guy," he says through gritted teeth as we walk. I mean, you should. All the marks I left on him might at least make him think twice about pulling his stunt on someone else. Even if it doesn't, he's gonna have a hard time blending in and finding a mark. But he's long gone. So there's no chance you're going to see my work. Hopefully they'll find him. I can't believe this is still happening these days. And to someone I almost say, as buff as you. And then, as tall, strong, and handsome. But I restrain myself. Can you make it to the bathrooms? I ask. We can get that bleeding to slow and give you some time. And we can call the police. I'll do that when I get home. Did they take your phone? My phone wasn't as nice as his, and the screen was cracked. He took one look and said, "Nah, not worth it." He grins playfully. We go into a large all-gender bathroom. He leans against the sink and sighs, looking at me out of his non-swollen eye. Even through the blood, his smile is charming. He watches me prop open the door before I work on him. Smart, he says. A girl's gotta look out for herself. Even with someone as hot as him. I pull paper towels from the dispenser and press them onto his cut. Holding his head in my hands, I grab a moment to observe his handsome features. He has sandy-colored hair and soft brown eyes that could pull a girl in for days. This is what I get for focusing on my dumb family drama instead of my surroundings. You too, huh? I say. We are close together, and I whiff the old-fashioned scent he must be wearing, like ginger and leather. It's soothing. They want to make all of my decisions about my life, so it goes the way they want it, and I won't do it. So they try to control me by pretending it's all just pragmatic concerns. They think I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Do you? Do I what? Know what you're doing with your life? He nods. Absolutely. But they don't like it. He nods again. I shrug, trying not to look dismissive. Your parents care about you too much, and I'm supposed to feel bad. I wish I still had my mother around to nag me about my life. What? He must detect the skepticism in my eyes. What? You seem to have some thoughts about it. I shake my head, trying not to look into his handsome face. Come on, he says. Out with it. I shrug and step back. It just seems like kind of a nice problem to have in a way. I brace myself for him to get angry, but he stops to look at me, to hear me. I pause, not knowing if he'll say something. Then I feel the silence. I lost my mom when I was a teenager, but she married a jackass, my stepdad. I would have given anything for her to be concerned about my well-being. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work like that. I droop my head, then look up to see him listening eagerly. And now he's playing games with her estate. He's threatening to throw out her belongings. Like Grandpa Leonard's piano, which is the most valuable thing to me in the world. Your playing is wonderful. I hope you get the piano. You know what's crazy. I don't even know your name. I'm Frederick. Rochelle, nice to meet you. You too. So you know what's crazy, Rochelle? What? Your situation isn't that different from mine, if you can believe it. My mom says she'll cut me out of the will if I don't live my life according to her wishes. I get so sick of it. Wow. So what are you doing to do? Nothing different. I don't care. It's money, and I have more than enough. But with your problem, it's even worse, because the piano holds so much sentimental value. My mom gets more upset about her threats than I do, actually. The shame of cutting my son out of the will. That's kind of funny. It is, isn't it? He stands up straight and stretches his arms a little. My head's way better. Do you live close to here? Especially since you're lugging that instrument. Just a few blocks north, on Adam Clayton Powell. Very close. Allow me, he says, stooping to grab the keyboard and wincing slightly as he lifts it. I hold out a hand to stop him, and he smiles. I can't help but notice how charming he is carrying my instrument. Despite the slight wince in his eye, I'm glad he was the patron who got mugged tonight, and not the old lady who requested Schumann. He's a hell of a lot easier on the eyes than she was, even with blood on his face. Absolutely not. Chivalry will not die under my watch. And I'd love to contribute more cash to the noble cause of being a working musician. And thanks for your help if you'll allow. How? Didn't you lose your wallet? He pauses and then laughs. No, I told you. I scared the guy off. Thank you anyway, but I think you've been through enough for tonight, I say as we leave the bathroom. To ask for more money just feels like extortion at this point. By the way, I noticed your fingers moving when I was playing. Do you play too? I was forced to as a child, so no. Not since I've been able to make my own choices. But I'm glad I did, since it lets me appreciate just how talented you are. I can't help but feel shy hearing his compliments and seeing his smile. Come on, I'll walk you home, he says. Don't want you running into any bad guys in the park.
Chapter 4. Frederick. This is me, Rochelle says, tilting her head towards the dilapidated high-rise. A group of teenagers looks up, unimpressed, from the steps out in front. You know, you really did help me tonight. Let me give you something out of my appreciation. I know someone like her could benefit from a few extra bucks, and it's no skin off my back to help. Rochelle shakes her head, dark curls bouncing. I did it because it was the right thing to do, but if you want to go to the police station, the precinct is just a few blocks away. I can draw you a little map or something. Nah, if you just want to tell me, that's fine. You've already done enough. She points down the end of the block. Just down that way, over to Frederick Douglass Boulevard, near the Harriet Tubman statue. You can't miss it. Thank you again. I glance back at her building, unsure how to end this interaction. I'm a little sore and my ribs are bruised, but I want to be a gentleman. No problem. I'll see you around, I guess. Rochelle shakes my hand, and I walk as she turns to head inside. I make sure she gets in okay, waiting until the door closes behind her. Once she's gone, I walk in a daze to the station, wondering if it's even worth the effort of reporting. I feel like it's only prudent to make someone aware, especially because the next time the victim might be less able to defend themselves. What if it's an elderly person out for a nice walk? I'm young and fit, and I still got dented up pretty good. At the same time, my wallet wasn't actually stolen, so they're never going to be able to find the man who did it, and even if they do, there won't be any proof that he's the guy. For all I know, they're going to just laugh at me and tell me to quit wasting their time on a snipe hunt. I pull the station doors open. An officer greets me as soon as I walk in, and I tell her I'm there to make a report of my recent attempted mugging. "Can I help you?" the woman at reception asks from behind a pane of glass, eyeing me like I came from another planet. Other employees look up from their desks. "Yeah, I got jumped in the park on one of the walking paths. I want to file a report. Is this the right precinct?" "Yeah, it is." "Let me find a detective to take your report." When a female detective pulls me back for an interview, I tell her about the assault and give as good a description as I can of the suspect. I'm sure they filmed a Law and Order around here about an identical scenario. I wonder if they filmed in this exact precinct. "Did you have any valuables?" "He didn't get anything from me, no." "Did he see you with cash? Maybe you bought something and he noticed what you were carrying?" I almost don't want to admit how much I had in my wallet, especially right here in such a high-need part of the city. But embarrassment isn't enough of a reason to lie. "Maybe. I'm carrying about $2,500. Her eyebrows go up. "Really? Whoa, I can pay my rent and a month of groceries with that. That's quite a lot to be walking around with. Big potential loss." "Yeah," I say, feeling guilty that for me it's not. I could never work again and spend nothing but the interest earned on the trust my father left me, and I'd still have more than most people do in their lifetime. Detective Norris goes over the details with me a few more times, trying to see if there's anything I forgot. Once she's satisfied, she signs the report and gets my signature on it, too. Then she hands me her card. "Call if you need anything. We'll call you if anything turns up." I know the odds are minuscule of them ever finding the person, but it's important to report these things anyway. If anything, if there's a pattern of this man showing up at the park, it might keep the person after me safer. "Thanks for your help, Officer Norris." "My pleasure. And good luck to you, young man." I go outside and take out my phone, ready to call a car. I can't believe it's been more than 2 hours. I'm spent. I call an Uber Black. A few minutes later, Mahmoud, 4.9 stars, is right there. "Frederick?" "Yep." "Mahmoud?" "Yes, sir. Hop in. Water?" Usually I'd say no, but after 2 hours of talking, I realize I'm parched. "Sure. Thanks. How's your evening going?" "Good. Mostly quiet, mashallah. And you?" "Not quite as quiet." I can see his eyes look back at me, as if there are question marks in them. "I was nearly mugged earlier." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible." "It's fine. At least it wasn't as bad as the blind date I had earlier. So, small blessings." He laughs. "I met my wife from family friends. They were pushing for us to get together, and I resisted it, but it worked out well. Still, my mother went about it like it was her full-time job." "Sounds a lot like my family. I swear my mother should open a matchmaking agency considering how much she seems to enjoy it, my mom and my Uncle Theron. But I'm just not interested in the girls they throw at me. Everyone has someone. It's just a matter of meeting them. She'll just walk into your life just like that, and that's it." He takes a finger off the wheel to snap for emphasis. And then Relle enters my mind. I wasn't walking so much as flailing, but still. Not that she's necessarily a real match for me, but we just have to convince my mother for a little bit so that she lays off me. I'm sure there's something I could offer Relle to make it worth her while, and she seems like a nice girl I wouldn't mind helping out in exchange. I saw where she lived earlier, so I'm pretty confident she's not exactly rolling in it. No shame in that, of course, but I have more than enough to help her out financially. If she's a struggling musician, maybe this could work out well for both of us. I laugh out loud. Sorry, I just thought of someone who might make a good wife, but it's a little unconventional." The streets pass by in a blur of lights as the idea turns over and over in my mind. Just then, my phone buzzes, startling me out of my thoughts. I pull it out, seeing a text from my friend Chase. "Dinner at Per Se tomorrow?" I grin. Chase is clerking for a federal judge, too, and I love any chance I have to catch up. We were inseparable in law school. Sounds good. 7? Perfect. I'm sure it will be nice to have dinner with someone other than the debutantes your mom sets you up with. You'll always be the belle of the ball. But actually, this is kind of crazy. But I might have thought of a way to get them off my back. I met this girl. Beautiful. Talented. Gorgeous. Maybe if I got married to someone random, they'd leave me alone. Would I be crazy? I wait a few seconds while the dots of his texting bounce on my phone. Yes, you would. Immediately the phone rings and Chase's name appears. What the hell are you talking about? Are you insane? Maybe I just got jumped. Maybe I'm concussed. Oh hell, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Good thing they can't steal entire trusts, though, am I right? Okay, so what the hell is this about marriage? I met this girl in the park, just an amazing woman. She helped me after the attempted mugging, but I saw her before that, playing the piano, and even then I liked her. Maybe she was dropped down at just the right moment, and then Mom and Theron could leave me alone. It's your life, but why don't you sleep on it and see how you feel tomorrow? Going out on dates with society girls for Joyce is one thing, but actually marrying someone just out of spite? Come on. Well, you know I can draw up a contract with the best of them. That's true, just don't do anything too crazy, okay? You don't even know this girl. I'll feel her out, see what she thinks. Ah, hell, I'm here, give me a minute. We'll talk later, okay? Okay, Chase says. We'll talk about this more tomorrow. I start to get out, checking the car to make sure I didn't leave anything. Thanks, Mahmoud. I appreciate it. Of course. And, trust yourself on this. I had a feeling with my wife. If you think the girl you're talking about is someone worth knowing, no harm in trying. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it. I close the door and give him 5 stars, along with a $50 tip on a $20 ride. He made my night and possibly gave me a genius idea. Good evening, Frederick, the doorman says as I walk in. Hey, Alex, good to see you. I take the elevator up to the penthouse, and I immediately jump into the shower. I'm reminded of the ordeal today when the water hits the scrape on my face and leaves a stinging sensation, not to mention the dark purple bruises all over me. Thank God I didn't break a rib or something. I climb into bed, hoping for sleep, but coming back to the hauntingly beautiful dark brown eyes that set wheels spinning in my mind. It's crazy. It has to be. But maybe it's crazy enough to work. And who knows? Maybe getting closer to this musical mistress will unlock something else. Something neither of us will have the strength to fight for long. The next morning, I'm up bright and early to figure out my next move. Relle mentioned she plays piano at Le Printemps, and I figure it's as good a day as any to grab lunch there. I haven't been to Le Printemps since I went on a different disastrous date last year with the daughter of a diplomat. The place hasn't changed. Lush trees offset sleek metal and glass tables, with bright LED lights casting a warm glow over the room. The piano sits inside a sunken alcove, with Relle playing softly under more neon lighting. She spots me as I move towards her, doing a double take. I stand quietly, waiting for her to finish her song. When she's done, she starts talking. Frederick, what are you doing here? Hi, Relle. Can I talk with you? Preferably in private. She glances at the bar, raising a hand. I'm taking 5, Leon, she calls out, following me to a quiet corner. What's up? She asks as soon as we're alone. You remember what I talked about with you yesterday? I ask. About my family? I thought of a way I could pay you back for your help while also getting them off my back in regard to my situation. I'm also an attorney, so maybe I can help with your estate issues. She's silent for a while, thinking. I don't know. I don't need anything. I helped you because you needed it, not because I wanted anything. And I still don't. Anyway, I'm really busy, and I already told you I don't want to be treated like the help. As she turns to leave, she throws her hair across her shoulders, narrowing her green eyes in my direction. You can repay me by not walking into any more hazards.
Chapter 5. Relle. I blow out a breath as I turn the key in my lock, ready to sink into my couch with a pint of Ben and Jerry's and watch a rerun of Friends. Work was fine, except for the old man who wanted me to play ragtime music for the last 2 hours of my shift, and except for the slightly younger man who keeps trying to give me money like I'm some kind of mercenary, even after I said no. What the hell? I slip inside and hang up my handbag. I should get dinner, but I only want that pint of Ben and Jerry's. After today, I think I'm entitled. I get just a little past the opening credits when the doorbell rings. I pause the TV and get up. It must be the kids. I go to unlock the door while wiping my hands on the faded kitchen towel. Sorry to barge in on you like this. It's not either of the two adorable children who I love like my own. It's a 6'1" hottie, one who apparently can't take the hint. What are you doing here, Frederick? How did you even get in? Someone was coming in at the same time. It's a big building. I should slam the door in his face, but something about him stops me, determination mixed with longing and the fact that he never takes his eyes off mine. I just wanted to talk a little more, and if you want me to go after that, I'll be out of your hair. I didn't get to finish the conversation today. I exhale, pushing a stray hair out of my face. Okay, 5 minutes. But boy, don't ever scare me like that again. It's dangerous to sneak up on people. Noted. Can I sit down at least? He holds his hands up and slowly approaches my sofa, as though I'm going to take the handbag off the hook and beat him with it. Fine, but make it quick, Frederick. So like I said the other day, my mother and my uncle are a giant pain in my ass, and they want to control me however they can. Sort of like with you and your stepdad. Okay, I get it, but I don't know what it has to do with me. I'm getting there. They've been pushing me into dates with strangers, trying to get me to settle down with someone. All I want is to be left alone, to make my own choices in life. I just need a way to get them to back off and let me live the way I decide. They keep trying to set me up with these random women. And I'm tired of being paraded around like New York Magazine's most eligible bachelor, holding this inheritance I don't care about over my head. He takes a deep breath and runs a hand through his straw-colored hair. This might sound crazy, but if I had a fake fiance, I think it would get them to back off. Someone who I'd choose, not them. And we'd break up, of course, but then maybe they'd lay off. That's where you come in. And I could help you too, especially with what you were saying with your stepdad. My eyes widen, and I can barely speak. You want me to be your fake wife? You have to be kidding me. That is without a doubt the most ludicrous solution to a non-problem I've ever heard. Seriously? You can't just buy people. I said no to your money, and you think me being bought as your bride would sweeten the deal? You're certifiable. I know it's a huge ask, Frederick says, but you're the only person I can trust to help me. A laugh escapes me. The only person you can trust? You barely know me. You watched me play piano for a minute, and then I cleaned you up at the park after you got mugged. Yeah, okay. But still, you're a sweet girl, and I know you're someone who doesn't care about money. Most of the women I know would be insufferable, and I even toyed with the idea of hiring an actress. But you're down to earth. You're someone my mom would actually believe I'm with. I'm still reeling from the request, but at the same time, there's something flattering about it. After a day of knowing this guy, he wants me to be his wife. He's certainly gorgeous and determined. I'll give him that. I know it's a long shot coming here, but you made an impression on me. Is it really so crazy that I'd think of you for this task? Especially when I know I can help you with your family issues too? It's like symmetry. How do I know you're not just like a human trafficker? Please, I can give you a full background check on me. all you'll see is someone with way too perfect a credit score to be real. And you're smart, so you could stay on top of it. You're fun, so you'd be good company. You're kind, obviously. Since you took care of a complete stranger, you could have saved my life. I wouldn't go that far. And you're trustworthy, since you won't even accept a small token of gratitude from a stranger. When he puts it like that, I can see how he might think I'm the right candidate for his scheme. Unfortunately, Frederick is barking up the wrong tree. I'm not interested in getting involved in a situation like this. Just as I'm about to open my mouth to end this entire conversation, the closet suddenly opens, and two small bodies come tumbling out. Frederick and I both freeze, turning our heads slowly to see identical guilty expressions on Sigourney and Walken's faces. "We didn't mean to overhear," Sigourney says, standing up and helping her brother to his feet. "We came in to use the office to do our homework. We were gonna surprise you, Relle, but then..." The office is my former walk-in linen closet, now taken over by the kids when they need somewhere quiet to study. It has a light and two tiny chairs. I don't usually mind, but I have to admit that I'm unprepared to see them in my living room right now, especially after this conversation. Well, it's definitely a surprise. "Frederick, this is Walken and his sister Sigourney. They're my neighbors, but I think of them more like my favorite nieces and nephews. They're family to me." I look at them, wanting to laugh and lecture at the same time. "I'm sorry they barged into this. They should be going home now. Right, guys?" "We think you should help him," Walken bursts out. "You're a superhero. You helped him before and you can help him now. And it sounds like he can help you too. With money and stuff." I blink, staring at them. "I'm not some kind of hero." "I know, you're a superhero. And besides, you saved him." "That guy Frederick says you saved him yesterday." Sigourney puts her hands on her hips. "You're definitely a hero, Miss Relle." "Guys, we're not talking about this right now. This is a private conversation between me and Frederick." "But you taught us to help others," Walken argues. "You said that we should always help people who are unfortunate." "Less fortunate, Walken." I stifle a laugh. "Frederick is certainly unfortunate as far as additions to my life go. Less fortunate, not quite." "She did save me," Frederick protests with a smile. "She saved me then, and she can help save me now. She's such a good-hearted person she wouldn't even accept a reward. But I want to help her, because good deeds should be rewarded." My eyes roll before I can stop them. I can't believe he'd use that line on the kids. "Good deeds are their own reward," I argue back. "You're right, but if you help me, I can help you too. I can help you focus just on your music and solving your own family conflict. Trust me, as a lawyer, I can assure you that you're going to want a hand." "I already told you that I don't need the money." I frown. "I'm not a charity case. I do all right for myself." "You're stubborn. I admire that. But sometimes accepting help when it's offered is okay too." "I don't need your help," I tell him. Walken's eyes get big, and he raises his hand, waving it wildly. "Yes, you do, Miss Relle," he shouts. "How else are you going to do it?"
Chapter 6. Frederick. "With the money, you can sue Steve. And he said he was a lawyer, so maybe he could find you the best one there is." Walken shouts, his eyes growing more animated. He says it with the air of somebody who believes they are the world's foremost authority on litigation. I could use more colleagues like him at the Second Circuit. Rochelle's forehead crinkles. "What do you know about suing people, Walken?" "Everybody sues when they're tricked out of their stuff. I saw it on Law and Order." "Law and Order," she says, and I snort, trying to hold back a laugh. "Frederick, you can take a seat too." I hover and watch her remove their homework from the closet and kick the door shut. "Please sit down," she says with an exasperated smile as she whisks past me on her way to the kitchen. I'll be right back. She starts walking toward the bedroom in the back. I sit next to the kids and make a realization. They may be onto something here. Relle wants her family's possessions from her stepfather, and these kids might be the superheroes who can help me change her mind. That's a good show, by the way, I say to them. Law and Order. It's a little different being in a courtroom in real life, but close enough. 4 hazel eyes turn to me and light up. You've been in a real courtroom? I have. And you know the judge inside who sits on the big chair higher than everyone else? Yeah, I work for the judge. You work for the judge on TV? Walken asks. The one on the show? No, that's just an actor. I work for a real-life one. I'm a lawyer. I want to do that, to put bad guys in jail. I'll be a cop at night, and then I'll be a lawyer during the day. When will you sleep, Walken? Relle asks. I don't know. In between shifts? Walken's face loses some of the Mr. Cool attitude as awe and wonder spreads across his features. That's so cool. Yep. I could even show you the judge's chambers. No way! Can you teach me how to be a lawyer? Do you know any detectives? Have you met any criminals? The little boy's barrage of questions is relentless. He is definitely on the right career path. I consider the best way to answer his question. Some, yes, and yes. I tick off my responses and then lean back in the chair, happy to have this advantage. Relle walks back in, changed from the clothes I found her in. She has on faded sweats and an old t-shirt. I'm struck by how stunning she is dressed down with a bare face. Her face looks newly washed and still has a few droplets of water on it. Walken turns to her as she sits in the armchair across from us. Did you know that he's a lawyer like the ones on TV? He said he doesn't do all of the TV stuff yet. His younger sister corrects him. I see you have my kids riled up and advocating for you. She folds her arms. I flash her an innocent smile and focus on the siblings. Have you guys heard of a moot court? A moot what? They ask in unison. I try to explain in a way they'll understand. It's something we did in law school to prepare for an argument, like a pretend court. We had fake judges and everything. And there are moots when lawyers prepare for real trials. I have them in a trance. Both faces look like they've stepped into Wonderland. Perfect. But the other adult in the room seems to be skeptical. Where are you going with this, Frederick? She asks. I ignore her. Would you guys like to try it? That sounds so cool. Walken throws a fist into the air. Can I be in the moot court too? Sure you can, Sigourney. We'll all moot together. What exactly are we arguing for or against? Rochelle's voice sounds alarmed. Yeah, what's the case? Asks Walken. I turn to Relle and lean forward, speaking in a stage whisper. Well, I strongly believe you should go ahead with my plan. The kids seem to agree. So, that's the topic. Uh-huh. And I usually take my life advice from elementary school students. How about you? Rochelle's eyes move between the three of us. Her mouth is agape, and she looks mildly scandalized. A small part of me hopes she won't kick us out. Both kids run up to her and flank the sides of her chair. Come on, it'll be fun. Rochelle's mouth turns into a tight, small smile, and she tells us to go ahead. I explain our version of a moot court to the kids, then move the couch out of the way. There isn't much room to be made or anywhere for it to really go since the apartment is so minuscule. We sit back down on the sofa while I lay down more rules for our very basic moot session. So each of us gets to argue our case to Relle. Tell her exactly why my idea is so good and what she's missing out on by not taking me up on it. Who's up first in the case of Frederick versus Relle? Me! Sigourney jumps up. She clears her throat and paces the area in front of us. Then she spins to face Relle. You need money, mostly because you're awesome, but also because you could buy some extra nice things for yourself and a grand piano. And you could use help suing Steve, and he knows more lawyers than you. You just know one. He knows a lot. I rest my case. Relle fights back a smile but nods her head in agreement. Next up, we have esteemed Counselor Walken, I say. He stands up and paces the floor. Then he stands to look off into the distance. This is a complicated case. On one hand, we have a nice lady who's fighting a battle against an evil stepfather. She needs to get her stuff back. And then we have this guy fighting his family. I raise my eyebrows at Relle, but her face is impassive. Walken turns to her and continues, "And I think you guys would be cute together." I stand up and clap for both of them. That was amazing, both of you. Now opposing counsel? What are your arguments? She purses her lips and then shakes her head. You guys did great, but it's not enough to convince me. It's a crazy idea. We don't know each other. It's a lie. It would feel wrong to do. I can win against Steve without having to sell my soul by getting a fake fiance. And I think Frederick can deal with a nagging mother. Wouldn't you like to play pretend? That's all it is really, and it's always fun, Walken says. I'm starting to like both of these kids more and more. Yeah, Relle. It'll be just like playing house. But for grown-ups, I guess. And if you get pretend married to him, we can have more moot courts, adds his sister. Divorce court, Walken says. Maybe not that far, but I know my lawyering skills would definitely improve getting to watch you two. The kids are on the edge of their seats now. I feel the same, but hold myself back. Finally, she exhales. You guys, it's more complicated than that. If nothing else, it will be an adventure. One that could help her solve a huge issue in her life. We're killing two birds with one stone, Relle. Come on, don't overthink things. She throws daggers at me with her eyes. The children don't seem to notice. It's like a movie, Sigourney says. I'm sorry, but this isn't for me. As much as I love you, Walken and Sigourney, I'm not going to do it. Oh, they whine in unison, and their faces fall at precisely the same time. I thought they were my secret weapon, but I swore I could see her cracking. I guess it'll take more to convince her. My brain races to find a different approach. You're a lawyer for a reason. Think. Sigourney sighs heavily. Well, at least we tried. My eyes stay trained on Relle until she shifts uncomfortably in her chair. This isn't a yes, but there are some things I'd like us to discuss privately to see what it would involve. She looks at me and then blinks away. In my mind, I'm already doing a victory lap because I know we've won her over. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Who would say no? Not me. Totally, I say. The kids high-five me, then high-five Relle. I'm as excited as they are. I don't even care if she'll make the terms harder. At this point, I'll do anything to show my family how little I care about their demands, and that I'm not going to let them force my hand.
Chapter 7. Relle. Okay, you two, I have to chase you out now. Frederick and I need to talk. I'd much rather chase him away than them, but I need to clear my mind as quickly as possible. Frederick pulls away from them and turns his gaze on me. Let them stay. We can step out. No need to disturb them when they're all settled in. He stands up and I follow suit. Can I bring you guys anything? I ask. Something sweet. Yeah, like a cupcake. I tell the kids to lock up if they have to leave, and we step out. We're quiet heading out of the complex, just in case the kids are listening. So you finally came around, he says as we walk on the relatively empty sidewalk on the semi-dark evening. I grip my teeth together. That was messed up, Frederick. What was messed up? How dare you use kids like that? My voice sounds so much calmer than I actually feel. Come on. You saw them. They were having the time of their life. They loved being little lawyers. They were coerced. To use a legal term, you can't fight your own battles. You have to use little children. I thought you were entitled before. His mouth turns into a little O. My teeth are still gritted. Don't you ever rope in any children like that ever again. Sigourney and Walken are like my own kids. You had no right. This is between you and me, not them. He runs a hand across his mouth, from his upper lip down to the chin, considering. His nonchalance makes me angrier. They aren't pawns. Do you hear me? They are not the ace up your sleeve in your rich boy game. You need to apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry, Relle. Not to me, to them. Of course, and I will. But I want to apologize to you first, Relle. I shouldn't have involved them in a conversation between you and me. I can do it tonight if you'd like, or wait for another day. Good. That's a start. But it's not enough. They need more than that. They need to know that they matter. He looks at me carefully, taking in my words. Yeah, I want to make it up to them. Do you have something in mind? Clothes, food, school supplies, books, games, anything they want and need, you're going to get. I might be overplaying my hand, but I'm ready to argue back about why they deserve it. Done. Anything they want, it's theirs. You want a check or Venmo? Just tell me how much, or if you want, I can go in person. You call the shots. I exhale and start to walk again. He follows suit. That was surprisingly easy. I'm not done. My mouth feels more relaxed. I'm all ears. You won't just be paying for my lawyer. He keeps walking, but his head jerks toward me. I won't be? Nope. I want a college fund for the kids and some savings for me. A loud group of teenagers passes us. They sound excited about wherever they're going. I wish for a second that my life was that carefree. We wait for the noise of their voices to subside, like a plane overhead. When the noise passes, I turn to him, still waiting for an answer. Great call. I like a woman with brains, which you already have, but I'll be glad for you to use them to the fullest. Make this arrangement something you're happy to be part of. If he likes women with brains, is he saying he likes me? I feel a pull of excitement in my stomach at that thought, then dismiss it. We cross the street to the avenue. I have no destination in mind, simply a strong desire to walk and figure out this new life I've suddenly agreed to. I put a hand on his arm and he stops in his tracks. What is it? He asks. I need you to know that there's no if about getting my grandfather's piano back. It's priceless. He taught me to play the piano, and he was my hero. I realize my hands are still on his arm. I pull them back, not wanting him to think I'm flirting. Part of me thinks I'd like to be, but I don't know if I can completely trust him, especially after his stunt this evening. We'll get it back, I promise. But yes, he's sexy as hell. I hate how his smile churns my insides. He's too smooth, and if history is any indication, he's exactly the kind of guy who can steal and break my heart with just a look. We stop in front of a bakery, and I peer in through the bright window, surveying the treats for ones Sigourney and Walken might like. Let me get this, he says, to apologize, and a coffee for you if you want. This won't get you off the hook with the other stuff. Obviously. You're worth a lot more than pastries, Relle Reynolds. He knows exactly what to say. Maybe his fancy education taught him that too. He smiles at me, then opens the door and waves me in. This whole fake marriage might be easier if he weren't so disarmingly handsome. I keep my eyes on the pastries, not him, pointing to cookies, eclairs, croissants, baklava, cupcakes, donuts, muffins, and Napoleons. The last thing I need right now is to get lost in how attractive he is. It comes to a total of $67.50, and he doesn't blink. I act like it's nothing too, but inside, I'm hyperventilating. Thanks, Frederick, I say, grabbing one of the bags. The kids will be so happy. And how about you? I thought we already established it'll take more than pastries to do that. Oh, true. So what sort of things make you happy? How long you got? We both laugh. I'm happy when things are clear. So my question is, how long would you want us to be married? As long as it takes to convince my family to back off, I guess. I shake my head. That's not an answer. What if they're never convinced? Okay, so what timeline do you think? A year, and only that long if you haven't gotten what you want by then. Sure. After a year, I can always just get divorced and marry someone else. He winks, and my heart drops. It would be fake, and even then, the idea is unsettling. Pull it together, Relle. This is no time to form a crush. That brings me to another thing, Frederick. I know it's fake, but I don't need any rumors of infidelity. So if you get a girlfriend, we're done. For sure. I'm way too busy with my clerkship to even think about it. Plus, what about my fake wife? She deserves better than a philanderer. He puts his hand on my shoulder and it feels comforting. We reach the crosswalk and hop over to the other side, walking in silence until my apartment tower is in sight. He stops me under a streetlight. Even the harsh light can't hide his handsome features. You know, Relle, I'm a self-made man in a lot of ways. That's the biggest reason I want to do this. My family doesn't appreciate my achievements. I want to put things in my own terms and show them I'm going to make my own life decisions. I want the dynamic to change, and I'm really grateful for your help. We'll see how it goes. I'm willing to give you a year, and I hope it works out well for you. And if it doesn't, we'll reevaluate, and we can walk away. Let's hope it all works out then. We get to my complex, not quite sure how to say goodbye. I take the other bags from him, touching his hand for a moment. I can see myself in. Good night, fiance, I tease. I promise to pass the treats on to the kids and leave him outside. A feeling hits me when I turn my back to him, like some unnatural crime has been committed. Like he belongs with me, and the lack of footsteps at my side spells something unusual and wrong. Pushing that awkwardness aside, I turn my focus back to the kids. They're still in my apartment and probably thirsty for glasses of milk. Thank you, Relle. You're welcome, but a thank you with your mouthful is not a thank you at all. Swallow first. I slip away to find my phone and sink onto the couch, determined to conduct a background check of one Mr. Frederick Adams. A few false leads and multiple searches later, I find what I'm looking for. Starting with his family's fortune, which dates back to the whaling industry. Looks like everything seems to check out, I say. Are you talking to yourself? Sigourney's standing behind the couch, her face a big question mark, with her brother next to her. I stifle a giggle at the goatee of crumbs on both their faces. Something like that, I say. We're gonna go. I just heard Mom in the hall, Walken says. Don't forget your homework and your key, I say. I cross my fingers that the rest of their evening will be uneventful. They get their stuff and leave. Then I'm alone again and return to my sleuthing. I'm happy to see that his family is who he says. The actual estimate of their wealth is vague, but they own a lot of property globally, and not little shacks either. Castles in Europe, game lodges in Kenya, ranches in New Zealand. My God, I say with a low whistle. The snippets about him personally are even fewer and farther between, but nothing contradicts his story. The thing is, you never know which lawyers make their living by lying, so my guard is still up. Okay, Frederick, you're telling the truth so far. But can you keep it up long enough to hold up your end of the bargain?
Chapter 8. Frederick. A dusty black sedan pulls up beside me outside the department store where I'm trying my hardest to avoid the morning rush of weekend shoppers going in and out. Frederick! Sigourney and Walken pile out of the car and race toward me. Their soles thud against the pavement as they run. I notice their threadbare, shabby coats and realize how necessary this outing is. Hey guys, good to see you again. We thought you'd come pick us up. Relle made us walk so long I thought my legs would fall off if we walked any longer, says Sigourney. Explain the cab, then. I raise my eyes to see Relle having an exchange with the driver through his window. Her lean and muscular frame is dressed in a maxi dress with tennis shoes and a coat. She only agreed to the cab after I complained. Relle catches up to us and throws a polite smile my way. What's this I hear about you forcing them to walk when you could have got a cab or an Uber? I was trying to avoid the crazy traffic and, honestly, I didn't think it'd be that far. She shrugs, looking a little embarrassed. I turn to Sigourney. In that case, we'll have to make this day extra special to make up for how it started. And so you don't go tell your parents on us. Let's go in. Sigourney grabs Rochelle's hand and Walken and I go ahead of them. We march into the large department store like a family, acting as if we might have done this 50 times before with how natural it feels. The children's faces light up immediately at the many floors, mannequins, and endless escalators. We make our way over to the department with kids' clothes. Looks like Sigourney and I will be over there in the girls' section. You boys have fun. Relle points her head in the other direction before they set off. We had the budget talk beforehand, so she knows exactly what we're working with. I turn away from her, retreating back, and face my new ward. See anything you like? I ask him. His eyes dart back and forth between graphic sweatshirts and character backpacks. The high white shelves have all manner of folded apparel, shoes, and accessories. I'm sure the sea of clothes racks around us has drowned a few adventurous children. These look cool, he says cautiously, pointing at a pair of ripped jeans. I pat his back. Go ahead, try on whatever you want. We browse for a few minutes before he selects what he likes and heads over to the fitting room by himself. I keep an eye on Relle and Sigourney, stealing glances in their direction from over the clothing racks that divide us. They seem to be having the time of their lives. I watch as Sigourney picks out one garment after the other. They ooh and ah at hair accessories, nod at a pleated skirt, and shake their heads at some floral print leggings. She's such a natural with these kids. A magnetic pull toward her follows my thoughts, and I give in to it. How's it going? I ask when I walk over to them by a rack of pink t-shirts. Her head jerks up and her eyes become larger for a second. Didn't see you there. Sigourney is about to go in and try on some things. How about you guys? Her bro is doing that right now. You guys are so slow, though. It was in and out for us, I say with a smirk. Don't blame us, says Sigourney matter-of-factly. Then she raises her hands and spins. Blame all the options. We all throw back our heads to laugh before she picks up the shopping basket filled to the brim with clothes and heads to the changing room. Do you need help? Relle calls after her. The back of her head shakes in response, and she disappears behind the wall. Thanks again for this. I'll probably keep thanking you forever. I shake my head. Don't mention it. I'm glad our schedules aligned and you guys made it. Her mood changes as her face drops and turns into a wistful cloud. She glances towards the changing rooms and then up at my face. She chews on her top lip before she opens her mouth. It's way too easy to get them out, so there's no way we wouldn't make it. I don't follow. Their parents don't give a damn who they're with. Take today, for example. Their mom didn't even ask how long they'd be gone or anything. That's because they trust you. She scoffs. And I guess they trust our entire building then. They could be with strangers on a different floor, and that has happened before, and I'm the only one who'd be out looking for them. She sighs. It sucks. They deserve so much better. I didn't realize things were that bad. Oh, they're bad. And I just don't get it. What did these poor kids do to deserve such a crappy situation? She shrugs and looks away. I watch the shadows of worry come over her pretty features. I hate to see her like this, and I hate to think the kids live with such a heavy burden each day. Hey, at least they have you on their side. I try to be as encouraging as I can, wondering if there's something I can do to lighten her despair. And now they have me, too. They need stability in their own home, and one way is for them to get permission from their parents before they go anywhere. I always make them ask, by the way, but it doesn't make a difference either way. Her face is ashen and doesn't lighten up when Walken comes up to us. I like it all, he says, his arms heaping with selections. Awesome, I say, jumping in to catch the falling load. Relle, would you like to check up on Sigourney and see how she's doing? You'll find us by the register. Sure. She turns around and walks off with hunched shoulders. I see her frustration, and I get it. I could buy these kids the world, but it's just a band-aid on a much bigger problem. A problem she seems to face all by herself. I pay for everything, but I'm not ready to call it a day yet. I don't want the kids to notice Rochelle's frosty mood or for it to seal their memory of today. My mind goes into overdrive as we exit the department store. You know what else we need? I pause dramatically right outside the storefront. What? The children respond with measured excitement. Relle is clearly miles away and doesn't even say a thing. I don't let that dissuade me. Shoes. You can't have new outfits without new shoes. What do you say? Awesome. Yay! There's a shoe store at the shopping mall around the corner. Relle, are you up for it? I raise my eyebrow at her. She shrugs and drops her gaze to the blonde heads in front of her. Only if you guys are okay with it. Of course we are. Who doesn't like new shoes? The slightest of smiles plays on her lips and she shrugs. Let's go. The shiny new shopping center is a hop and a skip away. They run riot in the shoe place. Their joy is infectious. I let them get 5 pairs each. Sneakers, boots, dress shoes, the works, before we leave. Did we forget anything? I ask. Backpacks, maybe, Sigourney says with a scrunched-up mouth. Let's do that in school supplies, then. I thought you guys were supposed to bring a shopping list. This elicits an actual smile from Relle. Guess I forgot, what with all the excitement of getting here this morning. Well, I guess our 4 heads will have to do. Opening the door for them, I catch a glimpse of relief on her face that makes me feel 10 inches taller. These kids needed a helping hand today, and I'm happy to oblige. But that look on her face? That's for me. We spend the next few hours crossing things off our mental lists and going way over my expected budget. I don't mind if it makes them happy. I can afford it, and I've certainly spent money on worse pursuits than helping a couple of kids. As we go about our day, I reflect on her revelation and how it affected her mood. It tells me quite a bit about her character. For one, this cements how considerate she is. Given what she told me about her past, she's probably doing what she wishes would have been done for her. Not many people would divert resources to people who aren't their own blood. I can't help but feel a touch annoyed with everyone who failed her as a kid. But I can't dwell on this for too long because eventually our tanks run empty. I'm hungry, says Walken almost under his breath, his feet dragging. We've just passed by a restaurant in the mall whose aromas waft out to taunt our noses. Yeah, me too, says his sister, and one of their stomachs growls. I feel a little hollow myself. Since today is special, I say we start with dessert first. Relle looks at me like she's my teacher and I'm her naughty student. I think we should discuss this first.
Chapter 9. Relle. I shift the bags in my hand. The braided handles are digging into my palms, making me uncomfortable. How much stuff did we buy? Checking my watch. I'm startled by how late it is. We need to be heading back, I say, shifting the bags again and switching them from one hand to the next. We can take my car. The garage is just below. Frederick points as he speaks. He looks at the bags in my hands and offers again to carry them. No, thank you. I need to be able to carry them myself when we get back anyway. You're assuming I won't walk you to your door? What kind of gentleman do you think I am? Frederick chuckles and winks at me. Well, when you put it that way, I guess you can take the heaviest bag. I hold it out for him, and he snatches it without hesitation. I'll help, Sigourney says. Me too, Walken adds. It's a little too heavy for you, I tell them. I guess I did go kind of overboard, didn't I? He asks as he feels the weight of the bag in his hand. It's your money. I won't tell you how to spend it, I reply, smiling. Come on, I'll show you where the car is. Frederick heads to the cavernous opening of the garage below, and the kids follow, but I stop him. Actually, I'd prefer if we take the subway. Is that okay? I ask. He looks confused. The subway? But my car is right over there. I know, but I just feel more comfortable on the subway. No offense, I say sheepishly. I hope he doesn't feel weird about this whole situation, but in my experience, it's always better to be in a public place with someone you barely know. He seems like a good guy, but I've been burned before. After a few moments, his expression changes. Okay, where's the nearest station? Wait, we're not going in his car? What gives? Sigourney asks. She seems more upset than Frederick. Look, Frederick has been super nice with buying you guys all of these clothes and supplies. I don't want him to have to take the car out and then find parking, not to mention the gas he'll use. A flimsy excuse, but I hope it holds. Sigourney scoffs and drops the issue. We head toward the nearest station, which is about a block away. Hey, thank you again for all this, I tell Frederick as I sidle up to him. The kids are walking slowly in front of us. It's obvious that they wish they were taking the car instead. No problem, I enjoyed it. Who knew shopping for kids was fun? Parents make it sound unbearable. That's not exactly what I meant. I mean, yes, thank you for paying for all of this, but I was actually thanking you for being such a good listener and being so supportive. Normally, I don't share that much information, especially with someone I just met. Really, I'm someone you just met. I'm your fiance. Frederick smiles as if he's joking, but I can see a twinge of annoyance. You know what I mean. I'm not the type of person who trusts someone right away. I really need to get to know you before I get close. Or get to know me before you let me drive you home? Frederick asks wryly. I jokingly punch him on the shoulder. He winces and moans, making a big scene as if I really hurt him. That's right, just the subway until you're properly vetted. I passed the fitness and character section of the New York bar, but I guess you require more proof than that. The station is packed. We've been out all day and now it's rush hour. I tell the kids to stick next to us at all times and to watch the bags. I know Walken and Sigourney well enough to know that they forget something on the subway platform on a weekly basis. The noise of the crowd is almost deafening. Frederick squeezes my arm as if to let me know he's there to support me. I give him a smile and a nod. The train approaches and screeches to a halt. Are you sure you don't want to take my car? Frederick asks. Jokingly, when we step on the crowded train and stand around the pole, trying to make space for the bags. I shoot him a dirty look. I don't appreciate it when someone keeps pushing for something after I already told them no. And obviously, it's not the first time he's done that. My eyes dart back and forth between the bags and the kids. They're not paying attention to the bags, and my paranoia is getting the better of me. We have a few stops before we reach the destination, but the sooner we get there, the better. The ride is relatively quiet, save for the noises coming from the train and the announcements. At each stop, a bunch of people get off, but the same amount of people get back on. It's going to be a long ride back. Finally, we reach ours, 125th Street. The doors open and we race out. After getting off, it's like emerging from a steam bath. Maybe it's just my nerves. Out on the street, the sun has started to go down. I'm glad we're close to home. Where do we go? Frederick asks, bags awkwardly in his hands. 3 blocks down, then 1 block to the right. I point as I reply. I pick up the pace, and everyone notices. Are you in a rush or something? Frederick asks, peeking over the bags. Kind of. I like to be inside before dark, especially with the kids. I turn back to face him. I try to keep an upbeat smile on my face, but he knows I'm telling the truth. By the time we reach the apartment, it's dark outside. The light from the street lamps gives the street an ethereal glow against the brick buildings. If I didn't know better, I would say the scene was almost magical. Here, I'll walk you to your apartment, Frederick offers. I debate whether I want him to come up or not. After a moment, I realize we're all just standing at the entrance of the building. I can open it, Sigourney says. Oh yes, the keys. Of course. Give me a second, I mutter. I fumble with the keys and open the door. We make our way to the elevator, the bags making a huge ruckus as we walk down the hall. What do you think your mom's going to say? I ask Walken and Sigourney as we wait for the elevator. She's going to freak. She'll probably assume we stole it or something, Walken replies, grinning. Don't worry, I'll put her mind at ease, Frederick chimes in. The elevator arrives and we barely fit in with the bags. This is probably the most clothes I've ever seen in my life. Once we get home, I knock on the kids' apartment door, just to be polite, but there's no answer. Caroline isn't home, so the kids open the door themselves. Thanks, Freddie. Thanks, Relle, Walken says. He holds out his hand to shake Frederick's, who obliges. Do you think we can go shopping for video games sometime? Walken asks. Of course we can, buddy, Frederick says, and I give Walken a scolding look, hinting that he shouldn't ask for too much at a time. We don't want to wear out our welcome. Thank you, Mr. Frederick, Sigourney says. Yeah, thanks, Walken adds. Today was a lot of fun. I give both kids a hug. Good night, Walken and Sigourney. I'll see you tomorrow. You stay in until your mom gets home, okay? If you need anything, you know where I am. They agree cheerfully and close the door, and I can hear the locks turn. You heading out then? I ask Frederick as I open my door. I don't know if I'm quite ready for him to leave. Yeah, I gotta get my car, remember? Well, thanks again for everything. There's a palpable exchange of silence between us as he hangs in the door. 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I feel the urge to kiss him, but I stop myself. He wants a fake wife, and I'd want a real kiss. It was my pleasure. I'm happy to, and besides, it's part of the deal. I can't stop focusing on his soft brown eyes. I change the subject instead. You said you're meeting your mom and uncle tomorrow, right? Want me to come with you, as part of the deal? No, it's all good. I'll call you afterward, though. Have a good night, Relle. He puts his hand on my shoulder and looks into my eyes. Part of me thinks he's going in for a kiss, but he just heads out the door. I lay awake all night, wondering what would have happened if he had tried to kiss me. I wonder, would I have let him?
Chapter 10. Frederick. The green ivy crawling up my mom's house, the flowers in the garden, and the brick pathway leading to the front door fill me with great memories from childhood. It was my view every day during the summer, when long days were spent outside, riding bikes, rollerblading with friends, and running through the sprinklers. I'm not ready to go inside. Sitting parked on the driveway sounds like a much better idea. I jump when my phone dings. Good luck today. You're going to do great. Thank you. I will talk to you after and let you know how it went. Fingers crossed. I was relieved when Relle didn't insist on coming with me. It's one less thing for me to worry about. I ascend the brick stairs to the front door with a nervous knot in my stomach. "Hey guys!" I shout as I kick my shoes off. "We're in here!" my uncle calls from the sitting room. I hang my jacket and practice my lines. I met someone. She's wonderful. Her name is Relle. I stroll down the hallway at a snail's pace. She's from Texas. I'm so close I can hear them talking. We are getting married. I would love for you to meet her. Every curtain in the sitting room is open, filling the space with an inviting brightness that starkly contrasts my mood. "Hello, darling." My mom stands and hugs me. Her head rests right in the middle of my chest. I don't squeeze her too tight. She's so tiny, I'm afraid I will crack her ribs. "Hi, Mom." Her silver-streaked chestnut hair is impeccably styled, falling in soft waves around her shoulders. She's always been big on appearance. "Oh, careful, my nails are wet. Lorena just left." Lorena has been coming to the house to do my mom's nails and hair for as long as I can remember. She's practically part of the family. "Nice to see you, Frederick." I turn around and Uncle Theron raises his arm for a firm handshake. "Hey, your nails wet too?" "No manicure today, just a little trim on the old beard." He laughs. His laugh is deep and matches his stature. He's tall and strong with a full, now-trimmed beard. Besides their hazel eyes, Theron and my mom don't look anything alike. "Can I get you something to drink?" he asks. "No, I'm fine. Thank you." A large plush sectional with luxurious neutral tones is the focal point of the sitting room. There are too many throw pillows to count, all covered in intricate patterns and textures. My mom sits down neatly, and my uncle quickly follows as he swipes his brown hair out of his eyes. A beautiful vase of fresh flowers sits in the center of the glass coffee table. I sit across from them, hoping the flowers will distract them from looking too closely at me. The last thing I need is for them to notice something is up. I pucker my lips and my forehead breaks into a sweat when I lie. I stare past them at the fireplace and lose myself in memories. This room reminds me of Christmas. My cousins and I would run around in our pajamas while Christmas carols filled the room. My parents and Theron sat on the couch, watching us with smiles. Wrapping paper, ribbons, toys, and boxes littered the floors. The room smelled like pine and hot chocolate. I loved Christmas at home when I was younger. Now, things feel different. This room feels different. I don't know what's happened throughout the years. Maybe it's our difference in opinion regarding money or the loss of my dad. Whatever it is, I don't feel as close to my mom anymore. "Oh, Frederick, I forgot to tell you the other day. I was playing tennis at the country club and ran into Margot." I snap out of my trance and look at her, confused. "Who?" "Margot. You remember Margot? We met in college. She was my maid of honor. I know I've talked to you about her. Anyways, she and her family moved back here a few months ago." "That's nice, Mom. I guess. Margot has a daughter who is about your age. Her name is Olivia," Theron interjects. "I wanted to tell him." My mom looks at me. Her smile is so wide that her white teeth practically blind me. I immediately see where they're going with this and want to put a kibosh on it. "That's actually why I am here. I have to talk to you guys about something." Theron smiles almost as wide as my mom. "Attaboy. You're finally ready to trust your mom and me with your love life. You know we only have the best intentions for you." "Not exactly." My mom raises her eyebrows and tucks her perfectly kept hair behind her ears. Theron's face goes from excited to expressionless. "I've been seeing someone. Her name is Relle." The words fly out of my mouth. "What do you mean you're seeing someone?" My mom pulls at the hem of her cardigan. She looks at Theron and back to me. "Since when?" "Yeah, since when?" Theron's face is still expressionless, but his arms are crossed firmly over his puffed-out chest. A few weeks ago. We met at the park. You guys are really going to like her. She's great." "And what does Relle do for a living?" Theron asks, already preparing himself to dislike my answer. "She's a hostess at a lovely bistro and plays piano there too. She's extremely talented. Does she play anywhere else, or just in a restaurant? My mom's voice is laced with judgment. Not yet, but with her talent, I could picture her playing huge venues one day. Theron snickers. Does her family live in town? My mom sits up and scoots to the edge of the couch. Her stepdad lives in Texas. That's where she's from. But he's a bad man who never treated Relle nicely. Her mom passed away a few years ago. She doesn't have any family. Theron and my mom both roll their eyes. She's the one, you guys. I am head over heels in love with her, and we are getting married. My mom's eyes bug out and her mouth opens, but she's silent. Are you purposely trying to make us look bad? You know how this will look to the family if you marry a hostess who plays piano. Theron's face is tomato red. Why can't I want to work hard and earn a good living? I have more than enough of everything to live a happy life. If that's enough for me, can't it be enough for you guys? There's no such thing as enough. Look at your cousin Darren. He had everything and then married that gold digger without a prenup. She popped out 2 kids and took him for everything he had. He laughs. Now he's living in an apartment in the city. An apartment. He makes it sound like that's the worst thing on the planet. I look to my mom, hoping she will back me up. Her mouth is still open and tears well in her eyes. I'll take my chances. I'm not Cousin Darren. I am my own person. I just wish you guys would let me live my life and make my own mistakes. I stand up and sit next to my mom. Please, have some faith in me. Mom, come on. You love Dad with all your heart. Could you imagine if someone would have told you when you were younger that you couldn't marry him because he wasn't of your status? She clutches the gold chain around her neck where her wedding ring hangs. Don't do that, Frederick. Don't upset your mother by bringing up your dad, Theron yells. Mom, I am 27 years old and you have controlled almost every aspect of my life. I had to fight you about the college I went to. I had to fight you when it came to my profession, and now I'm fighting with you about my love life. My mother stares off, unable to comprehend my words. Mom, can you please say something? She clears her throat. Your uncle is right, she begins shakily. This doesn't look good. You have to think about this more. I hate to say it, but money matters. Status matters. You can't go marrying just any girl off the street. Damn right, money matters. It matters so much that I can't give you the castle in Austria now, Theron warns. It's too risky to give to you if you won't see reason about marrying a woman who is clearly using you for your money. I bite my tongue to remain calm. We are talking about love. I stand up. This is the person I will spend the rest of my life with. It's the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. How many dates have you guys tricked me into going on? My mom and uncle look at each other. A lot, and I didn't like any of them. I found someone that I love, I say, in a tone that makes it clear I will not concede on this point. Their silence is deafening, and now I almost wish Theron would continue yelling. I'll give you guys some time to digest this. I swiftly kiss my mom on the cheek before heading to the front door. As I slip my shoes on, I pull my phone out of my pocket to text Relle. Things didn't go great. I'll fill you in later.
Chapter 11. Relle. Anticipation builds inside me as I open the heavy chrome and glass doors of Gray and Reeves, a top law firm. My lawyer, who Frederick says is among the best when it comes to family law, will be meeting with me today to go over a plan to get my mother's things back from Steve. I'm here to meet with Amira Singh, I tell the doe-eyed receptionist. She brushes a strand of ice blonde hair out of her eyes and gives me a serene smile. Right away, she says, picking up the phone. Her French manicure gleams under the soft LED lighting, and I hide my own chipped nails behind my back. A few clipped words later, and I'm informed that Miss Singh will be out shortly to meet with me. Miss Reynolds, please follow me. I look up to see Amira standing in front of me. She's a tall, thin Indian woman with long brown hair and a cute sloping nose. Her royal blue suit is coordinated with her vivid red lipstick, and large blue and gold earrings dangle from each ear. I follow her into her office, trying to keep up with her fast pace. She slips behind a large, ornate oak desk and gestures for me to sit in the plush, cream-colored leather chair in front of it. I sink down and place my hands on my lap, butterflies ricocheting against my insides. So, I have good news and bad news, Amira begins, folding her hands together. I'll give you the bad first. Your ex-stepfather has been largely unresponsive since I set out the letter. He refuses to return any calls or reply to my emails. I don't think we can expect much cooperation from him. I exhale slowly, nodding. That's probably good news if that's the bad news. Steve was never going to make this easy for me. Don't worry, Miss Reynolds. Your stepfather is nothing I haven't dealt with before, hundreds of times. A retired cop who thinks he's judge, jury, and executioner. He has zero chance of escaping this without repercussions. A smile rises on my face, and I smooth a hand over my pants. So what do we do next? We're going to file suit and serve him with legal papers. Your mother's will clearly states that she has left everything to you. His withholding those possessions is against the law. Even if he won't part with them willingly, he can't do anything once I serve him. My eyes widen. A court order will go a long way to put him on a tight leash. Rest assured that I will do whatever it takes to ensure that you are reunited with the last mementos you have of your mother. Her smile is bright, and she reaches out to pat my hand. I know this is a scary and frustrating time, but let me take care of this for you. I can handle Steve Harcourt. Okay? I want to trust her. She certainly seems like she knows what she's doing. Trusting her feels like trusting Frederick, too. Wonderful. Hopefully, we don't have to go to trial, but if we do, I imagine you wouldn't have to be there at the same time as your ex-stepfather. Thank God. I never want to see him again if I can help it. That bad? Worse. He made my life a living nightmare growing up. I wish my mother had never met him. He was worse with her. She protected me from most of the physical stuff, but he was horrible, really nasty to me. And he would use his buddies on the force to intimidate my mom to keep her from leaving. Wow. I'm sorry you went through that. You must have had some happy memories with your mother, though, if you want your things back from him. I do, I say, smiling a little as I recall the hazy memories of the days before Steve came into our lives. Before they got married, it was just me and my mom. She and I would walk to the park in our hometown together every Sunday. We'd get ice cream on the way home and talk about what I learned in school that week. Sounds like the two of you were very close. We were. But when she met Steve, everything changed. It didn't happen right away. I was happy for my mom at first. I was glad she found someone. But then it got scary. I thought maybe she'd get away from him. We did one time. My throat feels tight, yet Amira's steady gaze makes me keep going. We packed our things and took off in the middle of the night when he was out working a night shift. Took everything we could carry. We lived in a rat-infested hotel for 2 weeks, but it was the best 2 weeks of my life. Wow, what happened? Amira asks, her steady eyes softening. Steve used his connections in law enforcement to track us down. He pretty much demanded that my mom come home or he'd get me sent away with CPS. Mom was terrified to lose me, so she agreed. Tears blur my vision. He pretended to apologize, told her things would be different. But then I came home from school, and she had a black eye and a sprained wrist. I knew he was never going to change. I work with women in your position all of the time, women who have been through similar stories, but it never gets easier to hear. Amira offers me a tissue. It's why I got into practicing law, she adds. My own mom had a similar story with her stepfather. Seeing him control her, even years after she was already out of the house, made me vow to do whatever I could to help women like her, And like you. That's amazing. I sniffle, wiping my face. You're amazing. Going up against the man who made your childhood hell, that takes courage. All I'm doing is giving him legal troubles. I never thought about it like that. I'd spent so long feeling weak for running away at the first chance. But Amira's right. I'm a different person now, and it took strength to get here. So what else do we need to do? I ask. Steve can be crafty. I want to make sure that things are airtight for us. Don't worry. We're going to hit him where it hurts, in the reputation. Men like that live off the glory of being a cop, retired or not. If he forces this to trial, all the things he did to your mother will come up. Everyone will get to hear how this stand-up guy beat on his wife and tried to swindle his stepdaughter out of her inheritance. For some reason, I can't quite stomach the idea of facing all his buddy cops in court if that happens. The anxiety must be written on my face because Amira shakes her head. Don't worry. That is the last thing that Steve would want, so he'll give in long before that happens, hopefully. But if it does go to trial, I'll be right there by your side to protect you. I feel strange finally having someone in my corner, after all these years, who can help me fight back against my ex-stepfather. I want to laugh and cry at the same time. How did you meet Frederick? I ask. I want to know where he found this woman. We met in law school, actually. We weren't really friends or anything. We weren't close, but we had several classes together and were in the same study group. What was he like in law school? I ask, suddenly curious. Oh, quiet, studious, took things seriously. She grins. But he's a good man. I can see why you two are together. I almost forgot that technically we're engaged. Or almost engaged, I guess. Yeah. He's very protective of the people he cares about. For sure. He was like that in school, too. His best friend and I went on a date once, and you'd think Frederick was his father the way he wanted to check on my intentions. That sounds like him. I find myself grinning at the idea of him being protective of his friend like that. It's sweet how much he cares. I check my watch and realize I've got a shift at work in an hour. I need to get going, I tell Amira. I'll send another certified letter to Steve and inform him that if he doesn't send your things within the next 2 weeks, he'll see us in court. Thank you again, I say as I stand up. I appreciate it so much. Anytime, Amira says, offering her hand. I shake it and smile. Things are looking up, but is handling Steve really going to be as easy as Amira thinks?
Chapter 12. Frederick. My knuckles rap sharply on Rochelle's wooden door, announcing myself. She opens the door, surprised to see me. Frederick, what are you doing here so late? Well, I wanted to come by to tell you I put the money in your account. How did it go yesterday with Amira? I'm still slightly panting from climbing the steps. The elevator was occupied and I didn't feel like waiting. Wait, you came all this way to tell me that? A text would have been just fine. Rochelle gives me a confused look. I can't tell if she's bothered by my presence or appreciates that I made the effort to show up. Well, I also wanted to see you. You know, face to face. I chuckle to help break the tension. She laughs in return. Well, come in. I apologize for the mess. Sigourney and Walken are over, and I haven't had much success in reining them in. She moves to the side and allows me to pass. I can hear the kids in the other room. It sounds like they're arguing over something. So how did it go, though? I ask. It was great. It's really nice to have someone professional on my side. I don't think I've ever worked with a lawyer before. At least not one who's so on top of her game. Steve doesn't have a chance. She smiles after the last sentence as if it brings her immense joy to think that Steve is finally against the ropes. That's great. I'm really glad it's working out. I've heard great things about her. so you shouldn't have to wait too long to see results. We stand in awkward silence in her kitchen for a moment. Then it dawns on her. Oh, duh. Do you want water or anything? I got some soda and snacks for the kids. We're about to have a movie night. She walks over to the fridge to pull out the soda. Yeah, soda is great. What movie are you watching? I ask. Well, that depends on them. I think they're still arguing about it in the living room. She pulls a 2-liter of lemon-lime soda and sets it on the counter. She reaches into a cupboard for a cup. I notice she just has an assortment of different cups from various locations. No two are identical. Here, this one should be good. She hands me a souvenir cup from a fast food restaurant. The graphics are all faded, so I can't quite make out what movie or show it's from. Thanks, I reply as I grab the bottle. I don't think there's any way to look elegant or classy when pouring from a 2-liter, but I try my best. Suddenly, Walken storms into the kitchen, TV remote in hand. Sigourney chases after him. You guys are going to have to be the tiebreaker, Walken announces. He doesn't even acknowledge Sigourney next to him, reaching for the remote. Walken, I said, give me the remote! She tries to snatch it, but he holds it just out of reach. It's obvious that this is a dance they do often. Give it to me. Relle reaches out her hand, and Walken reluctantly hands it over. What are you guys trying to watch? I want to see a superhero movie, and she wants to watch some girly unicorn thing, Walken replies, rolling his eyes as he speaks. It's a good movie, Walken. Just because it has girls, you think it's stupid. Sigourney crosses her arms in contempt. I'm good with either one. What do you say, Frederick? Relle looks at me. I feel trapped by expectations. I freeze. Part of me thinks Relle would appreciate me siding with Sigourney, but what if she likes superhero movies too? Has she ever mentioned anything about them? All three of them stare at me for an uncomfortable amount of time. Unicorns, I stammer. Sigourney pumps her fist, and Walken just sighs in defeat. That was nice of you. Relle puts her hand on my shoulder. I smile as faintly as possible. I made the right choice. In the living room, the kids have spread their stuff all over the couch. I see several candy bags and a bag of popcorn on the coffee table. They really went all out on the snacks. As they take their seats, I notice the couch doesn't have room for all of us and pivot to the armchair nearby. I settle in as they get the movie started. It's an animated film, and it looks like it's made for small children, much smaller than Sigourney. Walken looks ready to melt, and the credits have only just started. As the opening credits roll, Relle is already discreetly glancing down at her phone every so often. Sigourney is practically on the edge of her seat, and Walken is reluctantly watching, hoping it's better than he expected. Do you want a milk dud? Walken offers me one as he grabs the box on the table. I politely decline. He shrugs his shoulders and leans back. He shakes half the box into his mouth, and then can barely close his jaw to chew. I resist the urge to snicker. Oh, there's some leftover pizza in the fridge if you want it. We ate earlier. Relle motions to the kitchen. I'm good. Thank you. I lean back in the chair, careful not to break it. It seems like I could snap the back in half if I lean too forcefully. As the movie progresses, I can see Walker getting into it. Relle and I share looks every now and then at the silliest parts of the story, but only when Sigourney can't see us. Whether it's a bit young for her or not, she's really enjoying it. I wouldn't want her to think we're making fun of her show. About half an hour into the movie, I hear the muffled sounds of screaming coming from the apartment below. I flinch, glancing uncomfortably at the kids. They don't seem to even notice. Ugh, right on time, Relle whispers. Every night? I ask. I'm a little surprised the superintendent here lets that go on, but I'm self-aware enough to realize that's probably a very rich person worldview. There's probably worse stuff going on in a lot of apartment buildings that would blow my mind. Practically. You'd think they'd get tired of it. Relle rolls her eyes. It sounds pretty intense, I reply. Wait until you hear the sounds of glass breaking and stuff getting thrown against the wall. Relle scoffs. That sounds dangerous. Has anyone ever called the cops on them? I whisper. Thankfully, the kids are too invested in the unicorns to pay us any attention. Relle sighs, giving me a skeptical look. Around here, it wouldn't matter. Besides, what would we do? Call every night. They usually stop after like an hour or so. Whether he leaves or they storm off into different rooms. I look at the kids to see they're still transfixed on the TV. I can't tell if they don't hear the commotion downstairs or are actively choosing to ignore it. I remember how captivated I was by screens at that age. It's definitely possible that they're tuning the rest of the world out. The shouting continues, and I'm pretty sure I hear the sound of a glass breaking against the wall. Relle points in the air when it happens. See? What did I tell you? She doesn't have to speak, but her actions are clear as day. After a while, I can hear the woman screaming at the top of her lungs. I can't quite make out what she's saying, but it sounds like, "I hate you, why don't you just die?" And it sounds like what he screams back is even worse. Why don't I just make sure you do? Is that a threat? Relle may be used to this kind of activity, but I'm not. I'm going to use the bathroom. I stand up to excuse myself. Second door down. Relle points. Inside the bathroom, I call 911. No one should have to deal with this every night. 911. What's your emergency? The screener asks. Yes, I'd like to report a domestic disturbance. My neighbors are threatening to kill each other.
Chapter 13. Relle. How can such a great night change in the blink of an eye? What was supposed to be a great movie night with Frederick and the kids just turned into what I can only imagine is going to be a disaster. When I hear the chirp of sirens, my stomach drops. Did you call the police? I whisper to Frederick so the kids don't hear me. I didn't know what else to do, he whispers back. I get up from the couch, tiptoeing my way through popcorn, pizza boxes, and candy wrappers. Hey, we're still watching that, Watkins says when I turn the TV off. Kids, why don't you go play in my room? Frederick and I need to have a grown-up conversation. They were pretty into the movie. I don't think they even heard the sirens. I want to keep it that way. They've experienced this crap enough in their young lives. This isn't a typical situation for me, and it sounded violent. They were yelling, and I heard things breaking. What if someone got hurt or worse? He's got a point. Still, I close my eyes and to take in a deep, frustrated breath. Frederick, those weren't just neighbors fighting. That's Walken and Sigourney's mom and her boyfriend. He has the grace to at least blanch. I'm conflicted, knowing I really can't blame him. Adults can't go around destroying their apartments and throwing things at the wall without expecting cops might get called once in a while. I'm not trying to make excuses for the behavior, and I'm definitely not saying Frederick's the issue for calling it out. But what the hell is going to happen to those poor kids now? When the police park and turn their car off, Frederick goes into my room to play with the kids. I head downstairs and crack open the front door of the building to listen in. I see Caroline conversing with an older officer. She has her hands on her hips and seems annoyed. Terrence and the other officer stand 10 feet away, having the same conversation. His arms are crossed over his chest, and like Caroline, he looks annoyed. I strain to hear both conversations. I catch a few keywords that indicate neither Caroline nor Terrence is pressing charges. Slamming doors, throwing things, and yelling are PG compared to some of the brawls these two have had. Of course, they aren't pressing charges. I head back upstairs, creeping in as quietly as I can so that the kids don't notice. No, silly. After you make the knot, you have to tighten the loop, I hear Sigourney say to Frederick. I walk to the bedroom, peeking in the open doorway. Why do they call it a slip knot? Frederick asks Sigourney. holding up a hot pink piece of yarn. It's not slippery. Sigourney laughs. I don't know. That's just what it's called. Come on, try again. I look on as Frederick concentrates. His face is filled with determination as he uses the crochet hook to make a knot. Like that, he holds up his work, showing a proud Sigourney as Frederick looks on. That's perfect. Good job. It took me a long time to learn how to make a slip knot. Well, I have a pretty great teacher. Sigourney smiles. Happy tears fill my eyes. I love seeing the kids relaxed and having fun. I know all too well what it's like to be on edge constantly, never knowing when the grown-ups who are supposed to be responsible for you will explode. Frederick looks up, and we make eye contact. I quickly wipe my tears. Frederick's face has a hint of worry, but he is smiling widely, trying to assure me without words that everything will be okay. I am startled when there's a knock at my door. Is it Caroline, Terrence, or both? Are they coming to get the kids or asking me if I called the police? Thankfully, it's not. But my heart sinks when I open it and see Mimi on the other side, her face chiseled and stern. I'm here to pick up the kids. Oh, she's in a mood. It's nice to see you too, Mimi, I say with forced cheer. Could you hurry up and get them? I had to leave work for this. She points toward Caroline and Terrence, talking outside with the police. And I have a cold. Her voice is scratchy and firm. I glance to my room, where Frederick is still engrossed in his crocheting lesson with Sigourney, who is entirely unaware that Mimi is here. If you'd like, the kids could stay here for the night so you can rest. I'd love to have them here. We haven't finished the movie, and I'm sure they would love to see the end. She looks irritated. No? Terrence wants them home. Can you go fetch them? I don't have all night. Fetch them? They're not dogs. I feel immediate anger. I can tell by her face and voice that she couldn't care less if the kids went home. She's just mad that she had to leave work early, and the kids are being punished for being an inconvenience she resents having to deal with. Like they can help it. I make one final plea, a desperate attempt, in the hope that, for whatever reason, Mimi will change her mind. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Sigourney is teaching Frederick how to crochet, and he's not very good. I laugh. He could use her expertise. Mimi taps her pointer finger on her wrist. I really don't have time for this, Relle. I hang my head in defeat. Let me get them. Hey guys, Mimi is here to bring you home, I say as enthusiastically as I can in the bedroom. But we want to stay here, Walken whines. The disappointment on their faces matches mine. Yeah, I haven't even shown Frederick how to do a chain stitch. Not tonight, I respond. I have to wake up early for work tomorrow, but I promise we will have another movie night soon. I think it's best if I take the blame. I would rather have them be disappointed in me than mad at Mimi and their already hostile parents. Frederick helps Sigourney gather the yarn and hooks. Okay? Their defeated voices and the sadness on their faces break my heart, but I don't want them to see that, so I plaster a fake smile. Thank you for teaching me how to crochet, Frederick tells Sigourney as she puts her jacket on in the living room. I'm going to practice my knots. Maybe next time I see you, we can make scarves. Her face lights up, and so does Walken's. Frederick holds his arms open, and the kids go in for a hug. Seeing how easy he is with them makes the parting all the more difficult. He may not have kids of his own, but he's a natural. It makes me mush. Okay, guys, come on. Mimi is waiting. Thank you. I mouth to Frederick. He smiles as he helps Walken with his jacket. Finally, I don't have all night. Mimi puts her hands on the kids' backs, nudging them forward. The gesture is not hard enough for me to say something, but it still seems unnecessary nonetheless. Bye, guys. We had such a go. Mimi slams the door closed before I can finish. She's pleasant, Frederick says. Are you okay? I can't hide the worry and disappointment any longer. Yeah, I'm fine. It just breaks my heart knowing what those kids are going home to. We walk to the living room, and I plop onto the couch, exhausted. Frederick begins picking up the popcorn and candy from the floor. Don't worry about it. I will clean it later. Come sit. I pat the couch, and he is happy to oblige. How often does this happen? Frederick asks. Too often, I tell him. It's always the same thing. One starts screaming, then the other. Furniture hits the walls, and the kids cry in the background. The sad part is, tonight's argument was a tame one. Normally, it's a lot worse. Frederick's face pinches in genuine concern. This isn't the first time the police have intervened. I actually called once. I sigh, feeling a sense of guilt that I could have possibly put the kids in a crap situation by getting their parents in trouble. Do you think they heard what was happening and pretended not to? They seemed pretty into the movie when I looked over. I shrug. I hope not. But even if they did hear, they're used to it. I'm sure it isn't difficult to tune it out. And that lady? Mimi? I scoff. Yeah, she's a real gem. That's Terrence's mom. She lives with them, but her job as a janitor has her out most nights, and that's usually when the bad stuff happens. I'm not sure she's aware of the seriousness of the situation. Even if she is, I don't know if she would care. As I sit with Frederick, replaying the night's events, I feel a heavy weight. These heated arguments between Caroline and Terrence are all too familiar. I think back to my childhood and how sad and incredibly lost I was. Frederick pulls me out of my morose thoughts when he puts his arm around me. I know it's been a rough night, Rochelle. His voice is filled with empathy. Is there anything I can do or say that will help? Sitting here with me is enough. Thank you for tonight. I look up at him and smile. Now that he's here on my couch, I can't escape how easy I feel with him, how comfortable it is just to talk to him. Somehow having him near feels so regular. It's like I've known him all my life. I feel responsible. If it hadn't been for me, the police wouldn't have come. He sounds guilty, but I don't want him to beat himself up. No, you're being too hard on yourself. You did the right thing. If something had happened, we would have felt the weight of that guilt. They're strong kids. They will be okay. He tries. We're doing the best that we can, right? I appreciate him trying to comfort me, but to be honest, I don't see any real solution for Sigourney and Walken. Before I can say another word, we are interrupted by a knock at the door. What now?
Chapter 14. Frederick. Rochelle weaves through the mess on the floor to get to the door. Who is it? I hear her ask when she finally makes it there. A few seconds later, I hear her open it. I can't make out who it is, but I hear a man's voice. Everything okay? I ask as I walk to the door with my chest puffed out. Rochelle is standing with a man and a woman who I can only guess are the arguing neighbors and caregivers of poor Walken and Sigourney. I can feel my hackles rise at the sight. Yeah, everything is good. Rochelle shoots me a look that clearly suggests I leave them all be, but I won't. I don't trust these people. Duplex, her cat, is all tensed underneath a little table by the front door, telling me he doesn't trust them either. We just wanted to come by and apologize, the woman says, her voice shaky. Her eyes are bloodshot. I have to assume she's been crying, and a part of me feels bad for her. She might be in just as bad a position as the kids, honestly. Yeah, we're sorry. It's such a pain in the ass when the police show up. Terrence scoffs, barely making eye contact. It's so unnecessary. Don't they have anything better to do than to bother a couple who got into a little fight? He puts his arm around Caroline, trying to show unity. She cracks a half smile, and I'm not buying it for a second. By the look on Rochelle's face, She isn't either. It's all I can do to keep my mouth shut. What they should be doing is thanking Relle for caring for their kids better than they do. Instead, Terrence looks at Relle like she did something wrong. Did you guys call the cops? I wouldn't be mad if you did. I just want to know. Because if you did, you should know everything is fine. My old lady and I get heated sometimes, but it's nothing serious. Is he serious? Relle crosses her arms over her chest. She looks angry and responds before I can say a word. No, Terrence. I didn't call the police. Frederick and I were happily watching a movie with Sigourney and Walken, trying to keep them occupied so they didn't hear the screaming. My hands turn to fists. I am furious with this guy. He is heartless. Have a good night. Relle is nothing but polite, even though I know she must be furious. She smiles and Caroline is silent while Terrence grunts as he turns his back on us. What an asshole. That apology was hardly worth the trip here, I gripe to Relle after she shuts the door. She sighs. They didn't come to apologize. Terrence just wanted to snoop to see if we were the ones who called the police. He couldn't give a damn about anything else. Not even a thank you for watching their kids, I observe. I don't need them to thank me. Sigourney and Walken thank me all the time, and that means everything to me. I smile. The way she cares for those kids is admirable. We get situated back onto the couch. Just as I'm really absorbing how composed Relle seems to be in all of this, she buries her face in her hands. I'm so sick of this. It's always the same song and dance. A fight breaks out and they start screaming. Things go flying. Sometimes it turns violent and the police show up. Nobody presses charges. End scene. Every damn time. Why doesn't she press charges, then? Why let him keep doing it? She shrugs. Who knows? Maybe she's scared or has nowhere else to go. It's hard raising 2 kids on your own. I think Terrence is the problem. It doesn't seem that Caroline is half bad. I picture Walken and Sigourney's sweet, innocent faces, and I feel sad for them. I hate that they're stuck living in such mayhem. I called the police once, hoping they would do something. A social worker showed up, spoke with Terrence and Caroline for no more than 5 minutes, and then left. When you have someone unwilling to press charges, there isn't much the police can do. It's infuriating. I don't get our legal system. Are you okay? I put my hand on her shoulder. Of course she's not okay, Frederick. What a stupid question to ask. I'm just sad. They're such good kids, and they don't deserve to live this way. But until their mother sees that, no one can do anything about it. Mothers are the one person a child should be able to count on to protect them, not the person making it worse. I see tears trying to escape her eyes. Sigourney once told me that she and Walken were sent to foster care a few years ago, and it was bad. She didn't go into much detail, and she seemed traumatized by it all, so I didn't pry for more information. Ever since that day, I have hesitated to call the police anytime a fight breaks out. I don't want to be the reason they have to go back. Foster care can be a cure worse than the ailment. No wonder Relle seemed annoyed that I called the cops. She's been through this before. Things are starting to make sense. Relle wipes her tears and leans in closer. Her voice is tinged with concern as she opens up about her deeper fears. My biggest concern is that I am terrified they will be split up. If it weren't for that, I would be doing more. I just don't trust the foster system. I understand your concerns. They're valid, and given your own experiences, it makes sense that you are worried. The foster care system is unpredictable. I sound like a blathering idiot. It really is. At least this way I can keep an eye on them. And I know they have each other. If they went into foster care, I don't know if I would see them again. I wouldn't be able to help them. Duplex jumps onto the couch and curls up her lap, and she absent-mindedly begins to stroke his fur as she speaks. Are Terrence and Caroline abusive toward them? If they are, maybe there's a way to prove it, and that's how we can get the kids out. No, thank God. There goes that idea. I constantly tell myself that at least they aren't being physically abused. I know that sounds horrible, like I'm making excuses for Terrence and Caroline. Maybe I just need to say that to myself to feel better about the situation. The kids are neglected, and in my head I know that's abuse too. I can see how much this pains her, but I feel helpless. In dire situations, I can use money to get my way out of it. That's not going to work with this one. I can't buy the kids out of their apartment. I wish there were a way to get Terrence out of the apartment, Rochelle says. If he was gone, I could help Caroline get on her feet. Things would be so much better if he were out of the picture. Rochelle, I don't know the answer. I know we don't know each other very well, but that's not like me. I'm the guy who solves things. I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. My face is hot. I clench my jaw in fists. Rochelle takes my hands in hers. Shh, it's okay. Try to relax. I know it's maddening. But you and I being this upset over it isn't going to change anything. We need to stay level-headed. She pats the back of my hand. Duplex, feeling ignored, loses interest, jumps off the couch and wanders away. Trust me, I understand. Do you know how horrible I feel that I live next door to this and have done nothing? It kills me. Every night when I lay my head on the pillow, guilt consumes me. I don't understand how any of this is okay. How do these people get away with this? This isn't the first, second, or fifth time the cops have been here. Other residents have called the police on them and nothing ever happens, ever. They're such great kids, I say. It's disgusting that anyone could do this to them. What kind of man acts like that? Rochelle just smiles and squeezes my hand again. Despite the chaos of the evening, she pulls within herself and smooths it over like butter. I'm sure she's done this before and dried the tears of the poor kids caught up in this mess more times than she can count. Yet look at her. She never lets it get her down. You get along with them really well. I can tell how much they like you, she says. Even though this has been a whirlwind evening, sitting here with her feels comforting. The way she can calm me down, the delicateness in her voice, the way she holds my hands in hers. Everything about Rochelle is caring, nurturing, and soothing. I'm just following your lead.
Chapter 15. Rochelle. I don't know if it's because the entire situation reminds me of my childhood, and the way Frederick handles it is the way I wish someone handled it for me. But seeing his reaction, and the way he's so protective of those kids, instantly makes him so much more attractive in my eyes. He's always been tall, strong, and handsome, but this new concerned Frederick is practically irresistible. And he's such an open book regarding his feelings on it all. It's refreshing. Soothing him and calming him down is cathartic for me. His anger at Terrence's stupidity makes me feel like I should console him, and by doing that, I feel better. My eyes search his, and I find myself getting lost in them. His hand grazes my cheek, and I pull myself closer. My lips find his, and his mouth closes over mine. It's gentle and passionate. We pull away from the kiss and stare into each other's eyes, panting. I can feel my heart beating rapidly in my chest. Frederick's hand is still on my cheek. I lean into his touch. "I'm sorry," he whispers, and I can feel the sincerity in his voice. "I shouldn't have done that." "It's okay," I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted it too." Frederick leans in for another kiss, and I close my eyes, letting myself get lost in the moment. His lips are soft and warm, and I can feel myself getting more and more turned on. His hands start to move all over my body, and I moan softly, unable to contain the pleasure. My heart is racing as he caresses me gently and presses me closer to him. I lose all sense of time and space, trapped in the heat of our kisses by a burning desire that's been building up inside me for a long time. Something about tonight has tipped it over the edge, and I don't know if it's because I just want the comfort of another person or because I want him to take care of me the same way he does the kids. As we break the kiss, we look into each other's eyes, both of us gasping for air. "I don't know what's happening between us," he whispers, his eyes still locked on mine. "But I can't stop it. I don't want to stop it." I nod, feeling exactly the same way. "Me too," I say softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "I want this, Frederick. I want you." He leans in and kisses me again, with even more passion this time. His hands move down my back, pulling me closer to him. I can feel his hard muscles against my body, and I know that he's just as turned on as I am. His hand moves from my back to my hair, and he grabs a handful of it, pulling my head back and exposing my neck to him. His lips move from my mouth down my throat, kissing and nibbling on my skin. All right, folks, time to hit the brakes on the fun train. Despite everyone revving up for some excitement, YouTube's calling it quits here. But hey, if you're itching for the juicy parts, head over to TylaWalker.com for the full uncensored audiobook. You'll never have to be interrupted again. With all the spicy scenes intact, the unabridged version of Faking a Family is just a click away. Just punch in the code SAVE40 at checkout for a sweet 40% off on this romance and any other digital goodies on TylaWalker.com. Now, let's dive back into the story, shall we? We lay there panting and I smile. "That was incredible." He nods. "It sure was." He looks down at me and grins. "This is your house, but should I get you a towel? We've made a bit of a mess." I giggle. "We?" I demand, pretending to be indignant. Inside, though, I like the way that it sounds. We.
Chapter 16. Frederick. As I finish at the office, my phone rings. Glancing down, I see that it's my mom. I take a deep breath and answer. "Hi, Mom." It's been a few days since we talked. We haven't spoken since our heated discussion regarding Relle. "Hello, Frederick. Come to dinner tonight." It's not a request. Straight to the point, I see. Are you going to yell at me for my choices again? Her voice softens. "Frederick, please. Just come to dinner." "Fine." I hang the phone and pocket it, hoping this isn't another trick to try to convince me not to be with Relle. Unwilling to go into battle against my family alone this time, I text my friend Chase. "Do you want to come to dinner at my family's tonight? Do I have a choice?" I chuckle. "Of course you do. But you'll still say yes, right?" "Okay, fine. I'll come and be your backup." Stepping out of the building, I hail a taxi and get in, directing the driver to my place so I can change first. I pull on a comfortable pair of gray slacks and a cashmere sweater in navy, adding my favorite Patek Philippe on my wrist. Once I'm finished, I head back out and take an Uber Black to my family's place in Bronxville. The house is large, though it would be a stretch to call it a mansion. It sits on just over an acre of land, plenty of room for a young boy to play around while growing up. As we pull into the circular drive, Chase pulls in behind me in his Bentley Bentayga. "Hey, Freddie," he calls. We walk in together and head straight for the wet bar, pouring ourselves a glass of whiskey each. My mother greets us coolly as she walks down the stairs. She's dressed immaculately in a pair of pale blue slacks and a cream blouse. Even her updo is perfectly smooth, not a hair out of place. She hugs me, holding me close for a lingering second. "Good to have you here, Chase," she says as she pulls away. "We weren't expecting you, but it will be no trouble for Marta to add a place." Uncle Theron saunters in, holding his own glass of whiskey. "Frederick," he says, lifting his glass in greeting. "Good to see you again, Theron," Chase says. My uncle nods to him and takes a sip from his glass. Marta comes into the room and announces dinner is served. We head into the dining room together, taking our places around the long oak table. The piece is a family heirloom, passed down from my great-grandparents. Once upon a time, Mom wanted to undertake a modernization of the house, but Grandfather put his foot down, so the place has remained in its mildly antiquated glory. How was work? Mom takes a sip of her wine and glances at me. It was good. Thank you. Judge Thompson was on the golf course this afternoon, Uncle Theron says. We chatted briefly. He's quite funny. It feels as though they're tiptoeing around our previous interactions. He is, I say, spearing my fork into a piece of asparagus. We chat for a few more minutes about the weather and traffic before Mom finally breaks the ice. Frederick, your uncle and I want to apologize. We were out of line. Your happiness is more important to us than the family image. I hope you can forgive us. We want you in our lives, stubborn as you are, then not at all. Your mother is right, Theron says. We were both pressured to marry our respective spouses for various reasons at your age, and that's how it always was in our family. Even though your mother loved your father very much in time, it wasn't without the urging of others. The elder generation held their position over the younger ones, and although we hated that, we continued that silly tradition. I'm taken aback. Are my uncle and mother apologizing to me? It seems as though my words got through to them after all. Can we start fresh? Maybe you can tell us more about this Relle of yours. I smile. Certainly. She's an accomplished pianist. She plays for Le Printemps, actually. She aspires to reach great heights with her music, and I want to help her get there. That much is true. Ah! Mom gives me a wide-eyed smile as though she's holding back her words. At least she's trying. Well, I look forward to hearing her play for us, Theron interjects. How did you two meet? At the park, actually. I watched her play and was absolutely mesmerized. It's funny how close to the truth our story really is. Later, I was walking through the park and a mugger tried to jump on me. She saw me and helped clean me up, and things just took off from there. A regular Florence Nightingale, Theron says, stroking his beard. I can see how that would appeal to a take-charge man like you. Her caring nature definitely appeals to me. She's very protective over her younger neighbors too, like they're her own children. She watches them and takes care of them when their parents are occupied. They don't have a nanny for that? Mother's brow is furrowed as if the concept of no nanny is foreign to her. They live in a high-rise in Harlem. Not exactly Park Avenue, I tell them. Sometimes regular people do things like help their neighbors. I think it's sweet. Well, I'm glad she makes you happy. Mom's smile is strained, but she reaches out to squeeze my hand anyway. Are you sure that this is the right person for you? I love Relle, I tell them, wondering if that's even a lie at this point. Where she lives and what she does is none of your business. She's amazing, and if you can't see that, I feel sorry for you. Oh, I want to make sure that she's everything you need in a partner, Mother says. Maybe we can meet her. Would you bring her to dinner here next weekend? As long as you don't snub her with your judgment, I tell her. Promise we will hold our tongues and get to know her as a person, Theron assures me. Though I just realized that next weekend I have a business trip. How about next Wednesday evening instead? It's a date, I say, taking a drink from my wine glass. Chase speaks up to tell a story about his last trip to St. Bart's, effectively smoothing over the lingering tension in the room. By the time dinner is over, we're all in a much better mood. Frederick, can I see you in my study before you leave? Theron asks as Marta clears our plates away and we get up to head into the lounge. Sure, I'll be there shortly, I tell him, stepping outside to get some fresh air. Chase joins me, leaning against the iron railing on the veranda. That was certainly interesting, Chase says, a grin across my cheeks. Thanks for coming. I think it helped. I doubt Mother or my uncle would have been so quick to apologize without your presence. I'm here for you, Chase says. But I have a question. You sound like you actually care about Relle. Do you? I thought this whole thing was just a way to get them off your back. It's complicated, I tell him, running a hand through my hair. We went into this intending to keep things platonic, but it's changed, And now I'm starting to wonder. I mean, one night of sex doesn't equal a lifetime of marriage, but I don't think you can call it platonic either. Lately, I've been referring to her as my fiance, even in my head. Why not take the chance? You practically light up when you talk about her. You couldn't stop bringing her up throughout dinner, even during my St. Bart's story. You're right. I'm going to take things slow, but I think we're on the same page with our feelings. It's more than that, though. Relle and I may have taken the fast route to marriage, but that doesn't mean that I don't linger in every moment with her. I can't help but savor every second. Sounds good. You should take her to Hearth. It's very romantic there. Great idea. I'll have my assistant make a reservation first thing. Thanks for talking with me. It's given me real clarity about the situation. Chase always seems to know the right thing to say. Even in law school, he was my favorite study partner. The two of us were great at figuring out tough concepts when we put our heads together. You ought to go see your uncle now, Freddie. Chase gestures towards the house. I'm going to take off. I'll see you next week for lunch. Of course. Chase pats me on the back and leaves. I head inside to talk to my uncle. He's in his study when I enter, sitting behind the large oak desk. So you wanted to see me? Yes, thank you. Please sit down. He gestures to the carved wood and leather chair. I sit down, crossing one leg over my knee. What's this about? I hope you understand that even though I accept Relle into our lives, I can't let you keep the castle. I'm a man of my word, and it's going to serve a far better purpose for the organization than it would in our family. I chuckle. It's fine, Uncle Theron. I mean, who needs a castle anyway? I wouldn't want our family to look cruel by taking back a gift like that from a charitable organization. I'm glad we're on the same page then, Theron says. He rises, shaking my hand, and I pull him in for a quick one-armed hug. I'll see you next week, I tell him. Say goodbye to Mom for me. I've got to head back home, though. I leave, hands in my pockets and a smile on my face. Things are finally turning around in this family. But will they both keep their word to be nice when they finally meet Relle?
Chapter 17. Relle. Go fish. You don't have to shout, Walken says condescendingly to his sister. We're sitting right next to you. It's okay. Frederick reaches for the pile of cards, picking one up off the top. She's just excited that I'm about to get a match for my 3 of diamonds. He makes a show of looking at the new card. You did not get a match, Sigourney says, rolling her eyes. You're right. Frederick sighs dramatically. I guess it's Rochelle's turn again. I smile at him and he smiles back, his eyes looking less tired and worn. He is enjoying himself. It's been an entire week, but it's flown by like a freight train on fire. With fire being the operative word, Frederick is undeniably hot. Probably the hottest thing this building has ever had. Walk up its crummy emergency stairwell because the elevator isn't working again. I still have trouble believing he's real when I see him against the backdrop of my apartment. And yet here he is, playing Go Fish and thriving. Relle, it's your turn, Walken prompts, and I realize I've been smiling at Frederick and daydreaming about later tonight when we're alone again. Sorry, my bad. Sigourney, do you have a 2? Oh man, she hands the card over with ill grace. I smile, doing a little happy dance as I put the pair on the table. Don't worry, Relle always loses with cards, Walken tells Frederick in a chummy man-to-man tone, in his voice I haven't noticed before. I look at both of them and shake my head. So quickly you betray me, I say to Walken, who grins and studies his cards more intently. It makes sense. Frederick is the first man in his life who notices him and even asks questions about his day or what he's excited about. Walken had been hesitant at first, both shy and uncertain about how to interact with a man who doesn't treat him as if he is on the same level as the family pet. When he'd begun to trust Frederick, it happened fast. I can't blame the kid. I'd let Frederick sweep into my life just as fast. Since we, consummated our fake engagement, he stayed with me every night except 2, and they've all been worth the lack of sleep. He is as generous as he is good-looking. Despite coming from a radically different demographic, he's never batted an eye at my place or the neighborhood. Even when we tried the elevator, found it out of service, and had to walk up the stairs for the next few days, he acted like it was an everyday thing. I'd like to see how his building treats stuck elevators. I imagine the amount of time they'd be out of order would be measured in minutes, not days. He probably lives in a place with a whole bank of elevators anyway. And yet, after walking up the multiple flights and arriving at my door breathless, he was kind enough to say I looked like I was glowing instead of beginning to sweat. Because I'm a lady, I'd taken it to the next level and said I liked hearing him breathe like that. It had ignited some kissing that made me glad the neighbors were still out. Duplex, off the cards. Go again, Relle. Walking prompts. Obviously disgusted I can't keep my mind on the game at hand. Frederick, I say, looking at him sideways and enjoying the way his name feels in my mouth. Do you have a 5? Go fish, he says, his eyes laughing as if he can read my mind and knows my dirty thoughts. I will. I reach out and take a card. It's an ace, so I add it to my hand and look at Sigourney. Frederick, she says, also appearing to enjoy saying his name. Do you have an 8? Frederick's watch pings. He looks at it, his eyebrows raising. I don't. Go fish. But I think this better be our last round if we want to catch Law and Order tonight. Yes, Walken roars, and Sigourney rolls her eyes. I love that Frederick has taken to unironically calling the show the same name as Walken. Don't worry, Sigourney, I say. I have some new coloring sheets we can do while they watch. We finish up the round. I do indeed come out the big loser with the least amount of pairs, while Frederick is the reluctant winner. As they settle in front of the television, I go to make popcorn and watch the kids snuggle in next to Frederick. My heart is suddenly warm. This looks frighteningly close to what I'd always envisioned as the happy family I'd wanted as a child. I look away and focus on the stove. I'm going to make real popcorn. I feel oddly domestic to be making food like this, and it takes me a moment to realize that I love it. As I wait for it to start popping, I watch them as they sit on the couch, Sigourney with a clipboard coloring. When the famous dun-dun sound comes on, both Frederick and Walken enthusiastically chorus along. Who is this man who has made himself so at home in my life? I realize that I don't actually know that much about him, despite feeling like he's an integral part of my world lately. My stomach twists nervously at the thought of all the girlfriend duties coming up that will allow me to know him better. Meeting his relatives is going to be interesting. I'm trying not to judge the situation, especially before meeting all the players, but his family feud is hard to get behind. Having an overconcerned mother simply seems so trivial to me, though sometimes I feel guilty for thinking that way. Frederick's eyes when he talks about it, however, make me remember that no matter how I feel about it, the disagreement is causing him pain. That I don't like, and I'll do anything I can to ease that strain. The popping corn is now ricocheting around the cast iron pot, and during the commercial, Walken hurries over. Can I see? I crack the lid a fraction of an inch. The corn is bouncing all over, accompanied by raucous explosions. Cool? I crack the lid a tiny bit more, and kernels go whizzing out in all directions into the kitchen area. Walken yelps and tries to catch them. Duplex, who has been skirting between my legs, darts off and sniffs one uncertainly. I can sense Frederick behind me before I actually see him. I can sense his warmth and smell his wonderful old-school fragrance. That smells good, he says, putting arms around me. I was thinking the same thing, but not about the popcorn. I lean back into his warmth, amazed how this relationship feels so real when it wasn't supposed to be, how perfectly I fit into his body, and how right it feels when we're together. He has done so much for me already. Not only did he get me the lawyer to get my stuff back, but he ended up renting a storage unit to hold my mom's things when they finally come in. This way, I can have time to go through it all without having to get rid of things quickly just because I don't have time to sort everything in my small apartment. On top of that, he's been making sure I'm not exposed to Steve any more than I have to be. The lawyers have taken the brunt of it, but Frederick assures me they are professionals, and each obstacle Steve creates is like handing them ammunition. "Want me to grab a bowl?" he asks into my ear. "Please," I say, reaching for the butter dish. And here's another marvel, I think, as I try not to watch him. He knows exactly where things are already, as if he's been semi-living here with me for months, not mere days. He has settled into my life, and into the children's lives, like he always belonged here. The thought makes my eyes sting, and I focus on buttering and salting the hot, sizzling pop snack, stirring it with a wooden spoon to coat every kernel. I turn to get the oven mitts, and Frederick's already got them on. The implication that he's good in the kitchen, unintentionally making him even more sexy. All he needs is an apron and, well, less clothes. "I'll do it," he says, and lifts the heavy pot like it's nothing, giving it a few good shakes to move everything around. Then he spills the contents into the bowl. He pulls off the mitts and hands the bowl solemnly to Walken, who receives it like it's the Holy Grail. For a second, I worry it's too big for the boy, but he nods, happy at the responsibility, and takes it carefully to the couch. "They don't usually stay for Law and Order, you know," I say to Frederick. He turns to look at me. "Really?" I'm actually getting a little jealous because it appears I am no longer the favorite. He looks at the kids, and his face isn't what I'd expected. I thought I'd see pride, or that I'd hear some kind of joking retort. Instead, he looks solemn. "I'm sorry," I say. "I thought that would make you feel good." He looks at me and smiles a little. "It does, actually, but in a way I'm not used to. It felt important, you know, like I've started something here and I don't want to let them down." My heart clenches. He is so good. "I know exactly how you feel." I thank fate and the mugger for putting him in my path. Instead of hugging him like I want to, I put out a hand. He takes it and squeezes it. "Shall we join them?" he asks, nodding toward the couch. "Please," I say and grab napkins. As we sit together under blankets, the popcorn nestled on our laps, I push all worries and doubts about meeting his family or the nature of our relationship out of my head, and allow myself to feel more content than I can ever remember feeling before. I try to ignore the voice in my head, asking if it can last, not sure my heart can take the answer.
Chapter 18. Frederick. "How are you feeling?" I ask. Relle has been quiet the whole trip. I thought about making conversation, but she seemed lost in thought, so I didn't want to disturb her. I'm okay. Just nervous. I know Steve did something, so I guess I'm just worried about that." Rochelle's voice sounds distant. She keeps looking out the window and avoiding my gaze. "You're not excited to get your stuff back?" I ask, hoping to break the tension. I guess. Maybe part of me is glad that I finally can get Steve out of my life, but something tells me he'll weasel his way back in. He always does. She sighs at the last part. "I'll make sure he's out of your life for good. Besides, it sounds like the case is pretty well wrapped up." I reach over to touch her shoulder, but she recoils slightly. It catches me off guard. "I don't really want to talk about that right now. How far away are we from the storage unit?" Relle leans over to look at my GPS. It says we have another 5 minutes. She settles back into her seat, leaning against the window. I'm a bit out of my depth. I don't know what to say. Hopefully, seeing her things will make it easier. As we pull into the parking lot, I can tell she's more nervous than ever. She's sitting on the edge of her seat, looking out for the unit number. "Number 18?" she asks, her head bobbing around for the right number. "Yeah, that's what the movers told me." As I talk, I pull in front of the unit and park. We sit in silence for a few moments. I can tell she's working up the nerve to open the door and see what's inside. She turns to face me. "Thank you for all of this." Her words sound genuine and heartfelt. I can't remember the last time someone genuinely helped me out. Her voice cracks faintly, and I can see the beginnings of a tear welling up in her eye. I want to reach over and grab her, hold her, and tell her everything will be okay. My protective instincts kick into overdrive, and it takes a lot of strength not to kiss her immediately. She's had it so rough, and yet she's so pure of heart. She deserves nothing but unbridled happiness from this moment on. Instead, I grab her hand and squeeze it. "You're a special person, Rochelle. You deserve to be happy." As I speak, the tears well up even more. She quickly wipes her face and opens the door. "Come on!" She sounds excited. I know she's trying to hide her feelings right now, but I can't help but feel good that I'm making her feel special. I get out and join her at the roll-up door. "You ready for this?" I ask, somewhat jokingly. She smiles. "Definitely, let's see what we're working with." As I unlock the door, she pulls it from the bottom and opens it in one fluid motion. The sound is deafening. The unit is pretty packed. I didn't get the largest size because I didn't feel like it was necessary. But now I wish I had. There's an assortment of furniture and boxes, with a baby grand piano shoved against the right wall. Rochelle moves some boxes out of the way and makes a beeline for the piano. "Well, this looks pretty good. I'm surprised. I thought he would have turned it into useless junk." She walks over and inspects it more closely. "He definitely used it to hold his drinks. I can see a bunch of watermarks on top. I just hope it still plays well." She runs her fingers over the old wood, feeling every bump and scratch. Rochelle reaches down and opens the key cover. She presses a few of the keys, and the notes sound crystal clear, as if the piano was still brand new. She closes the key cover and moves deeper into the unit. I follow behind her, trying to both give her some space but also offer some reassurance. A few more boxes are sitting on top of an old couch. There's an end table and a few chairs stacked in the corner. Everything looks like it's been used for years or decades. They all have scuff marks and scratches. "Do you want to keep all this furniture? I can buy you new stuff," I remark. She turns to face me. I'm wondering if my comment was too insensitive. "Yes, I want to keep some of it. It's mine, and that's what matters." Her words are sharp, but she's not angry. She seems more defensive than anything. "I get that," I reply amiably. She inspects the outside of one of the boxes closest to her. There's some writing on the side, but I can't make it out. I think this says miscellaneous, but I can't really tell with Steve's chicken scratch, Rochelle says. She opens the top and starts pulling stuff out. Inside are papers, notebooks, and other assorted belongings. Nothing that seems really important. Rochelle skims through the pages and tosses them back into the box. "I guess the movers didn't have much to pack, huh?" She turns around to survey the rest of the unit. Something catches her eye. "They said some of the boxes were already packed when they arrived. I'm not sure which ones those would be, though," I reply. "I think I know." She brushes past me and moves to a set of 3 boxes that look different from the rest. The cardboard has some kind of pattern on it, like it used to be a gift box many years ago. "I'm pretty sure this is the stuff Steve packed himself. I still can't make out what it says." Rochelle comments. Each box is taped shut, so she pulls her keys out to cut it open. "Hey, do you have a flashlight?" she asks. The sunlight illuminates the interior of the unit, but it's still pretty dark. "Yeah." I pull out my phone and activate the flashlight. She grabs it and starts poking around the first box. After a few moments, she stops, her shoulders slumping down. She looks upset. "What is it?" I ask, moving closer. She pulls out the body of a porcelain doll. The head is broken off and missing, and the rest of the doll looks pretty filthy. "What's that?" I ask. Suddenly I notice she's tearing up again. My mom used to collect these dolls. They were her pride and joy. She would always tell me that they would be worth a lot when I grew up. She got them from her dad, and she promised to put them in the will. Her voice cracks as she speaks. "And that bastard Steve broke them. Look, they're all damaged." She pulls out a few more broken dolls. Some have their arms missing, while others are just missing small pieces. It looks like he threw them into the box as hard as he could. Rochelle wipes the tears dripping down her face. These mean a lot to her. To make matters worse, they are a family heirloom, so they can't just be replaced. Then, I have an idea. "Hey, my mom knows someone who repairs porcelain. I hear he's pretty good. I don't know if they will look as good as new, but they can at least be in one piece again." I put my hand on her shoulder, although it feels like it doesn't mean much. She sniffs and wipes her tears again. She looks me deep in the eyes. "You would do that?" "Of course," I reply, smiling. She's never looked so beautiful to me. Suddenly, she leans in and kisses me. She wraps her arms around me and holds me as tight as possible. My mind races as we embrace. "I love you, Rochelle. But what would you think if I said it to your face?"
Chapter 19. Rochelle. Frederick surprises me with a great meal at Hearth, an upscale farm-to-table experience I've only ever dreamed of eating at. He looks so natural at the table, so commanding with his knowledge of the food and the history of the place. As we're wrapping up, he turns to me. "I have another surprise for you." My brows raise. "What is it?" He leads me to the elevator, and we take it up to the top floor. He pushes open the door to the honeymoon suite and ushers me inside. I gasp. "This room is gorgeous." "I got it for us," Frederick says with a smile. "I thought you could use a night to relax and enjoy yourself." "You mean enjoy you?" I tease. "Definitely an added benefit." He laughs. I smile at him and look around the room. It's huge. There's a jacuzzi tub on the balcony and a massive king-size bed in the middle of the bedroom. The floors are white marble and the curtains are sheer. It's such an elegant room and so much nicer than anything I could afford. "I love it," I say honestly. "Thank you." "You're welcome." I stand on my tiptoes and kiss him. He kisses me back, his hand cupping the back of my head and pressing me closer to him. My hands wander to the buttons of his shirt, eager to feel the warmth of his skin against my fingertips. As I undo the last button, my eyes meet his, and I can see the desire in them. Frederick lifts me up with ease and carries me to the bed, laying me down gently. He climbs on top of me, his lips never leaving mine. I feel his hands roam over my body, igniting a fire within me. He pulls away for a moment, his eyes filled with a hunger I've never seen before. "I want you," he whispers. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure. Even though we were all getting geared up for something good, YouTube says that this is where the fun must end. But if you really want to listen to the naughty bits, you can find the full, unabridged audiobook on TylaWalker.com. And Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now. With all of the steamy scenes intact, the unabridged version of Faking a Family is waiting for you. Just use code SAVE40 to get a 40% discount during checkout on this romance and any other digital products on TylaWalker.com. Let's get back to the story, yeah? When I wake up, I'm the only one in bed. I stretch and smile. That was definitely the best night's sleep I've had in a long time. I walk into the little connected sitting room and find Frederick, freshly showered, already up. I walk over to him and wrap my arms around his waist. "Good morning." "Good morning." He leans down and kisses me. I ordered breakfast. Don't you think you should sleep in on a day off? I ask. I'd rather spend the day with you than sleep, he says. I smile as he hands me a tray with all my favorites on it. A girl could certainly get used to this.
Chapter 20. Frederick. I'm nervous, Rochelle tells me as we walk to my mom's house. Everything you tell me about your family is hard to understand. I clearly don't relate to them. What if they don't like me? I take her hand in mine. You'll do great. There's nothing not to like about you, and if they don't, we both know it's their issues preventing them. Her face softens. Think about the kids. They love you. And kids are the best judge of character. They have no reason to pretend to like someone. Tell yourself that anytime you feel nervous. She squeezes my hand. Thank you. I should be the one thanking her. Rochelle has no idea how happy I am that she is here with me. I'm still nervous, but I'm going to do everything in my power not to let the nerves show. So much has changed since I told my family about Rochelle. Then it was just an arrangement, a game I was playing to piss them off. Now I think this is turning into something. I sure hope this is turning into something. The past week has felt like something. My stomach tingles just thinking about our time together. We round the corner, and it's a different feeling than the last few times I've been here. Having Rochelle with me makes going to my mom's house 10 times better, even if my nerves are causing my stomach to rumble. You ready? She nods. Rochelle jumps when I shut the door. Don't be nervous, I whisper. Everything is going to be fine. I promise. I remove Rochelle's jacket and hang it for her. You can put your shoes over there. I kick mine off into the designated shoe area. Frederick, is that you? My mother's voice echoes in the hallway. She rounds the corner before I can answer, sweeping the room with one of her white-on-white ensembles. Her face brightens when she sees who I brought. Hello. You must be Rochelle. I can't tell you how excited I am to finally meet you. My mom makes a beeline for Rochelle, hugging her like she's an old friend. Mom, this is Rochelle. Rochelle, this is my mom. Good thing Rochelle doesn't seem bothered by the overly friendly welcome. Hi, honey. My mother embraces me, careful not to wrinkle her cashmere. I'm good. Where's Theron? I want to get the introductions out of the way so I can relax a little. He's preparing tea in the kitchen. Rochelle, do you like hot tea? Yes, I love it. Thank you. We make our way to the sitting room, the same sitting room we sat in when I told them Rochelle and I were engaged. Please let this go better than that day. Sit wherever you would like, Rochelle. My mom's chipperness is making me uncomfortable. Get it while it's hot. Uncle Theron walks into the room carrying a butler tray. Steam rises and I can smell the lemon. Hope everyone likes lemon, he says as he sets the tray down in the center of the coffee table. You must be Rochelle. Theron extends his hand. It's nice to meet you. He gives her a firm handshake and she smiles. It's wonderful to meet you too. Both of you. I've heard so much about you. It's great to put your faces to your names finally. I sit beside Rochelle as my mom and uncle waste no time with the questions. So, Rochelle, what do you do? My mom asks. I'm a hostess at Le Printemps. Oh, that's lovely. I've never been there. Have you been, Theron? I haven't, but I would love to go. Frederick, we should go in one day when Rochelle is working. Yeah, Uncle Theron. I'm sure she would love to seat fancy rich assholes right in the middle of her shift. I would love that, Rochelle says. I shoot her a smile, knowing full well that she's taking one for the team right now. It's just a job. I dream of being a professional musician one day. Rochelle is extremely talented, I chime in, feeling the need to make that known. I'm lucky. Le Printemps has a piano and I play there twice a week. That's lovely, my mom says. Where does your love of music come from? Rochelle's face lights up. My grandfather. He taught me how to play the piano when I was 4, and I haven't stopped. What do you like to play? Theron asks her. I love Schumann, Clara, that is. She looks at me and winks. All I can do is smile. She impressed me then with her music knowledge, and she's impressing me now with her confidence, even though I know she's nervous. Relle isn't just a talented piano player. She writes music too. Shut up, Frederick. Let her talk. She laughs. That's true, I love writing scores for plays. If I could do that and play piano for the rest of my life, I would be the happiest woman in the world. I'm sure my mom and uncle are confused. Happiness to them means money and assets. They will never understand what it's like to have dreams. They have purchased all of theirs. That's wonderful, Relle. It sounds like you have a true passion for it. I'm sure you will make your dreams a reality with your positive attitude. I can't tell if my mom is authentic or fake, but I feel a surge of pride for what Relle has been able to accomplish already. If they only knew what she has been through just to get to where she is today. When my mom finishes with her potentially fake praise, there's an awkward silence, which gives me the perfect opportunity to sip some tea. So, what else is new? It seems Uncle Theron is just as uncomfortable with the silence as I am. We've had some late nights this past week, Relle replies. My mom eyes me when she says it, and Relle sees it. Oh no, not like that. She laughs nervously. My neighbors, Sigourney and Walken, come over a lot. They really like Frederick and have been staying to spend time with him, but it gets later each night, leaving me exhausted in the morning. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I adore those kids. Did you know them before you moved in? No. They lived there with their mom and stepdad before I moved there. I can tell by Rochelle's change of tone that talking about Caroline and Terrence upsets her. At least they haven't fought in the past 2 weeks. Fingers crossed. Frederick tells us they're good kids. I wish she would stop. Relle is going to think I have a big mouth. They're wonderful and absolutely adorable. She's 9 and he's 11. I'd never seen such beautiful hazel eyes before I met the two of them. Sigourney has been teaching Frederick how to crotch it, and Walken is just a ball of energy. I enjoy spending time with them. I feel my face turn red. My nephew? Crocheting? Theron chuckles. Do you take them to Central Park? I know what she's doing. I can tell she's trying to comment on the neighborhood because, to her and Theron, it's a horrible area. They're just not used to anything other than luxury. Someone who argues about owning a castle could never understand the life of a person who has always had everything working against her. We usually stay in and watch movies, play, do crafts, stuff like that. Although a few weeks ago, Frederick and I took them back to school shopping. That was a blast, but that is about it as far as leaving the complex. Their stepdad isn't the greatest, and I don't want to ruffle feathers. I can see Relle is upset. I put my hand on hers. I don't have a great track record with stepdads. She laughs nervously. Maybe so, but look how things are turning around, I tell her. You got most of your stuff back. Everything is safely locked away in storage. Your grandfather's piano is in one piece, and it's only a matter of time before you never have to deal with Steve again. The dolls aren't. My mom's face turns sympathetic, and I can tell it's real. What dolls? She asks Relle, but I answer. We were able to get a lot of Rochelle's things back, but some irreplaceable things were ruined. We think Steve did it on purpose. Relle takes a deep breath. Let's not talk about him. A light film of tears springs to her eyes. I don't want to spoil the mood. Okay. I squeeze her hand. Let's change the subject. I say a little too brightly. You guys do that and I will catch up. I have to run to the ladies' room. Relle stands and nervously pulls at her clothing. It's the third door on the right, I offer, a little afraid that this evening is officially now coming apart at the seams. It started so promisingly, but have they scared her off 15 minutes in?
Chapter 21. Relle. You're doing great, Rochelle. Stop being so nervous. You will get through this. When I finish conversing with myself, I sit on the toilet seat. As confident as I sound, I feel out of place here. I have never been around such wealthy white people, and I feel utterly lost. I hope Frederick is almost ready to leave because I will run out of things to discuss. Hey guys, you have to check out the dollar store. They have 2-for-1 on shampoo and conditioner. I laugh at the thought of these people being in the vicinity of a dollar store, let alone walking inside one. I stand and splash cold water on my face before returning to the sitting room. As I emerge from the bathroom, I hear Frederick's mother whispering. I can't make out what she's saying, but it makes me uneasy. Now I hear Theron responding, probably to whatever she said. My gut is screaming. They're talking about you. I decide to take my time in the hallway and admire the art on the walls. I walk at a snail's pace, hoping they stop talking long enough that I can pop back in without the awkwardness of a dramatic pause in conversation. The closer I get, the clearer their words become. Frederick, there's plenty of fish in the sea that don't come with a laundry list of issues. Are you sure about her? The shock of what Theron just said stops me dead in my tracks. I close my eyes and hope Frederick shuts down the conversation. Do you really want that responsibility? Think about it, honey. Rochelle has experienced a lot of trauma in her life, and that's sad, but that comes with baggage. Is that baggage you want? It sounds like she's coming with 2 kids who aren't even her own, not to mention their mother and stepfather. His mom's voice is riddled with concern. Baggage, a word I detest. I know plenty of women who live normal lives. Why don't I set you up with one of them? My heart sinks, my pulse quickens, my face feels hot, and I don't know what to do. Think, Rochelle. Think. I go back to the bathroom door and shut it loud enough for them to hear. Then I clear my throat for safe measure. When I emerge, the whispers have stopped. There you are, Frederick says as he pats the couch next to him. Everything okay? Damn, my emotions are written all over my face. Yeah, everything's great. I shoot him a smile that's hard for me to muster. Rochelle, would you tell us when you're playing piano at the hotel next? We mentioned coming for dinner, but Theron, Frederick, and I would rather hear you play. Since you play on your days off, we can sit and have a nice dinner afterward. How does that sound? That sounds horrible. I would love that. I shoot Frederick a look that most men know. Are you almost ready to head out? He asks, picking up on my signal. Whenever you are, I say with a smile that takes all my strength to muster. Finally, we make it outside, and I feel like I can breathe again. The soft hum of the engine fills the car as Frederick glances over at me and smiles. The weight of the conversation weighs heavy on my heart. I stare out the window, hoping the scenery distracts me, but it doesn't. Their words are living rent-free in my head, and I can't shake them. Penny for your thoughts? I jump. What? He laughs. It's a saying. I know what it means, silly. You just caught me off guard. The car rolls to a stop as we get to a red light. What's going on in there? He softly touches my head. It's nothing. Frederick isn't buying it for a second. Spill. Well, I overheard your mom and Theron talking about me when I came out of the bathroom. His eyebrows raise, causing his forehead to crinkle, and the whites of his eyeballs double in size. Oh, Rochelle, I want you to know I'm sorry about what my mom and uncle said. They had no right to discuss your personal matters like that. His eyes search mine for a second too long. Let's go, buddy. Green means go. The guy behind us opens his windows, honks, and yells. I don't have all day. Geez, dude, I get it. He picks up right where he left off. My mom and uncle are judgmental people. I wouldn't let anything they say get to you. I want to laugh at his hypocrisy, but I hold it in. He let them get to him so badly that he set up a fake engagement to piss them off. I appreciate you saying that, Frederick. It's just those words, you know? They sting. It's hard to shake them off. He runs his fingers through his hair and sighs. I know. I can't apologize enough. I appreciate it, but it's not your fault. You have nothing to apologize for. That's just not something anyone wants to hear, especially someone with baggage. He winces when I say the word baggage. I can't help who my mom married, nor can I help who my neighbors are. I defend myself, even though I know he isn't the one I need to say this to. I'm so mad, and the last thing I want to do is take it out on Frederick. Relle, I need you to know that I don't see through the lens of anyone else's opinions. I see you for who you are, strong, resilient, and incredible. I smile, but immediately wonder why he didn't say that to his mom and uncle. My mom and uncle have no filters. They're so tone deaf sometimes. Aren't most baby boomers? He laughs when he asks, but I'm not laughing. I'm still in my head and don't know how to get out. When you live your life with certain insecurities and hear others talking about them, it stings. It just reaffirms that everything you feel has to be true if others can see it. I have worked so hard to live a drama-free life, one not filled with trauma and baggage. I never wanted to end up like my mother, but there's only so much I can avoid the fact that I am, at the end of the day, forever her daughter. I can't erase my past. I wish it didn't follow me. I wish people could see me as I am, a simple woman who loves music. And I can't help wondering if there's any chance of a future between me and Frederick if that's how his family feels. Hell, I can't help wondering if I should even care if there is. This started as a prank on his mother, more or less. Was there ever a logical reason to hope this could be more in the first place? Has there ever been something that you were insecure about? Something that dug at you? And no matter what you did, how hard you worked, how much you grew, it still nagged at you? I try. Frederick thinks about it for a second. I mean, it's a little embarrassing when people find out how wealthy my family is. People automatically lump me into a category I don't belong in. Why did I ask? Rich people's problems aren't problems I will ever be able to understand. He can tell that the answer doesn't make me feel better. Seriously, Relle, don't worry about them. You know I could care less what they think. We all have our baggage. I wish he would stop using that word. They have plenty, trust me. It's nice of him to try to make me feel better, but it's not working. A heavy sigh escapes my lips. I know you don't care, Frederick. It's about me questioning whether I'm ready for all this judgment. I thought I could handle it, but it's harder than I anticipated. He reaches across the armrest and puts his hand over mine. I understand, and I don't expect you to just brush it off. It's okay to feel hurt. Just know that I'm here for you. I look over at him. I appreciate you saying that. It's just going to take some time for me to process. He nods his head, reassuring me that he understands. I lean my head on the window and close my eyes, hoping my brain can escape its thoughts for a little while. What's going on? Frederick startles me. I must have fallen asleep. My eyes are drawn to his pointer finger, and my stomach tightens when I focus on what he is pointing to. I see 6 police cars, all flashing sirens, and it looks like they're parked outside my apartment. I have no clue. Are they parked at your apartment? Frederick asks, in a tone that makes it clear he doesn't expect an answer. He accelerates, bringing us closer. As we pull up, I see a small crowd outside. My thoughts immediately go to the kids, and a million bad prospects flash through my mind. What if something happened to Sigourney and Walken? I say, terrified, as tears prick my eyes. Rochelle, no matter what this is, I am here, okay? As hard as I try to stop my tears, I can't. When they roll down my cheeks, he gently swipes his thumbs across. I promise everything will be okay. How can he be so sure? As he pulls into the back lot, we turn to take in the scene. The first real clue I get is when I notice Terrence sitting in the back of one of the cop cars. He doesn't look happy, but I can't tell what that means. For all I know, he really hurt someone this time, and I worry that it's all my fault. This is exactly what his mom was talking about. There's a lot of fish in the sea, and most of them don't come with regular police encounters. At the same time, I know I don't really care. As much as it stings, being judged by a woman like that, those kids come first. All I really want to do is hurry into the building and make sure everyone is okay. As the police drive away with Terrence in tow, Frederick and I watch. He doesn't even look back. Coward. But what the hell happened when we were gone? And where are the kids now?
Chapter 22. Frederick. The two of us stare at each other for a moment before Rochelle goes racing into the building and up the stairs. I follow behind, wondering what the hell is going on. That dumb bitch called the cops again, didn't she? Tell me the truth. We hear shouting in the hallway before we even reach their floor. Walk and Sigourney and their grandmother are standing outside their apartment. Mimi points one long, fake fingernail at Rochelle when she appears in the hallway. You called the cops on my baby again, didn't you? No! Rochelle's eyes widen. I wasn't even here. Frederick and I were at dinner with his family. What happened? I ask, stepping forward to diffuse the tension. My poor baby got fired from the warehouse today. They said he can't come into work high, but he ain't high. It's medicinal. When Caroline found out, she started in on him about how he can't keep a job. That isn't true. My boy works damned hard for this family and does whatever he can. She's the one sitting on her ass. Terrence hasn't kept a job longer than 5 weeks, according to Rochelle, but I bite my tongue. He told her to leave him be. She wouldn't shut up, and they started arguing. I don't know what happened next because I went to lie down. All I know is that Caroline was shrieking about him hitting her, and Terrence was hollering that she's the one who hit him first. Those poor kids. It has to be traumatizing to hear your parents fighting like that. Terrence hurt Mom, Walken says, his fists shaking by his sides. He hit her! Mommy was yelling. It was really scary, Sigourney adds. Then the cops came. They arrested Terrence and took Caroline away. Mimi's voice is getting louder. Told her that she had to go with them and get into some kind of program. The kids are staying with me for the time being. I hope you're happy, she adds with a sneer. You've torn this family apart. I wasn't even here, Rochelle reiterates. Terrence and Caroline are the ones tearing the family apart. I'm sorry you two had to see this, she says, bending down to hug the children who rush into her arms. You couldn't wait to get rid of my son. You called the cops on him last time too. You just want to break this family up. Hey, that isn't fair. Rochelle stands up and puts her hands on her hips. I didn't call them that time either. They have a safe place to hang out with me, so they go there to get away from their father. He's the one terrorizing everyone. Don't you talk about my son like that. You don't know anything about him. My Terrence works hard for his family. If that dumb hoe bag weren't drunk all the damn time, she could appreciate what she's got instead of mouthing off to him at every chance. Seems like the both of them could use a cooling-off period then, I say, slipping between them. I don't want to point fingers, but maybe this is for the best. Terrence can cool down and Caroline can get sober. Then things can start turning around for them. You don't know what you're talking about, rich boy. Terrence needs to be here. You don't know what's best for them. Stay out of business that doesn't concern you. Mimi, I'm just trying to keep the peace. There's no need for that kind of language. Shut up. Just shut up. They took my baby and he's in jail. He's going to have this on his record forever now. Mimi is wailing now, carrying on so loudly that other neighbors have poked their heads out to see what's going on. Rochelle moves to protect the kids from their grandmother's tirade, pushing them behind her. "Mimi, you need to calm down. You're scaring the kids." "Don't you talk to me, you dumb bitch! You've had it out for Terrence ever since you accused him of stealing your bike. You probably called the cops just to get back at him." She takes another step forward, and I jump between them, unwilling to let her hurt Rochelle or the children. "Step back, ma'am," I say, my voice firm. "Get the hell out of my way." Mimi shoves her hands against me, though it does little more than cause me to shift back on my feet. I've got nearly a foot of height on her and 50 pounds. "Don't you touch him!" Rochelle darts forward, getting between us. "You've lost your damned mind, lady!" "You listen to me," Mimi says, pointing her finger into Rochelle's face. "I know you don't like my baby, but you're not going to get away with this." "Get your finger out of my face," Rochelle says through clenched teeth. When Mimi doesn't move it, Rochelle pushes it away. This is the wrong move, apparently, because Mimi swings her hand back and slaps Rochelle. Before I can stop them, the two women are facing off. "Rochelle!" Sigourney yells. Mimi makes a move to smack her again, but Rochelle pulls her own hand back and punches the woman square in the face. The second it happens, time seems to slow down. Sigourney and Walken start crying, Rochelle's eyes widen, and at that exact moment, one of the officers steps out of the apartment, witnessing the hit. I leap between them to try to salvage things, but it's too late. The officer starts yelling, and more officers appear, separating the two women. "What happened here?" Officer Reynolds asks Mimi. "The bitch punched me, arrest her!" "She slapped Rochelle first," Walken cries out. She whips around, glaring at him. "Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about." "It's the truth," Sigourney says, narrowing her eyes and putting her hands on her hips. "Mimi hurt Miss Rochelle, and she was only defending herself." "Arrest her! Get that crazy woman away from me!" "Sounds like both of you need to cool off. But you assaulted this woman, and there are witnesses, so I'm going to have to arrest you," she says to Rochelle. "It doesn't matter who started it. It's still assault." Both the children and I start speaking at once, trying to get the officer to see reason to no avail. Rochelle is placed in handcuffs and read her rights before being led away. We follow them down the stairs and outside, where Rochelle is placed in the back of a squad car. Her eyes are downcast, her shoulders slumped. I want to reach out and grab her to protect her from this injustice, but I can't do anything at this moment. I stare at her as she starts to cry, and my heart breaks. "I'll get you out of there," I promise her. Her eyes meet mine for a brief moment before Sigourney and Walken crowd around me, clinging to me as we watch the squad car drive off. "Kids, get back inside," Mimi orders. They both stare at her with twin looks of defiance on their faces. "We're not going back in there with you," Sigourney says. "Me and Walken called the cops on Mommy and Terrence because he was hitting Mommy really hard, and you didn't stop them. You're supposed to protect us, but you didn't." "You don't know what you're talking about," Mimi argues. "You're kids. You don't understand grown-up stuff." I can look after them for a few minutes. They might just need time to gather themselves. "Stay out of this before I have you arrested, too, dumbass." Mimi points her finger at me. "Now get yourselves upstairs before I swat your behinds." The children start pulling away, but I can't let her get the last word. "Mimi!" I call out, giving the children each a quick side hug as they slowly start walking back to the building. "What?" "I'm the one who called the cops the other day. Rochelle was right. Your son is a deadbeat. If you can't see that, you need to take a look in the mirror." Mimi looks like she wants to punch me herself, but she grabs the children by their arms instead, taking them inside. Smart choice. She knows I'd have her arrested before she could even take a step towards me. What an unpleasant woman. The apple apparently doesn't fall far from the tree. I shake my head and hail a taxi. Right now, I need to get to Rochelle and bail her out. This whole thing has shown me a side of Rochelle that I've never seen. She was so strong, protecting the children and trying to defend her loved ones. Like a mama bear, claws out and ferocious. Now it's my turn to protect her and get her out of jail as soon as possible.
Chapter 23. Rochelle. This place stinks. There are a few other women in here with me, and we're all just sitting and waiting. If it weren't for the bars, you might think we're just at the DMV or something. There's an awful smell wafting in from somewhere, and it must be one of these women. I shudder to think what could be the source, and I try to ignore it. But it's impossible to stay calm and collected. A fluorescent light flickers overhead, adding insult to injury. I can't believe this is actually happening. I replay the scene in my head over and over. I can't stop seeing the police putting the handcuffs on me and escorting me out of the apartment building. I've seen handcuffs in movies hundreds of times, but they feel so much worse than I imagined. The metal was a lot heavier than I expected, and it dug into my wrists. I instinctively rub my skin long after they've been removed. My derm is still clinging to the stinging pain. The silence from the officers was deafening. They only spoke to me when putting me in and taking me out. I checked the clock on the wall. I've been sitting here for a little over 2 hours. Frederick told me he would bail me out, but part of me doesn't want him to. I should just stay here. It's where I belong. I think the worst part of being in jail is just the boredom. Normally, I would be checking my phone or playing some stupid game, but here there's nothing to do. Time slows to a practical standstill. It feels like hours have passed, but it's only been a few minutes. I'm surrounded by other people, but I have no desire to talk to any of them. I'm sure they're all here for much worse reasons than me. One of the women has tattoos all over her face. I'm sure she has a story to tell that I'd rather not get into. Suddenly, an officer comes up to the bars. Several of the women stand up, hopeful that it's their time to leave. "Reynolds?" the officer asks. The other women sit down. A few moments pass. "Hey, is there a Rochelle Reynolds here?" the officer asks again. It takes me a second to focus enough to process my name. "Oh yeah, I'm here." I stammer and stand up. I make my way to the bars and the officer lets me out. "You've made bail," she tells me matter-of-factly. I'm about to ask who bailed me out, but I already know the answer. Instead, I manage a meager thank you as she escorts me down the hallway. At the exit desk, I can see Frederick in the waiting area. He notices me and waves. I ignore him and focus on the paperwork in front of me. "Okay, so you just need to sign here for your belongings. There isn't a court date yet, but you'll be notified." "Do you have a lawyer?" the officer at the desk asks. I shake my head no, wondering if I can use Miss Singh. She got my things back from Steve for me, but I doubt she practices this kind of law. Don't they all have specialties? Well, Frederick would know. "Okay, well, if you need a public defender, you can call the courthouse and they'll direct you to their office. Usually cases like these get settled out of court, but you may have to show up to the arraignment." As the officer talks, she grabs a bin with my stuff. There's my phone, wallet, and a hair clip. I guess I didn't really have much on me when it all went down. I grab them and sign the paper. "Thank you," I mumble. The officer just nods briskly as I walk over to the exit door. The buzzer sounds, and the door unlocks. I open it, and Frederick practically runs into me. "Hey, I'm so sorry it took this long. You won't believe the hoops I had to jump through just to post bail." He sounds exasperated, like this is his first time. It probably is his first time. Nice rich people don't have to bail people out of jail. I don't even reply to him. I just want to get out of here. The sooner I can get back home, the better. "Hey, are you okay? What happened in there?" he asks as I push past him. "Nothing, I just want to get home." I march toward the exit door to leave the building. "Okay, I'll drive you home." I spin around and put my hand up to stop him. "No." I realize that sounded harsher than I meant and backtrack. "I mean, I'm okay taking the subway. You've done enough." "Thank you for bailing me out. I'll pay you back." I turn back around and push through the door. Frederick stays back, stunned by my actions. After a few moments, he rushes out to catch up with me. "What is going on, Relle? I thought you'd be happy to see me." "Thank you for bailing me out. But you don't need to take care of me. I can take care of myself. I'll pay you back everything I owe you. Don't worry." Frederick jogs ahead to stop me. "Hey, can you wait for a second? Can we just talk about this?" I stop suddenly and look into his eyes. I can feel tears forming at the edges of mine. So I look down at the ground. "I don't think we should see each other, Frederick." My voice cracks a little as I speak. "I don't want to see you anymore." I try to walk off, but he blocks my path. "What are you talking about? What the hell happened in there?" I can hear the frustration in his voice. "Nothing happened, Frederick. I just need to get home and sort out my life. I need to get myself together, and you don't need to get dragged into it, okay? You think it's going to go over well in your career to have a trashy girlfriend with a criminal record?" The words flow from my mouth as if beyond my control. I know what I'm saying, but it still hurts to say it. I feel as if someone else has taken over my body. Frederick stands there, shocked by it all. "What is going on? Why are you saying all of this? The whole thing was a misunderstanding. You aren't some bank robber." His eyes dart back and forth into mine, looking for an answer I'm not sure I'm ready to give. "I'm not right for you, Frederick. I'm just a screw-up with a crap life, and I don't need to bring anyone else into it. I appreciate you helping me, but I don't need it or want it. And you don't need the hassle." I don't even wait for him to respond. I push past him and march down the street. I'm not even sure where I'm going. And at this point, I don't even know if I want to go anywhere. Part of me just wants to get lost and never be found again. Frederick doesn't chase after me at first. I'm sure he's processing everything I told him. Part of me wants him to race over, grab me in his arms, kiss me, and tell me everything will be okay. Part of me wants him to take charge and tell me that he loves me, no matter what. But that's just a fantasy. His mom and uncle are right. I'm just a woman who's living in a dream world. I don't deserve to be rescued by a knight in shining armor, nor do I want to be. This is my life, and I need to sort my own life out. Suddenly, I feel Frederick pull my arm. I spin around and stare him in the face. "Look, I don't know what's going on or why you're saying all of this. I don't care about my image or whatever you think this is about. I just want to be with you. If you need time to cool off or something, I understand." Him telling me to cool off sparks something inside me. "I don't need to cool off. I just need you out of my life. I need space, okay?" I storm off again. As soon as I'm out of sight, tears start streaming down my face. I was going to wait until I got home, but I pull my phone out as I navigate my way to the nearest train station. I type into the search bar, cheap apartments near me. I need to find a new place, one without crazy neighbors and police visits.
Chapter 24. Frederick. The silence from Relle breaks my heart. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of emptiness inside of me, the kind that sits deep and seeps down into your bones. Her words still echo inside my head, even days after she'd stopped responding to my calls and texts with one final message. "I'm sorry, but we're done. It hurts. A part of me gets it, honestly. Why would she want to add more to her plate than she already has by being involved with my family? After all, they were hard on her, and while nice to her face, weren't all that welcoming to begin with. Plus, if they ever heard of her going to jail, I'm sure my mom alone would lose it and tell me that I can't be associated with a criminal. I get why it all scared Relle off, but it's all such bull in my opinion. A few days after I bailed Relle out of jail and she broke things off with me, I receive a letter in the mail with no return address and with familiar handwriting on the front of it. My heart sinks when I flip it over to peel the envelope open. A check in the amount of the bail I paid sits in between two pieces of folded-up privacy paper with no other note attached. Rochelle's curly handwriting sits on the signature line, taunting me. I really hate this. I end up tossing the check onto my desk and burying it under mounds of paperwork so I don't have to look at it. I'm never going to cash it, which I'm sure she knows, but just the gesture alone is a knife into my chest. It's the final "we're done" nail in my otherwise bleak coffin. By the time my thoughts start to clear again from the fog that the check had put me in, I realize that I've somehow gotten into my car and started making my way to my mom's house. Why? I have no idea, but the second I park and get out of the car, my anger starts to boil inside me. I'm so mad. Maybe if her and my uncle had treated her with more respect, or been more accepting, then none of this would have happened. Relle wouldn't have felt so out of her depth. She wouldn't feel like just an outsider who can't belong in my world. Maybe we'd still have a real shot at all of this if it wasn't for them. I don't bother knocking when I get up to the front door, letting myself in with my spare key. I can hear my mother and uncle chatting deeper into the house, the sound of some game show on the television in one of the sitting rooms faintly greeting me. The second I swing the heavy door shut behind me, the talking ceases. My uncle soon appears from down the hall which leads into the kitchen. "Frederick, what are you doing here?" My hands fist at my side instantly at seeing him. "I want you to know something. You and Mom." He gives me a curious look, and my mom soon appears over his shoulder at the sound of my voice. "Hello, darling. This is an unexpected surprise. Did you not bring Relle with you this time?" I want to laugh, but not because I find it funny. I can't even believe she'd bring Relle up like that. As if both she and my uncle somehow accepted us as a couple and were disappointed to see she hadn't tagged along. Seriously, what crap? "Like you care," I snap at her. Theron regards me with a deep frown while my mom speaks again. "We told you she was welcome to come with you when you visit." "Why? You'll never accept her," I explode. Both of them jolt back in surprise. "Neither of you were giving her any kind of real chance. All you did was make nice to her face, and then the second she left the room, you started talking bad about her." Theron crosses his arms over his chest. "Well, we're just concerned about your—" I don't want to hear it. I grit out through clenched teeth. "Frederick," my mother tries again. "Please, why don't we all sit and talk things out? I'm done talking to both of you. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that because of you both, Relle no longer feels like she can be accepted into this family." Confusion crosses their faces. "She heard you, by the way, what you were saying about her. She pretended that she didn't when she was here, but later told me everything in the car on our way home." My mother's eyes widen in surprise. This is the first time I bet she's ever been caught being catty. Usually, her MO is talking behind people's backs and pretending to be nice to their face. "Not letting her get away with it," I continue. "Relle was too cordial to tell you that she'd heard everything because she's a good person and didn't want to upset any of us. She was more concerned about your feelings than you ever were about hers." Despite exchanging guilty looks, my mother isn't willing to let it go. "Like your uncle said, we're just trying to look out for you." I shake my head. "All you've done is create a divide between us all." My uncle comes closer to us. "You can't honestly think that some girl is going to come between family, Frederick. That's just nonsense." "Oh, if only they knew." "I've been doing a lot of thinking the past few days," I say. "And you know the conclusion that I came up with?" Both of them are silent as they look at me. "I think that I need space." "Space?" my mother repeats. "What does that mean?" "I'm no longer interested in coming over for holidays or our weekly dinners. I'm no longer going to be reaching out unless there is some kind of emergency." My mom balks. "What? Why?" "Because I'm not going to be surrounded by people who can't see past their own silver spoon. I know that I was born into this life and all of the glitz and glamour that comes with it, but I've had enough. I don't want to spend the rest of my life trying to defend the people I choose to have in my life. That's not what we're asking you to do." My uncle defends. "It's exactly what you're asking me to do." I snap right back. The entire time Relle was here, she could barely get 2 words in without you both having some kind of reaction to it. I get that she's not a damn doctor or socialite, but I care about her. We're sorry, Frederick. My mom's hands come up to grab at the front of my jacket to pull me away from the door. Please, let's just talk about this. We all have our faults. I pull away from her. No, I'm not talking about this anymore. I've tried talking to both of you, and you guys just wave me off and tell me you're looking out for me. If you actually cared about my happiness, you would celebrate with me. You're so busy trying to prove no one is good enough for me. If you gave Relle a chance, you'd know the question is whether I'm good enough for her. Without any kind of warning, I feel a pain prickling in my chest. I actually didn't know how much this would affect me, cutting out my mom and uncle like this, but it has to be done for them to take me seriously. My heart feels heavy from all of the grief I've been feeling the last couple of days since Relle broke things off, and now it's all just coming to the surface without me being able to stop it. I loved her, I managed to choke out. Admitting it to myself feels both freeing and like a knife to the gut. I want Relle, but I can't have her. Not anymore, and that's the worst part about all of this. Frederick, my mom tries again. I don't want any kind of affection right now. I'm mad and I'm heartbroken that the person I most want in this world doesn't want me back. All because of my stupid family. Stepping back towards the door again, I let out a hollow laugh. You know, this all started out as a ruse, to get you two off my back. What do you mean? Theron asks. I don't bother trying to explain my motives or what happened between my proposing to Relle and her calling it all off. They don't need to know any more than I need to rehash it all to them and harm myself in the process. Instead, I just shake my head and grab the door handle. I really did love her. My voice cracks again as I say the words. Frederick. I swing the door open before my mom can beckon me to stay again. It swings shut tightly behind me when I pull it back. By the time I get into my car and peel out of the driveway, I feel my heart already breaking in two and wonder if it will ever be the same again.
Chapter 25. Relle. The apartment search isn't going very well, considering that all I'm really doing is trying to find a way to stay in close proximity to the kids without having to move to the opposite side of the city. On top of that, I need someplace that will let me bring my cat, which is not exactly easy on such short notice. Nothing's available. At least, nothing that doesn't look like it's infested with rats and roaches. As much as it's a common problem in the city, I'm not about to sign myself up for living in squalor just to get away from Mimi. Even if the thought of it is tempting because, like hell, I'm living next to that witch any longer. I hate that the kids are caught up in the middle of all of this. For the past few days, they've been trying to come over to see me, but Mimi's been keeping them barricaded in the apartment. I'm not sure what they're going to do if I end up moving to a different complex. Where will their safe haven be then? Though if Mimi won't ever let them come over again, I suppose it doesn't make much difference. I want to be there for them, but coupled with the fact that I refuse to live next to Mimi, and Frederick knows where I live, I can't stay, as much as I want to. My heart hurts at the thought of him. After the first few days of breaking up with him, he'd tried calling and texting me to talk me down from the ledge. I hate that things had to turn out this way, but the more time I'd spent in that jail cell thinking about everything, the more I realized that I was just dragging him down. If his mom and uncle couldn't accept me at my best, then what else could I expect? If they found out I got arrested, they'd lose their minds. Picking up my phone, I torture myself by rolling through the texts he sent me. Please talk to me. Relle, we can work this out. I swear, please just call me. Every single one is more heartbreaking than the last. Am I an idiot for throwing someone like him away like that? Probably. But what other choice do I have? Stringing him along through my drama isn't fair. Not to mention, his coming to my world just makes no sense. I've let him in as much as I can, without completely culture shocking him. Even after all of that, he'd been on board with the kids, which made my hapless romantic heart flutter. Except every time I remember meeting his mom and uncle, I can't help but remember the things they said. Him spending the rest of his life defending me to them doesn't seem fair. What if we really were to get married or have kids? I doubt his family would accept any of that. I'm not about to force him to choose between me and them in some crazy ultimatum. I'm a burden with baggage, just like they said. With Frederick growing up with a silver spoon in his mouth, there's just no combining our lives together. When my phone goes off again, I immediately think it's him. Cursing myself for still stalling on blocking his number, I pick up my phone, only to realize that it's not actually Frederick calling me, but Caroline. Curiously, I answer the FaceTime. Sigourney's bright smile, illuminated by the screen, greets me instead. "Hey, Relle." I smile back, sinking down onto my couch. "Hey, you, what's going on?" "I snuck Mommy's phone away from her so that I could call you." She shifts around, her background dark behind her. "I wanted to check on you." She's so damn sweet. "Where are you? I thought you had to stay with Mimi because Mommy had to spend some time away." I still don't know for sure what exactly that means. Court-ordered therapy, maybe? Rehab? "Mommy came home. She says she has some classes they're making her take starting tomorrow, but she got to come home and get her stuff. I'm in the closet. I didn't want Mimi to find out I took Mommy's phone. I don't think she'd like me talking to you." I'm half tempted to tell Sigourney to let Mimi know that she can kiss my ass, but that would require the poor girl actually getting involved in me and Mimi's drama, which I will absolutely never do. As much as I want to get those kids out of there, I'm not going to jeopardize their safety. "How's your brother doing?" I ask. "Oh, he's good. We've been making slime all day. Hey, I was wondering if you wanted to come over and help. Or maybe we can come over there. I found some food coloring that we can use to make really cool colors." Ugh, she's so sweet. I want to reach into the phone, grab her, and take her into my arms to cuddle her. I miss both of the kids so damn much that it hurts. As much as I miss Frederick, actually. I really wish her parents could get their stuff together so she and her brother weren't forced to bounce between people caring for them. As sad as it is that I'm their most stable guardian, I'd rather it be me than anyone else. I know that at least I can take care of them properly. The worst part of that, though, is that neither Mimi, Caroline, or Terrence will ever see it that way. They'll just think I'm trying to steal the kids away when all I want to do is make sure they get taken care of. I'm sorry, honey, but I'm getting ready to pack my stuff up. Her eyes widen. Ooh, are you going on vacation? Where? It breaks my heart to have to break the news to her. Actually, I'm moving. Her face falls immediately. What? Where? Why? Well, my voice trails off. I can't exactly say it's because I'm running away from my neighbor. She's going to think I mean her and walk-in. But I also don't want to throw Mimi under the bus as much as I hate her. Adult drama shouldn't be told to kids. They tend to internalize it in the worst way. I wanted to change, I finally say. I can tell her eyes are starting to water, even in the dim lighting. Oh. I'm sorry, Sigourney. I feel sick to my stomach. Will we ever get to see you again? Her voice is small when she asks. That entirely depends on your caregivers. Of course you will, I lie. Her smile is wobbly. Oh, okay. I have to go now. Okay. I force a smile onto my face, feeling tears stinging my eyes. Bye, Sigourney. I'll see you later, okay? She simply nods before her face completely falls. Right before her tears fall, she ends the FaceTime, cutting my image of her completely. I let my phone fall from my hands and onto the floor at my feet, while my entire body pitches forward. I bring my hands up to curl in my hair as I try to hold back my tears. I hate this. I wish I didn't have to break up with Frederick. I wish I didn't have to say goodbye to the kids. But it's the only way for any of us to move on and be happy. Or, well, sort of. Maybe not so much me, but at least I could manage myself. I breathe out slowly, trying to get my emotions under control. Honestly, I shouldn't even be feeling bad for myself. All of this is of my own doing and my own actions. I could stop them at any time and just go back to being selfish and dragging everyone else into my mess. A knock at my door startles me out of my self-pitying thoughts. Duplex yowls loudly, as if complaining about the interruption. Hell, what if that's Frederick? It would be my luck, honestly. He doesn't strike me as the type to give up on someone so easily, even if I've made it clear I want space. It's that old money persistence. Slowly rising to my feet, I pluck my phone off the floor and toss it onto my couch before heading over to my door. If it really is him, I'm just going to have to tell him to go away. How? I really don't know. The reason I've been avoiding answering him at all is because I know the second that I do, I'm just going to cave. I can't help it. I've fallen for him without even meaning to. When I unlatch the chain from my door and swing it open, I've got a list of excuses resting on the tip of my tongue, ready to fling at him the moment that I see him. Only it's not Frederick standing in front of my door. It's Caroline. "Hey," she says, sighing. "Can I talk to you?"
Chapter 26. Frederick. I'm outside, I say into my phone. The call cuts out, and my ears go back to pretending to hear the discussion floating out of the car radio. Some politician is discussing their upcoming campaign, but it's all background noise to me. A short while later, I see her emerge from the building. A small handbag hangs from her shoulders. She walks up to me and opens the front passenger door. Mimi bangs my car door shut with unnecessary force as she sits down in the passenger seat. She folds her arms with sharp precision and looks straight ahead like there's a brick wall between us. I flinch inwardly but outwardly press my lips together. Why? Would it hurt her to close it like a normal person? I'm supposed to be on my lunch break. This better be good, 'cause I don't get paid to talk to people affiliated with that traitor. Her face stays positioned forward, her voice deathly calm. It's nearly noon. I'm sitting behind the wheel, parked in front of her cleaning job. After much back and forth over the phone, she finally agreed to meet me. I hope we can find a solution. That's where you're wrong, Mimi. Someone who has the kids' best interests in mind isn't a traitor. Save me the semantics. I tap my knuckles against my mouth and inhale sharply. Can I get you something to eat while we talk? I mean, I am hungry, but it also depends on what you want to talk about. I dive straight in. I want you to drop the charges. She turns slightly, but still isn't looking at me. No preamble or nothing, huh? I don't see the point in beating about the bush. She finally shifts her whole body to look me in the face. I can respect that. It'll cost you. First food. I feel a bit faint. Where would you like to go? She tells me, so I put the car into gear, drive, and follow her directions to a food truck. I make one order for her, then we sit in the car to talk. This is my favorite place to eat in the city. You really should have got something for yourself, she says between bites of a juicy burrito. Now what was I saying? Oh, yes, it will cost you. How badly do you want me to drop the charges? A test, it seems. I rack my brain. What amount would satisfy her without it looking like I'm lowballing? 4,000. She takes the last bite, licks her fingers, crunches up the wrapper, and tosses it at her feet. You and I both know $4,000 isn't life-changing money. If I minimize my spending, I could save that much in just under a year, easy. 7. I don't think you like your little girlfriend that much. Her arms fold up once more, and I fear I might be losing her again. Mimi drives a hard bargain. Who would have thought? I was prepared to pay something, but not this much. 10. Final offer, I say. A slimy grin spreads across her face. $100 bills? That's more like it. She holds an open palm out to me. I have to remind myself that Relle is worth it, even if my instinct is to open the door and ask her to leave. My hands fiddle with the center console between our seats. I pull out a thick stack of hundreds bundled together with a strap. Here you go. She grabs the cash from me without so much as a thank you and stuffs it into her bag. I appreciate this very much, and so will Relle. But we need to stop by the prosecutor's office before I can let you go with the cash. Once we're done with the paperwork, I drop her back at work and then text Relle. I'm anxious to hear her reaction. Good news. Mimi's dropped the charges. 4 hours later, there's still no response. Guess the news isn't as good as I hoped, I say when I check my phone for the umpteenth time later that evening. The next day, it's hard for me to get any work done. I stop by her place after work because all my texts to her have been ignored. But I can't get in, no matter how long I try buzzing up to her apartment. I look up at her window, thinking about my next move. Finally, at my wit's end, I reach out to the apartment management's office. What do you mean she emptied out her place? I ask, leaning against the side of my car. I don't see how the context of my wording can be misunderstood, sir, says the professional and clipped voice on the other end. Could you tell me where she moved to? I bark into the phone. I cannot, they reply stiffly. Could you at least tell me when she moved? That's classified information. I'm already breaching policy by telling you that she emptied out her place. Sorry, that's all I can say. But if you're interested in finding a place, we have an assortment of properties. I cut the call before the woman on the other end can finish her sentence. What kind of game is Relle playing? I turn around, grab the door open, and throw the phone in without a care as to where it lands. Then I bang the door shut so hard that someone screams out from a window. For goodness sake, you'll wake my baby. I salute in the direction of the voice apologetically and pace up and down the sidewalk in front of her apartment building. I'm lost in thought, hot breath flying out my nose in short gasps when I hear my name from behind. Frederick? I knew that was you. I turn around to see Mimi standing by the front door. She's holding a glass of yellow juice and looks different and smug. She has a new hairdo and is draped in a very expensive-looking Hugh Hefner-type robe and house slippers to match. Didn't take her long to dive into her big payday. You look a mess. Everything all right? I stride up to her. Everything's fine. Not working today? I have a few family matters to attend to. Caroline started rehab, and Terrence is in jail, so I had to take a few days off to sort that out. A rush of blood bursts through my head. That must be tough, but I'm glad they are both getting the help they need. How are the children taking it? As well as anyone in that situation. They're lucky to be surrounded by people who, have their best interests at heart. Something about the way she says that last sentence rubs me the wrong way. Can I see them? I'd love to if that's possible. Oh, I'm sure that would be great, but they're not with me. She flashes a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. They're with Relle. I assume that's who you're here for? My God, this woman. It takes everything in me to keep my voice even. I bite down on my bottom lip before I speak. Yes, Mimi, of course. That's who I came to see. I understand she emptied out her place. A raised eyebrow. She told you this? I called the apartment manager. They wouldn't tell me much, but that's all they divulged. Where has she gone? She plays with the tie around her robe, chews the inside of her cheek, and looks up as if deep in thought. I'm pretty sure I overheard the kids say something, you know. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they did tell me where exactly they'd be going. Mimi leans her back against my car and sips her juice. Everything about her face tells me she knows just how aggravating her little act is. I'm a busy man, Mimi. Where are they? You need to understand that I'm a bit heartbroken with everything going on right now. They would have been perfectly fine with me. She looks at me and smiles. I'll need a little something to soften my painful heart. Something like, Oh, a bit like our exchange the other day. I have something you want, but it's not free. My mouth almost falls open. I just paid you handsomely. For something else. This is different and brand new information. I turn around and look up at Rochelle's window again. I hear movement behind me as she inches closer. The question isn't how much do you have, but how badly do you want the info? She pats my elbow. I guess you want to think about it. You know where I am when you do decide. I'll be here all day. Then she disappears into the building. I'm desperate for their whereabouts, all right. But is it enough to pay her off again?
Chapter 27. Relle. I didn't hesitate when Caroline asked me to watch the kids while she entered rehab. Her eyes were filled with tears and desperation, and I couldn't turn her away in her moment of need. She was clear that she trusted me more than anyone, even Mimi. How could I say no? My car rumbles to a stop in front of the new apartment building. Its exterior is a beacon of promise and renewal. I turn off the ignition, and the kids eagerly unbuckle their seatbelts, spilling out onto the sidewalk. I could get used to pulling up to this place. I pull Duplex's cat carrier out of the car and turn to look. The building stands tall, freshly painted, in a warm hue that welcomes us. Potted flowers surround the entrance, adding a touch of charm to the exterior. "Relle, come on," Walken shouts. "We want to see what the inside looks like." I stand on the well-maintained lawn. "I'm coming." All I want to do is take this in, but I have 2 excited kids waiting for me. "Here, you guys do the honors." I hand Sigourney the keys and she unlocks the door. Walken twists the knob, and as they run inside, the moving truck pulls up with our things. I feel instant relief when I walk through the front door and set Duplex's carrier down. We're home. "Where are we going to sleep?" Walken asks as I take them on a tour of our new apartment. "There's only 1 bedroom." "Don't worry, and you and Sigourney are going to share this room. I already told the movers to bring your beds in here." Luckily, Mimi was at work when the movers loaded the kids' things. "As soon as the guys put your things in there, you can set the room up however you'd like." The marriage arrangement money from Frederick was my only option for a deposit and the first month's rent. I didn't want to touch it, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I keep telling myself I'll finish paying him back before long to make myself feel better about it. As the movers bring our things in, the kids run around the small space. I stand in the dining room, mesmerized by the beautiful trees outside the window. It's a stark difference from the old apartment. I open the window and take a deep breath. The fall air swirls through my nostrils, and it's heavenly. That's when it hits me. I can turn the dining room into my bedroom. It's big and open. There are a lot of windows, a beautiful chandelier hanging in the middle, and light oak floors that will match my bed frame. Plus, I would be okay waking up to this view daily. "Sigourney, Walken, would you come in here?" I smile when I hear the pitter-patter of their fast-moving feet. I love that they're excited. "What is it?" Sigourney asks, a little out of breath. "I have a fun project for us to do. Are you in?" "How can we agree when we don't know the project?" Walken asks as he laughs. "I'm going to turn this room into my bedroom, and I want you guys to help me decorate it." They both smile. "I love decorating," Sigourney squeals. There's enough money from Frederick to splurge just a little. An hour later, the children, full of enthusiasm, are eager to explore the home decor store. Colorful bedding, stylish curtains, and various decorative items fill the aisles. "What about this?" Sigourney points to a fluffy pink rug. "It would look so cool in your new room." "And these," Walken says, standing next to a bin of sports posters. I don't want to hurt their feelings, but a fluffy pink rug and sports posters aren't exactly my style. "Why don't we keep looking? I have a lot already. Let's stick to the few things I need." Curtains, a clock, a plant or two, and a nice picture for the wall. But everything is so cool. Can't we get it all? I kneel at Walken's eye level. I wish we could, but it's not necessary. I don't need to burden them with money stresses, although he looks disappointed. What if you both pick out one item that you think will look cool in your new room, and I will find stuff for my room? When we get back, we will decorate both rooms together. The compromise appeases him, and they're off to the next aisle. Shopping with the kids makes me think about Frederick. The last time I went shopping with them was with him. Don't think about it, Rochelle. You made your decision, and it was the right one. What about these? I clear a frog from my throat and turn around and see Sigourney holding up a lamp in the shape of a unicorn. That's awesome. Throw it in the cart and let's hurry so we can return and unpack. The truth is, I want to get out of the store. And I want to stop thinking about Frederick. Decorating and unpacking will keep my mind busy, I hope. The kids and I move my bed around the dining room until it's in the perfect spot, next to the reading nook that has a bench, perfect for a second bedside table and a place for some books. We hang thick white blackout curtains and cover them with string lights and greenery, giving my room a whimsical forest look. We fill my bookshelf, hang a few pictures, and make my bed. With that, my room is complete. I love it, you guys. Thank you for being so helpful. The kids wanted to paint the walls, but I need my security deposit. Can we draw on the walls? Walken asks. Why don't we draw pictures and hang them on the walls? After hours of creative chaos, the walls begin to take on a personality of their own. I sit back exhausted and marvel at the rocket ship, unicorn, and superhero pictures the kids have taped to their walls. I look over to see they're both laughing, and my heart swells. Knowing they are safe, knowing we are all safe, fills me with relief. As evening approaches, my stomach screams at me. What do you guys say we order pizza, grab all the blankets and pillows we can find, and watch a movie in my room? Yay! Walken screams. Can I pick the movie? Yes, Sigourney. You can pick the movie. Hey, that's not fair. She always gets to pick everything. Here we go. Here comes the other side of caring for children, the whining and arguing. How about she picks the movie tonight, and you pick the next movie we watch? You guys can take turns. I want to watch Home Alone, Sigourney says. Yes, I love Home Alone. Walken agrees quickly. I laugh. Bet you didn't think she would pick one of your favorite movies. An hour later, when our pizza arrives, we get everything situated in my room. The aroma of food fills the air as we settle in for movie night. However, though physically present, my mind wanders onto a subject I've been ignoring. Frederick's absence weighs heavy on me. It's a void that even the vibrant hues on the walls can't fill. What's wrong, Rochelle? Sigourney asks as she shoves a bite of pizza into her mouth. Yeah, Rochelle, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just tired and it's been a long day. Moving is exhausting. They don't buy it for a second. But what am I supposed to tell them? I miss Frederick, and I wish he was here with us. I'm embarrassed about my meltdown and the way that I shoved him away, but it's too late to undo it now. Sometimes, I think I should try to call him, but other times I can't even bring myself to answer his calls. Still, I'm not going to say all that to them. They're kids. They couldn't possibly understand. I'm not sure I understand, if I'm being honest. Why don't you just call him? You obviously miss him. I stare blankly at Sigourney. We're not stupid, Rochelle. We can tell you miss him. Walken laughs. Yeah, it's so obvious. Oh, yeah. How did you two become so smart? They both shrug. We were just born that way, I guess, Sigourney suggests. I burst out laughing. You're good at a lot of things, but there's something you're not so good at, Walken adds. Oh, really? And what might that be? You're not good at accepting good things that come your way. You're afraid of getting used to them, so you'd rather not have them at all. My eyes widen in surprise. Yeah, you sabotage yourself, Walken says pointedly, sounding much older than I ever expected from the 11-year-old. Okay, you two, enough of this grown-up talk. Finish your pizza, and let's watch Kevin trick these two robbers. I find myself glancing at my phone throughout the movie, paying more attention to it than the show. His calls are getting fewer and further between, and I can't really blame him. Not only did I tell him to leave me alone, but I've been ignoring him when he does call. The silence of my phone makes me wonder if he's finally given up on me. It's what I thought I wanted, but now the thought leaves a hole in my chest. If he ever does call again, will I be brave enough to answer?
Chapter 28. Frederick. Not a snowball's chance in hell, I tell Mimi. I'm not giving this sleazy woman another dime of my money. I turn my nose up at her and leave. I'll find her on my own, thanks. Good luck, Mimi scoffs. Ignoring her, I get back in my car. My next step is to try her at work. We need to confront the situation head-on, discuss it, and move on from there. Hailing a cab, I direct them to the Le Printemps. Hello, Frederick, Cherie greets me as I approach the hostess stand. Do you have a reservation? I'm here to see Relle, I say, cutting straight to the point. Is she working? She's not in today, Cherie says with a shrug. I think she's taken some time off. Where is Edgar? I need to talk to her boss and get her new address. Oh, I'm sorry. It's against company policy to give out the address of our employees. Edgar appears from around the corner of the foyer. Even if I could help you, Relle has asked us not to disclose her address to anyone who might inquire. I see. She doesn't want me to know her new address. Deciding not to waste my time on this dead end any longer, I turn on my heel and leave, calling up my travel agent to book the next flight to Dallas. Even if Relle won't take my calls and refuses to see me, I can still follow through with my plan to pick up something from Steve to give to her. She deserves to have this last piece of her mother, and Steve doesn't scare me one iota. Within the hour, I'm taking a taxi to Newark Airport, and it doesn't take long for me to get through the TSA pre-check line and head to the gate for my flight to Texas. Just as we're about to take off, Amira, the lawyer I recommended to Relle, texts me. I've got Stephen Harcourt's financial records as requested. You were right. He's not going to know what hit him. I grin. You're a genius. I'm emailing you all of them now. Perfect. If Steve isn't going to part with the last item willingly, I now have a fail-safe. He won't have anything left of Rochelle's mom, Nina, by the time I'm done with him. The flight lands, and I head into the warm Texan sun, calling for an Uber to take me to her ex-stepfather's current address. The phone rings as soon as we get onto the interstate. I glance down to see my mother's name flashing on the screen. End call. It starts ringing again. End call. Everything okay? My driver asks from the front. Yeah, my mother. She won't stop calling. I end another call. Maybe it's important, he offers. It's not an emergency, I'm sure of that. If it were, she would text. She wants me to talk to her so she can apologize. She and my uncle said some not-so-nice things about my fiance, and she overheard. Now my mom's upset she's in trouble for it. The driver makes a low whistling noise. Wow, that's awful. Did she at least apologize? She's trying to apologize now. And so is my uncle, I say, seeing a call coming in from Theron now. But I'm not ready to forgive them yet. Dang, that's a hard one, but my mama says that when we let wounds fester, they can get infected. She says if you let the hurt take over, you risk cutting the limb off to spite yourself. Right now, I'm here to make things right for my fiancé. Maybe when I've cooled down, I'll see what my mother and my uncle have to say, I tell him. But thanks for the advice. Your mother is a wise woman. It occurs to me that he's right in more ways than one. The only way to make this right is an apology, and they owe that to Relle more than anyone. That's if I can convince her to at least hear them out. She won't even speak to me for the time being. We arrive at the house where Relle grew up, and I get out, taking it in. The place looks like it needs some serious work. The yard is overgrown, and there are cracks in the sidewalk where weeds push through. One shutter is falling off the front window, and the paint is peeling. Walking up the front steps, I raise my hand and knock on the door. The man who answers is nothing like I imagined. From Rochelle's stories, I knew he was white, but I had imagined a tall man, built like a linebacker with a dark and menacing aura. This man is half a head shorter than me, with a beer belly and dark circles under his eyes. His shirt is stained and his pants have a hole in the knee. He's clutching a can of beer and squints his eyes, trying to figure out who I am. "What can I help you with?" Steve asks. "I'm here on behalf of Relle Reynolds," I say. Steve scowls and makes to shut the door, but I jam my foot in the doorway, stopping it from closing. "I've already sent that bitch everything," Steve slurs out. "What else does she want? She can't have the house." "You have one more thing that she wants. She doesn't know I'm here, but I intend to get it back on her behalf," I say, standing up to my full height. Steve is a former cop, so he doesn't respond to my posturing, instead giving me a smirk with his eyes cold. "You can tell that little leech she can rot in hell," he says. "I'm not giving her another dime, and that's final." "She doesn't want money," I say. "She doesn't need it. This is what she wants." I show him the photo, taken by the sheriffs who inventoried the possessions during retrieval. Steve barks out a laugh that turns into a cough, then chugs his beer and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "You're kidding me. Ain't no way in hell that bitch getting her hands on that." "I thought you'd feel that way," I say, pulling out my phone. "I've heard plenty about you. I know exactly how crooked and petty you can be. But I've prepared for that. Either you give me this item, or I'll go to the IRS with these copies of your financial records from the last 15 years. "You got nothing." Steve points a finger at me. "I know the law. They can't go back more than 3 years. 3 years for criminal charges, sure, but there's no statute of limitations on civil assessments." I grin. "The IRS can make life extremely unpleasant for you from now to kingdom come if you don't cooperate." Steve gives me one last glare before turning to walk into the house, slamming the screen behind him. He returns a few minutes later with the item, inside a box. "And it's all in here?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. "If I look inside, will it be intact?" "What? You think I took it out to mess around or something?" "Just checking," I say, tucking the box under my arm. "I'll leave now, but you leave Relle alone. Don't ever contact her again. You can only contact her if you realize you still have something of her mother's. Otherwise, stay away from her." Steve rolls his eyes. "Fine, whatever. I don't care about that bitch anyway." I curl my lip in disgust, turning to walk down the steps and back to the Uber. I gave my driver a hefty tip to stay while I visited with Steve. Now that we're done, I have him take me straight back to the airport. Relle deserves this last piece of her mother. If I can't give it to her in person, I'll ensure that she gets it one way or another. I keep the box with me, even booking it a separate seat on my return flight. I don't trust anyone else to touch this precious memento. Once we're back in New York, I go straight to the post office. Relle won't let me have her new address, but at least I can send this to her post office box. Carefully wrapping it up in layers of bubble wrap, I put it inside a fresh shipping box and carry it to the counter. "Does this package contain liquids, explosives, hazardous material, or electronics?" the postal worker asks, snapping her gum as she pokes the box. I suppress a laugh, biting my lip. "No, none of that," I tell her. "Just some precious memories. As long as it isn't explosive." She shrugs, then weighs the box and slaps the shipping label on it. With that done, I leave to go home. It's been a long, tiring day, and all I want is a shower and my bed. Tomorrow I'll figure out my next move.
Chapter 29. Rochelle. Frederick, I'm finally calling you back, I tell his voicemail. Whenever you get a chance, just return my call. I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. He's not answering for some reason. You should go find him, Sigourney says from her spot at the kitchen counter, where she's finishing her breakfast. I can't leave yet, I tell her. But you and Walken were right. I think I was letting his family's words get to me. You're smart for an 11-year-old. How'd you get so wise? Someone taught me that it doesn't matter what you look like. It's what's in your heart that counts, she says, slyly using my own words against me. I taught her that when she was crying about the popular girls making fun of her for her clothes. But she's right. Frederick's mother and uncle are just overgrown popular kids who bully those they look down on. Frederick really likes you, Sigourney adds. He's a good person. Yeah, and I probably blew it, I say, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. But that's for me to figure out. It's almost time for you to get ready for school. Thanks, Rochelle, Sigourney says as she gets up to get ready. I call down the hall to give Walken the same notice, then feed Duplex before we run out the door. Within 20 minutes, we've arrived at the school. Sigourney and Walken head inside, and I dither for another moment, trying to decide if I'm really going to drive all the way out to his mother's house, just in the hopes that he's there. I've never actually been to his place, so I'm not sure where else to look for him. My phone chimes, letting me know I've got an alert. I grab it and check, hoping it's Frederick, but it's just a notice from the post office telling me I have something in my box. Deciding to check the post office first, I head out. The post office is just down the street from where we live now, a plus. I head inside to pick up my package from the clerk. As I open it, my heart leaps into my throat. Is that what I think it is? I take out the carefully wrapped urn, cradling it to my chest, my mother's ashes. Steve would have never sent them to me on his own. Then who? The answer hits me right away. Frederick must have gone to Texas and confronted Steve, demanding he hand them over. Tears spring to my eyes and I smile, caressing the heavy ceramic container. I must look like a lunatic. Someone made my horrible stepfather give me my mother's ashes back, I tell the clerk. He nods. That's so nice of him. Why didn't he give it to you in person? I'm not sure. I need to go find him. Talk to him. Thank you, I say, hurrying out of the post office. I don't care what his family thinks of me anymore. I need to see them. I need to know where Frederick is. Hailing a cab, I tell the driver the address. Are you sure about that? The cab driver asks me, twisting around in her seat to look at me. That's going to be a pricey ride. It's awful far away. Yeah, I need to get there quickly. Can you take me or not? Course I can. She hits the gas, pulling out in between the cars in a symphony of squealing horns and curses. We make record time. I give the lady a generous tip before I head up the stone steps and ring the doorbell to the family home. Their butler answers, and I ask for Joyce. It's urgent, I add. Nicholas nods his head and turns, leaving me standing in the foyer. Joyce appears quickly. My goodness, I'm quite surprised to see you here, Rochelle. She reaches out to hug me. I step back, not sure I'm ready to be friendly yet. Yes, of course. How thoughtless of me, she murmurs. You have every right to be upset with me, with both of us. You hurt my feelings, I tell her. Frederick has never cared about my job, or where I live, or how much money I make, and he's shown nothing but the highest regard for the children. It's his life, his decision to make. You're right. Everything you've said is right, Joyce admits, hanging her head. Let's go sit down and we can talk. I follow her into the living room, sinking into the plush leather couch. Tell me everything. I deserve to hear it. Let me have it, Joyce says. You know, I never felt bad about myself or where I came from before. I start. I came out of tough circumstances, and I was trying to help those kids by giving them a safe place to stay. But you made me question if I was good enough for Frederick. Theron walks into the room, eyes going wide when he sees me. Oh, Relle, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. She's got something to say, so you better listen up there. Joyce points to the couch and he sits, looking at me expectantly. You both spent so much time and effort trying to do what was best for your son that you never stop to think what he wants. I tell them. I know, and I know that he made up this ruse between you two because he felt like he had to do something desperate to get us off his back, Theron admits. I sag, relieved that the cat is out of the bag. Just so you know, I only agreed when Frederick promised to help the children. It was never about the money for me. Joyce gives me a tight smile. You don't seem like the gold-digging type. I'm not. And you two made me feel like that. In fact, I felt like the new kid in school, being picked on by the popular crowd when I was here. I'm sorry we made you feel ashamed of yourself, and I'm sorry you felt looked down on. Money definitely doesn't always equal class, Joyce admits, reaching out to put her hand on mine. I can tell that he cares about you, Theron adds. You're a lovely woman, and I hope we can all start fresh with a clean slate. I can do that, I say. Theron and Joyce stare at me with hope in their eyes. I'm glad. I just wish Frederick was willing to do the same, Joyce says quietly. He hasn't been willing to talk to us. We've reached out so many times to apologize, but he refuses our calls. He's icing you out? I ask, raising an eyebrow. I think he's ashamed of us, Theron admits in a soft voice. We tried too hard to mold him into what we thought he ought to be, instead of letting him be his own person. It took until he cut us off for me to realize that I was treating him like my own living doll, trying to make him go to the school I picked for him, marry the girl I picked, and have the career I wanted. It all seems so insane now that I look back, Joyce admits with a watery laugh. You can start by helping me find him, I say. Some things happened, and I broke it off with him. I realized I was being silly, but now I can't find him. Maybe he's at his apartment, Theron offers. Have you tried there? We've never really spent time at his place, I admit. He spends most of the time at mine. I'll give you the address, Joyce offers. Here. She writes it down for me on a piece of stationery that probably costs more than my makeup. Thank you, I say, folding the paper and putting it in my denim coat pocket. I'll talk to him. I can't promise anything, though. Frederick thinks you both don't care about him beyond the family image. That's not true. Joyce shakes her head. We love him. He's more to us than a status symbol, even if we weren't always good at showing it. We both want to thank you in advance. Theron stands up. Even if he won't forgive us, thank you for trying to talk to him. I'll try, I say. I need to call a cab, though. Let me offer our car service, Joyce says. I don't get around like I used to. We have it so I can go to the city, but I hardly use them. They call the service up, and within a few minutes, a sleek BMW 5 Series is pulling up into the driveway for me, ready to take me to find my man. I'm just not sure he's going to be willing to hear me out after everything I've done, even when I find him.
Chapter 30. Frederick. I answer the door and see her standing there, worry filling her face. Frederick. I'm so sorry, she begins to say. I throw up a hand to stop her. Don't you dare apologize. She looks afraid for half a second, but I'm just getting started. You don't have to say a thing. I grab her and pull her toward me, slamming the door behind us. My mouth finds hers, and I can't get enough of her taste, her smell. She's intoxicating. Do you mean it? She asks. I mean it. I'm just so glad you're here now. That's all that matters, really. Hold the phone, folks. Time to hit the pause button on all the excitement. YouTube's saying it's game over for now. But hey, if you're yearning for the juicy bits, hop over to TylaWalker.com for the full, uncut audiobook experience. And let's just say, the part we're cutting off, it's so spicy, YouTube's guidelines are blushing. With all the scintillating scenes intact, the unabridged version of Faking a Family awaits you. Just enter code SAVE40 at checkout for attempting 40% off on this steamy romance and any other digital treasures on TylaWalker.com. Ready to continue listening? Let's go. That was amazing, she says. It really was. I kiss her and pull her into my arms. I don't want to move. I stay inside of her and trace my fingers up and down her back. She's the perfect woman. She rolls over and slides her hand over my shoulder and down my arm. I think about how incredibly lucky I am to have this beautiful woman back in my life. With that thought on my mind, I look down at her and smile. She leans up slightly and kisses me. You make me so happy, Frederick, she says. I nod. I was just thinking how lucky I am, Relle. I'm so glad you didn't give up on us. She nods sleepily against my shoulder. I tighten my grip on her and kiss the top of her head, simply happy that she's happy.
Chapter 31. Relle. I yawn, stretch out, and wriggle my toes. After Frederick and I made love, I was knocked right out. All the nervous energy inside me was finally spent. How long was I out for? I asked. The nap was incredibly refreshing. These soft sheets make me never want to leave. The bed is so luxurious. Some kind of dark wool with a thick mattress topper. Only about 20 minutes. Frederick leans down, kissing me tenderly, before pulling me close to him. I saw your mom. She gave me your address, I tell him. I wondered how you found me here. I had to see you. We needed to talk. Frederick chuckles. Yeah, I kind of forgot the talking part when you showed up at my door, looking so beautiful in that blue dress. He kisses me again. Can we talk now? Of course. I take a deep breath. I'm sorry I pushed you away, I tell him. I have no good excuse. I was scared, I guess, but that doesn't matter. I should have talked to you. I know you were just trying to help me. You've only ever tried to help. Frederick watches me, letting me speak. I know you were the one who sent me my mother's ashes. It made me realize that I was being stupid by avoiding you. You must have gone to so much trouble just to get them for me. Steve was definitely unwilling to part with them. How did you get him to hand them over? Let's just say that Amira took a look into his finances and realized some things weren't adding up. I offered to clear things up with the IRS for him, but he decided that giving you the ashes was more important. A grin blossoms on my face, imagining Frederick towering over Steve, holding the evidence of his years of financial fraud over his head. I only wish I could have been there to see it. I care about you, Frederick adds. I want you to know that I care. Your happiness is important to me. I know. It took me a bit to get it, but I do now. You've more than proven that to me. I trust you. That feels good to say out loud. I guess everything just became so much. We started out pretending to be together for the sake of your family, but the lines got blurred, and suddenly our relationship seemed real. I wanted to believe that there was a shot for us, but then I let your family's words get under my skin. It made me feel so insecure. If you had talked to me, you would have known that I have always made decisions that were right for me and not for anyone else. I would have reassured you that I never cared what they thought of what I did. and I wasn't about to start. I know. I sigh. But then there was that whole thing with Mimi and the neighbors. Hey, it's okay. Frederick cups my face in his hands. You didn't scare me off with that. I pull away. It's more than that, though, I say. I grew up with that kind of fighting and that kind of behavior. I never wanted to live my life like that. And suddenly there I was, acting just as trashy as my ex-stepfather. You're nothing like him, Frederick says, voice firm. You're wonderful and kind-hearted, and you were only trying to look after the people you care about. Steve lashed out because he was damaged inside. You were only trying to protect the children. You make me sound like some kind of mama bear, I say, a nervous laugh escaping me. But how do you know I won't ever let my temper get the better of me again? You've never once raised your voice at the children, nor put your hands on me or anyone else. Mimi was deliberately trying to provoke you. You responded because she attacked you first. If the police hadn't been there, I doubt Mimi would have a case because there were plenty of witnesses who saw her come for you first. I can't believe I'm going to have to deal with that on top of everything else now. Don't worry about it. I took care of things, Frederick says. She won't be a problem. Wow, thank you. You're amazing. It's my job to protect you. He says it so casually that my heart stops beating for a moment. His fingers trace over my shoulder, ghosting on my skin, and goosebumps break out. I'll hold you to that from now on, I say, leaning up to pull his lips down to meet mine. We kiss for a long moment, before he breaks away, stroking my cheek. I'm glad that it worked out in the end. Caroline did the right thing by giving you temporary guardianship. You are a great presence for Sigourney and Walken. My eyes widen. The kids? What about them? I need to go. School is going to be over soon, and it'll probably take forever to get there at this time of day. Come on, I'll come with you. We can take a taxi. It will be faster than the subway. We rush around, pulling our clothes back on and removing all traces of our activities before heading out the door to pick them up. Walken is sitting on the steps of the school, chatting with a friend when we arrive. Hey, kiddo, I call from the car. Get in, we've got to pick up your sister. Walken runs to the car, scooting in next to Frederick. You and Mr. Frederick made up? He asks. We did. Frederick holds out his hand for a fist bump. She's my best bud, and nothing can keep best buds apart, right? His grin practically lights up the car, and he bumps his fist into Frederick's. How was school? I ask. Great. I have to show you something, he says, rummaging in his backpack. He pulls out a wrinkled sheet of paper and shows it to me. It's my reading test this week. You got a 100%, I exclaim, looking it over. Congratulations. We're definitely hanging this on the fridge. Can we go to the library this weekend? He asks. My teacher read us this book called Goosebumps and told us there were more. I want to read them all. Definitely, I say, smiling so hard I feel like my cheeks might break. We'll get as many as we can. My tutor says that I'm at a 5th grade reading level now. I'm so proud of you, I tell him, pulling him in for a hug. I knew you could do it. You just needed a little extra help. And I know that in no time at all, he'll be flying past that level too. Sigourney is waiting at a bench outside the elementary school when we pull up. There you are. She runs up to the car and climbs in. You're late. Sorry, I got distracted. She grins. I see that. Hi, Mr. Frederick. She waves to him and fastens her seatbelt. So you took my advice? I nod. I did. What advice was that? Frederick asks, raising an eyebrow. I told her that she should go find you, Sigourney says, a satisfied smirk on her face. And she did. Thank you for that. Frederick gives her a high five. You're a regular Sally Jesse Raphael. Who? Dr. Phil? Walken wrinkles his nose. He's mean. Kelly Clarkson? I offer. Oh, yeah. I'm awesome like that, Sigourney agrees. I'm glad you and Frederick made up. You deserve to be happy too, Rochelle. My heart melts, and I reach out to squeeze her shoulder. Thank you for that. By the way, how was school? Good. I got the character award for the month out of the whole 4th grade. That is fantastic news, Frederick says. We are celebrating tonight. I'm taking everyone out to dinner, and then ice cream for dessert. The kids cheer, and Frederick reaches out to hold my hand, linking our fingers together. We may not have completely defined our relationship, but I'm happy with how things are for now. We can talk about what we are to each other later, but for now I want to enjoy a night with my family.
Chapter 32. Frederick. Okay, now you have to move the hook here, Sigourney says, patiently showing me the next step in the process. We're making crochet pot holders. Like this? Yes. Sigourney gives me a thumbs up. You're getting the hang of it, Papa Fred. The kids have given me the nickname, and Rochelle is now known by the matching moniker, Mama Rochelle. It feels strange having these kids look up to me like this, but I love that they trust me enough to welcome me into their lives with open arms. The last 2 months have been a whirlwind of ferrying the kids to school activities, taking Rochelle on dates, helping with homework, and teaming up with Walken to prank the girls. We're home. Rochelle and Walken walk through the apartment door now, returning from a tutoring session. And we have news, Walken says, bouncing over to the couch. Duplex, annoyed by the noise, flees from his spot under the coffee table into the bedroom. This was his last official tutoring session. He's graduating from the program, Rochelle announces. Walken's grin grows bigger. Congratulations, bro. Sigourney abandons our crochet project to give her brother a tight hug, patting him on the back. His tutor has recommended that he try this after-school young writers program, Rochelle says, hanging her handbag up. We're going to sign him up tomorrow. That's fantastic, I tell Walken, ruffling his dirty blonde head. You're going to be the next Stephen King. Yeah! Walken pumps his fist, running in circles and dancing in joy. And Sigourney's monthly dance exhibit is coming up, Rochelle adds, heading into the kitchen to check on the chicken. Sounds like we've got a couple of rock stars on our hands, I say. Your mom will be so excited to see you soon. Yeah, she just finished her program, didn't she? Sigourney asks. She finishes the 8-week program tomorrow, Rochelle explains. Now both of you need to clean up and get ready for dinner. The kids rush off to the bathroom to wash up, and I go into the kitchen to set the table. Caroline left Terrence, she says, handing me some utensils. And Mimi, too, for that matter. She's very much turned her life around since that night, I remark, placing the silverware next to the plates. I think she's on the right path, too, Rochelle adds. She can't go back there. The state said that Terrence isn't allowed to be anywhere near the kids. Plus, Mimi sent some nasty, threatening text to Caroline, so she's taken out a restraining order against her. That's awful. Can the kids still see her? She's allowed to see them, but she's not made any effort to reach out to me about it, Rochelle says. I think maybe it's for the best, though. You know, Mimi isn't the most stable influence. Sigourney and Walken are doing great here. Their grades are better than ever, and they have all the after-school activities now. You're right. Rochelle takes the chicken out of the oven, and I think the kids have the resources to make the transition to being full-time with their mom again well. They're excited about the party tomorrow. Her coming home party? Yep. Everything is ready for it. I picked up the cake from the bakery this morning. It's in the fridge. I'm so proud of Caroline, I say, just as the kids come back into the room. Your mom is doing so well, I add for their benefit. Yeah, I'm sad we won't live with Mama Rochelle anymore, but Mom said that she found a place, and it has 3 bedrooms. And she said I could have my own room, Walken exclaims. Mom said that she can make the living room area into a 3rd bedroom, and there's enough space in the front of the apartment to have our couch, Sigourney clarifies. We've never had our own rooms before, though. You were so nice to get her a job at the family bank, Rochelle says. Things are going to be different for Caroline, I can feel it. This chicken looks good, Walken says, taking a bite. I'm going to miss your cooking, Mama Rochelle. Papa Fred, you and me need to finish making the potholders before tomorrow, too, Sigourney adds. I want to use them in our new house. We continue to chat about all the preparations for the party tomorrow, as well as about school and work. When dinner is over, the 4 of us clean up and watch a movie together before bed. Rochelle and I tuck the kids in, and she leaves to brush her teeth. I linger, making an excuse that I want to say a private goodbye before they leave with their mom tomorrow. Can I show you 2 something? I ask. The kids nod, sitting up so they can see what I have. Promise me you won't say anything to Mama Rochelle, okay? I pull out the box from my pocket. They both gasp, eyes lighting up. Oh my gosh, Papa Fred! It's going to be the best surprise, Sigourney says, putting her hands on her cheeks. Are you giving it to her soon? Walken asks. Tomorrow, I think. After the party, when it's just the 2 of us. I don't want to overshadow your mom. Tomorrow is her day to be celebrated. The kids both mime zipping their lips, and I ruffle their hair before leaving the room to get ready for bed myself. The next day, the party starts at 1 as soon as Caroline arrives at Rochelle's apartment. Caroline, you look amazing. Rochelle hugs her tightly. You look so happy and healthy. The doctor said I was using alcohol to cope with my unhappiness. Now that I'm away from Terrence, I feel better too, Caroline admits quietly. I feel so much safer. I'm so glad, Rochelle says, patting her on the back. Thank you for the job with your family's company, Caroline adds, reaching out to shake my hand. I'm glad I was able to help you find a way to get on your feet, I tell her. This is the beginning of a new era. The children come up to their mother, grab her to give her hugs, and begin to show off the things they've been doing since she left for her treatment program. There's only a handful of people here, a few close friends of Caroline, a mutual friend of Rochelle and Caroline's from Rochelle's work, and the kid's aunt who flew in from Boston. So tell us where you're living now, Caroline's sister Avery asks. Did you find a new place? Yes, Caroline grins, pulling up her phone to show us pictures of the apartment. It's still in Harlem, just a few blocks from here, so the kids can still see Rochelle whenever they want. I owe you a lot, Rochelle, for looking after them. I'm glad I could do it, Rochelle says. You deserved a second chance. I'm proud of you, Mama, Sigourney says, coming up to hug her mother from the side. Caroline kisses the top of her daughter's head and squeezes her around the waist. I'm proud of you too, baby. You and Walken make me so proud. Miss Rochelle deserves a big thank you for looking out for you two and helping you in school and stuff. The kids turn and give Rochelle big hugs too. Thank you for helping me with my reading, Mama Rochelle, Walken says. Thank you for helping me get into dance class, Sigourney says, and for letting me join the school play. You didn't tell me that, Caroline says, beaming. You got into Annie? Sigourney ducks her head, blushing, and pats Duplex as a way of hiding her embarrassment. I'm going to be one of the orphans. She says it still looking at the cat's head. Which one? Walken asks. Tessie. Sigourney finally looks up. The crybaby one. Everyone starts talking about seeing her in the show, praising her for being brave enough to try out. You truly helped Sigourney come out of her shell, I tell Rochelle privately as we cut the cake for the party. She's always been outspoken, but now she has an outlet for her energy. I'm glad the kids are going, but I'm going to miss them too, she admits. We bring the cake into the living room and start passing out plates. I'd like to give a toast to my sister, Avery says. Caroline honestly had some tough stuff thrown at her, but she managed to turn things around and she's making the best of a fresh start. Here's to Caroline. Here! Here! We all echo, raising glasses of soda and punch. The party starts winding down and the kids grab their packed bags and suitcases, bringing them out for us to take down to the waiting cab. We load them up, giving them last-minute hugs and promises to see each other again soon. Relle invites Caroline and the kids to come for dinner at the end of the week. The two of us head back up to the apartment, and Relle starts cleaning up, but I pull her into the living room. "I have a question for you," I tell her, getting down on one knee. Relle gasps. "I know our relationship has been a whirlwind, but it's also been some of the best times of my life. I'd like to keep the adventure going with you. Will you marry me, Relle Reynolds?" Her kiss is all the answer I need.
Chapter 33. Sigourney. "Mom, we're ready!" I call, fixing Walken's bow tie. We're all dressed up for the final dress rehearsal for Mama Rochelle's musical. "I'm coming, just looking for my sewing bag," Mom calls. She comes out of the bedroom, carrying her sewing bag. "One of the costumes ripped at the rehearsal last night. I want everything to be perfect for Rochelle's off-Broadway debut." "Mama Relle is going to be famous," Walken says confidently. "The Atlantic was smart to snap it up before someone else could get their hands on it," Mom agrees. "And everyone will love it." "What is it about again?" Walken asks as Mom locks up. "It's a musical where a boy and a girl switch bodies and have to help each other, right, Mom?" "Something like that. There's more to it, but you'll see it tonight. The songs are really catchy too," she adds. We take the subway to 23rd Street and get out, heading for the Linda Gross Theater. The signs out front are all announcing Mama Rochelle's musical. I'm so excited for her that I can hardly contain myself, running for the doors as soon as they're in sight. Walken follows behind. "When does everyone else get to see the show?" Walken asks as we wait to take our seats. "This is the final dress rehearsal," Mom explains. "This weekend, the show will start previews. Remember that Miss Rochelle and Mr. Frederick are getting married on Saturday morning, so they can be at the show that night." "Yeah, and I'm a junior bridesmaid," I say, pointing at myself with my thumb. My dress is lavender with ruffles and lace, and it's very pretty. Mom leaves us in our seats to head to the backstage area. She's been working as a seamstress at the Atlantic for the past 5 months, ever since some big shot from the theater was at her bank and complimented her dress. When she found out that Mom made it herself, she told her to interview for their new seamstress assistant job. And Mom gets to help work on the costumes for Mama Rochelle's show. So we get to see her every day after school, which is our favorite. Papa Fred comes over with his friend Chase. He sits next to us, right in the front row, with Chase on the end of the aisle slash. "Are you guys excited for the show?" he asks us. "Yeah." Walken bounces in his seat. "We can't wait. Did you get to see it before tonight?" "Nope," he says, shaking his head. "Tonight is the last rehearsal, and they're letting all the family and friends see it before previews," he says. "I have some flowers and a stuffed bear for Relle, for after the show. Can you hold on to the bear for me during the show, Walken?" Walken grins, and Papa Fred holds out a soft stuffed panda, letting Walken hold it on his lap. The lights go dim, and the director lady comes out with Mama Rocelle. They talk about the show a little bit, getting us all excited. After the show is finished, Walken and I clap so loud, standing up with everyone else. "It was so good," Walken says to me, leaning over. "Yeah," I agree. "I can't wait to tell Mama Rocelle." Papa Fred takes all of us to the backstage area, where Mom and Mama Rocelle are talking with people from the cast. Everyone is crying, laughing, and hugging each other, and Papa Fred hands a big bouquet of roses to Mama Rocelle. She hugs him so hard and kisses him. Walken tugs on his jacket. "Papa Fred, the bear," he whispers, holding up the panda. "Oh, right." Papa Fred beams and shows Mama Rocelle the panda. The kids held on to him so he got to see the show too. And now she's crying again and hugging him and us. Thank you guys for coming. Did you like the show? Yes, I love the song about how Emily felt like she didn't belong with her family, but she felt like she finally belonged when she was with Beau's family. And it was funny when Beau was standing up to Emily's dad and stepmom. Walken tells her, "I can't believe you wrote all the songs." "I wrote the music and worked with someone who did the lyrics," Mama Relle explains. "Oh, like Rodgers and Hammerstein?" I ask. "They wrote the musical Cinderella. I learned that when we did Annie at school." "Exactly," Mama Relle nods. "Let me introduce you to the lyricist. Her name is Jane Powell. She brings over a white lady with curly red hair. The lady is short, almost my height, and her lips are painted bright red. Jane and I are working on another project together already. Rochelle's music was simply inspiring," Jane gushes. "The lyrics practically wrote themselves when I heard her score. Frederick, you're a lucky man to be marrying this genius." Papa Fred and Mama Relle exchange a look, and they both smile real soft, reaching out to hold hands. "I am very lucky," Papa Fred agrees. "You're very talented," Chase offers. "Wonderful show." We hug Mama Relle one more time before Mom whisks us away. The wedding is in 2 days. They're getting married at the hotel where Mama Relle used to work. On Saturday, the 3 of us get up bright and early, take the bus to the hotel. Mom sends Walken off with Papa Fred, and she and I go to the bridal suite. Inside, Mama Relle is getting her hair styled. She's wearing a white robe with purple cursive writing on the back that says bride. Her other friends are here already. Jasmine, Ella, and her maid of honor, Nisi. I'm the only junior bridesmaid. "There she is now," Jasmine says, standing up. She's wearing a purple robe with glittery silver writing on the back that says bridesmaid. She hands me my own robe, which spells out junior bridesmaid. "Sigourney, come on. I'm going to do your hair. Sit here." She pats a chair and I sit, getting my hair intricately curled and pinned. There's so much happening that I can hardly sit still. Once my hair is done, Mom puts a little makeup on my face, while Mama Relle gets hers done by a pretty black woman with beautiful cornrows. Then everyone has to leave so Mama Relle can put her dress on. We come back inside and everyone oohs and ahs. She looks like a princess in her dress. It's shiny, made from satin, and the shoulders go down over her arms. The skirt is very full, almost poofy, and the train is long too. "Relle, you look like a glamorous old Hollywood movie star," Mom exclaims. Mama Relle even has long white gloves too. "Okay, it's time to take some pictures," the photographer lady says. "Sigourney, I want you to stand there, and Relle, put that flower crown on her head." I stand still while Mama Relle places my tiara. As the photographer snaps away, "Great, let's get a shot of all the bridesmaids together." The wedding planner comes into the room and tells us it's time. Mama Rochelle's face goes funny, like she's trying not to cry, and Mom helps carry her train as we all head to the elevator to go to the wedding place. The music is playing when we arrive, and then the planner opens the doors. I go first, holding on to Walken's arm. He's Papa Fred's junior groomsman. "You look nice," he whispers. "I like your dress." "You look good too," I whisper back. "Mom did a good job fixing your old suit." We reach the end of the aisle where Papa Fred is standing beside Chase as his best man. He gives us a big smile as Walken stands next to him, and I go stand on the other side, like we did in the rehearsal. As I wait for the other bridesmaids, I look around. There are purple and bronze flowers everywhere with silver accents. It matches the bridesmaids' dresses. The groomsmen all have bronze pocket squares to match too. When Mama Relle starts walking down the aisle, Papa Fred gasps. He has tears in his eyes. They reach out and link hands, standing together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to witness the marriage between Rochelle Reynolds and Frederick Adams III. The minister is talking, but I spot Mom in the crowd, sitting in the second row with Jane Powell and the lady who played Emily in the show. I give her a little wave, and she waves back. A few people laugh and I blush, suddenly realizing I'm distracting from the ceremony. I turn so I'm facing my former foster parents again and start paying attention this time. Do you, Rochelle, take Frederick to be your lawfully wedded husband? The minister asks. I do. And do you, Frederick, take Rochelle to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. They exchange vows, talking about love and stuff. And then the minister says they're husband and wife. Papa Fred gives Mama Rochelle a big kiss, dipping her backward for a moment. We all clap really hard when they stand up again and music plays. Everyone follows the newly married couple back down the aisle. During the reception, the DJ announces all of the bridal party one at a time. Everyone claps for me when my name is called. I feel like a celebrity, I tell my brother while we eat dinner. When the DJ starts playing music, Walken pulls me on the dance floor and we dance around together a lot. This is straight lit, he says over the music. Where did you hear that? I heard some high schoolers say it. We go back to the table, where Mom has 3 glasses of apple juice and fancy champagne cups. She hasn't had any alcohol since she left the rehab place. It's for the toast, she tells us. The DJ announces the speeches. Mama Rochelle's maid of honor comes up to talk, followed by Papa Fred's best man, and then Papa Fred's uncle goes to the microphone. I'm so glad that Rochelle and Frederick have decided to join their lives together. We are very lucky to have a woman as beautiful, talented, smart, and kind as her in the family. To welcome her, I would like to give her a gift. Rochelle, I have put the title for our family's castle in Austria in your name. You're officially an Adams now. Mama Rochelle gasps and puts her hand to her chest looking stunned. Thank you so much, Uncle Theron. They hug, and Papa Fred laughs before taking Mama Rochelle back onto the dance floor to dance the rest of the night away.